I found a friend looking for gay sex on Grindr. He's publicly straight and engaged to a female mutual friend. What do I do? This was posted on August the 15th, 2024. The title says most of it. I'm openly gay and single. No shame in me being on Grindr, though my public pics only show me from the neck down and I share my face in DMs. I get flirty messages from a similar faceless profile. He's seriously DTF right now. We agree to exchange faces and he sends his first. It's Leo, a friend I've known since elementary school. He's engaged to Lisa, a close friend of mine. They're getting married this October and I already RSVP'd to their wedding. I didn't send my face back and Leo is sending me frustrated DMs about how our kinks are so aligned and I have a sexy body, etc. I'm panicking. This is happening right now. What do I do? Oh my goodness me. Well, personally, there's only one thing you can do here, and it's just tell his fiance immediately. I think you just have to. I'm not even going to read any comments here. Let's get straight into the update posted on August the 16th, just one day later. Lisa met me for coffee. Okay, great news. I showed her evidence of Leo on Grindr. She believed me, all right. She cried. I tried to comfort her. She recoiled from me and started ramming into me. Apparently, I ruined her life. I led Leo astray. I am personally to blame for her fiance cheating on her. What? I was trying to be understanding of her emotions and to comfort her anyway until the homophobic slurs started coming. She was always an LGBTQ ally, so it was a huge shock. I left quickly after that, feeling awful. Lisa clearly told Leo it was me who outed him, as he then kept trying to call me. I refused all his calls. Then, his car parked across the street from my apartment for some time, though he never got out of it. I'm in the dark, but it seems to me like Lisa and Leo are still together, and they close rank by designing me as the villain here somehow. So, yeah. Wow. That was not how I was expecting this one to go at all. And guys, I'm kind of gutted to say that at this moment in time, that is it. That's the only update we've got. Again here, I think I either have to say that Lisa is incredibly loyal to her detriment or incredibly stupid, or Leo is like the best manipulator in the world and he somehow managed to get away with this. I don't understand this at all. I guess it can happen, you know, like people in relationships can stick together and turn on outsiders and use them as scapegoats when something happens between them. Or, you know, it's not too fanciful to suggest that Lisa is just looking for something and will cling on to anything to make her believe that, no, things aren't actually as they seem. Maybe in enough time, she'll come around to the fact that, you know, Leo is just doing this stuff and he's doing it on his own. And ultimately, you can't be pushed into doing something like this. But yeah, for right now, maybe she just doesn't want to believe it and she'll cling to any hope that this wasn't Leo doing this himself. I don't know. Hopefully long term she realizes that they're going to have to talk about this. But yeah, crazy. And also, I've not even mentioned the homophobia. What? Now, I'm sorry, that can't be an excuse for what's happened here. If you're using if you're being homophobic and you're using homophobic slurs, then you are just homophobic, which is crazy. I don't really know how she's gotten away with this for all this time. You said she was an LGBTQ ally. Clearly she wasn't. She was probably just good at covering up the fact that she is homophobic. Absolutely insane. Guys, comment down below. What was the most insane story there? The first one or this one? The first one was probably much more of a weird twist that I didn't expect. But then in the same vein, I could never have expected this either. And yeah, as I say, sadly at the time of recording, there's not another update. That's all we've got. Let me know in the comments down below if you want me to look out for it, and I'll pay attention to this account. But wow, some story there. My mother-in-law, 56 female, deliberately infected my 27 female daughter, 1 female, with chickenpox. I'm livid. She doesn't think it's a big deal. This was originally posted on December the 29th, 2015. I can hardly type this out because thinking about it makes me so angry. Earlier this year, my husband, who is 31, and I decided to spend Christmas with his family for the first time since my daughter was born last September. Since they live 12 hours away, we decided to stay for a few weeks before Christmas so they could spend loads of time with Annie, who is 13 months old. We arrived early like we planned and everything was great. I've had a few disagreements with my mother-in-law Trish, who is 56, in the past over my parenting style. She criticised me for using disposable diapers, buying baby food from the supermarket, and not raising Annie as an organic baby. But everything seemed great. After a day or two settling in, my husband and I decided to pick up a few gifts from a mall around an hour away before the last-minute rush kicked in. My father-in-law, 60 years old, tagged along. Trish said she was happy to take care of Annie. We got back a few hours later, and Annie was down for a nap on a blanket I didn't recognise. Trish said that one of her friends dropped by and gave it as an early Christmas gift. It looked pretty old and worn, but I figured one of her hippie friends was just recycling it. The next 2 weeks were fine, aside from Trish making a point to prepare meals for Annie from scratch. I mentioned this to my husband, and he just said to let her be. Annie mostly mushed the food Trish gave her with her hands and threw the bowls on the floor, as she's been doing that at the moment. Trish said it would take her a while to get used to nutritious meals. Now, I was getting sick of her meddling, but it was only for a few weeks, so for the sake of the holidays, I let it slide. The day after Christmas, Annie was really unsettled and wouldn't stop fidgeting and crying. I took her temperature and she had a fever, so I kept an eye on her for the next few days, and it thankfully started to go down. This morning, she started to get a rash and blisters on her arms and legs, and I freaked out. I was packing a bag to drive to see a doctor when Trish asked where I was going. I told her that Annie had a rash and I was taking her to see a doctor. She got a weird, smug smile on her face and told me there was nothing to worry about. When I asked her what she was talking about, she said, without even looking at Annie, that what she had was just chickenpox. I asked her how she could possibly know that, and she casually admitted that one of her friend's grandkids had chickenpox a few weeks ago, so she asked them to wipe a blanket over the child's arms, legs, and face and bring it to her house. At this point, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, so I asked if that blanket was the gift that Annie was sleeping on. She said it was. I lost my mind. To be honest, I don't really remember what I said because I was up most of the night for 2 days checking on Annie. I just unleashed on Trish, asking what the frick was wrong with her. My husband and father-in-law came to try and calm things down, and Trish dug in her heels and said that chickenpox was, quote, the best and most natural thing for Annie to build up her immunity. I already have a vaccination schedule in place with my pediatrician, and she was booked in to get immunized for chickenpox at 18 months. We drove to see the doctor, and he confirmed that she had it. He said I'll have to cut Annie's nails short and might have to tape socks on her hands while she sleeps because kids so young can scratch until they bleed, and that will leave scars. On the drive back, my husband started making excuses for his mum, that she was only doing what she thought was best. I couldn't believe he was defending her, and we fought most of the way home until I told him to stop talking to me. Annie's been scratching like crazy, and I just had to tape socks over her hands. Trish tried to talk to me when we got back, and I told her to get out of my sight. We were meant to stay until Wednesday, but I just finished packing up our stuff so we can leave first thing in the morning. I'm so angry I can't even think. Whenever I hear Trish moving around in the kitchen, my heart starts beating faster, and I feel like going out there and grabbing her by the hair. I don't ever want to see her again, or let my daughter see her again. What can I say to make her and my husband realise the enormity of what she's done? I don't think I can speak coherently to their faces until Annie gets better. Okay, that is it for the original post. Before we get into the update, let's have a look at some comments. Somebody asked why her daughter wasn't already vaccinated for chickenpox. OP said she's up to date on her vaccination schedule. She was vaccinated for measles a month ago and booked in to get the chickenpox vaccine at 18 months old, as normal. Now, somebody else said, if someone did this to my child, deliberately infecting them with a disease without discussing it with me, with the malicious intent of undermining my parenting to teach me a lesson, they'd never see my child for extended periods or unsupervised again. And then finally, somebody said, and by the way, I completely agree with that previous comment, somebody said, your husband better step up and act like a father and stop acting like a son. I agree with that as well. Why is he enabling his own mum's behavior? Come on, you're better than that. Now, I think the most important part about this entire post is that even if OP's mother-in-law was doing this with the best of intentions and perhaps, you know, back when she was a child or had her son, that was the way that they did things. I'm saying this just because I think I'm remembering back to my childhood, and I'm not sure, I'd have to ask my parents about this, but I feel like when I was young, that was something that you had done. Like it was important that every child had chickenpox at some point relatively early on in their life. Now, let me know in the comments down below if times have changed now or things are done differently. But I'm pretty sure that you didn't get immunized, or maybe this is just in the UK, but I'm not sure that there was immunization that was a thing. I think it was more just you got it, so it was a good thing to get. Like, you know, if your kid had chickenpox, you would have chickenpox parties, for example. It was an actual thing where you would, you know, your kid would meet with other kids that had chickenpox and then get it. And that was actually like the done thing. I don't know if that's still a thing right now, if that's the thing these days anymore, or maybe that was just a weird thing that we did. Who knows? Maybe I'm remembering it wrong anyway. The whole point is that even if OP's mother-in-law thought that that's what she was doing and was like, okay, no, it's important for my granddaughter to get chickenpox right now so she'll be safe from it later. I think the point being that if you get it earlier, it's not dangerous. If you don't get it and then get it later, it is dangerous. Whatever. The point is, it's not your daughter, and you're doing this without consulting the parent, which is just insane. As that comment said, you're taking your granddaughter's sort of, I don't know, life into your own hands in a way, right? Like, not discussing doing that with your granddaughter's mother is absolutely insane. I mean, surely that's like bordering on illegal. I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, let me know in the comments down below if what I said makes sense there. If you guys had a similar thing, maybe immunization has moved on. Let's move on anyway to the update. Now, this was posted February the 2nd, 2016. OP says, thank you to everyone for your comments, inbox messages, and advice after my original post. I read all the comments and messages and they genuinely helped, especially the home remedies on how to stop itching. I got up first thing the next morning and started packing our stuff into the car. Once I opened it up, I kept the keys in my pocket since I was going in and out. Usually, we use Jack's set, my husband, and leave mine in my bag. While I was packing, he sat in the kitchen with Trish and my father-in-law and chatted and had coffee like nothing was wrong. Annie was mercifully still asleep, so I just gently belted her in and closed her door when Jack came out and asked if I had everything. I said we were good to go as soon as he was. He said, okay, and calmly took out his key seat and centrally locked the car, locking Annie in. I asked him what the heck he was doing, and he said we wouldn't be leaving until I apologized to Trish. What? That he just locked your kid in the car? Oh my gosh. I think I was stunned into silence because he then took the chance to rehash what he said the previous day, that Trish thought she was doing what was best, that chickenpox doesn't kill you, and that I was making a bigger deal out of this than I needed to and making Trish feel bad. Yes, making her feel bad. All the comments from my last post were swirling around in my head, and I told him he needs to stop being a son and start being a father. He screwed up his face and said he would always be Trish's son, and that was the point, that nobody should speak to his mother the way I had the day before, and I needed to apologize to clear the air. This guy is awful, wow. I felt like I'd entered some kind of weird Twilight Zone where I'd accidentally married a 9-year-old instead of an adult man. So I just asked him to open the car so he could leave. He repeatedly refused, then walked back inside and said he would see me in there when I was acting more reasonable. You can probably guess what happened next. I'd left my bag on the passenger seat, so he probably assumed my keys were in there. Nope. I waited 30 seconds, then just hopped into the car and drove away. My phone blew up with a million calls from him, Trish, and my father-in-law. Eventually, my mum and dad and my sister Jess, who I'm super close with, called as well. I'd briefly texted Jess about what was happening the day before, but she was stunned to get the full blow-by-blow. By the time I was on the open road, I asked her to phone Jack and tell him he could walk home for all I care. Once she heard my side of the story and not Jack's, which was apparently that I'd gone crazy, frightened Trish, snatched Annie and sped away, she calmed way down. Mum, Dad and Jess offered to start driving and meet me halfway so I could switch with one of them and wouldn't have to drive the full 12 hours by myself in one day. I was so grateful to see them, I pretty much broke down in a truck stop parking lot while I blubbered that I loved them. Fair play to them, by the way. I mean, you'd hope that someone that you love that much, your family, would do that, but it's still a big shift to drive 12 hours, right? 6 hours there, 6 hours back. So respect. They all took turns driving while I had a rest. It was super reassuring to talk it over and hear that Trish and Jack are the unreasonable ones. Once we got back, I stayed at my parents overnight, and they said I could stay as long as I needed. The next few days were fairly tense. I was up most of the night making sure Annie didn't scratch, which she did anyway, somehow, and it seemed like she just cried and cried and cried until she was exhausted. She has 5 scars on her face and a few others on her arms from scratching. I know appearances shouldn't matter, but I'm so angry her skin is marked for life now over some stupid BS. This whole thing is just something I never expected to happen. Goodness me. 5 scars on her face and a few others on her arms. That is awful. I answered one of Jack's calls, only to have him start a rant that he didn't recognize this person I'd become. So I hung up on him. He was due to come back for the start of the work year, which I wasn't looking forward to, but I figured we could make it work as long as Trish was 12 hours away. Then at like 11 PM one night, I got a very short and formal text from my father-in-law via Jack's phone saying Trish had come down with shingles and was in the emergency room, that Jack was staying there to care for her, and that he'd work from their house remotely once the year started back up. Jack's been there for the past few weeks, tending to Mama's every whim. I'm sure she's put on an Oscar-worthy performance of having one foot in the grave. And according to Google, it should be any day now that her painful, crusty pustules go gently into that sweet night. A few weeks ago, I was honestly so tired and overwhelmed and in disbelief that I didn't know what to do. Now I'm back at home with people who actually care about me. I think I'm starting to realise how lucky I am to see the weird relationship with his mummy this early on. The fact that he cares more about Trish than his own daughter speaks volumes. When he eventually comes back, I think we'll have to have a serious talk about our future together. Yes, that is the key thing here. I mean, if you love your mum more than your partner and your child, to be honest, I do think that something is a little bit off there. I'm all for loving your mum, but not more than those other people in your life, surely. Right, here are some comments. Somebody said, he locked your daughter in the car, holy, and assumed that you wouldn't be able to get her out. I mean, that was why he locked her in, to threaten you. Holy heck. Good on you for dipping out of there after that. Whatever happens with your marriage moving forward, you seem to have your parenting priorities straight. Good luck, and I hope that Annie feels better soon. Yeah, this, somebody else said. He locked a sick baby in the car. Kudos to OP for handling that with a cool head, because I would have lost mine. Yeah, 100%. Somebody else said, that is freaking terrifying behavior. That poor baby is going to grow up with that as a father. Absolutely true. I mean, the only option there would have been to instantly call the police. But imagine, right, if you didn't have your keys, there's a good chance that you didn't have your phone either, if that was in your handbag. What would you have done? Your kid, your baby, your sick baby is locked in a car and your husband is not letting you in. What can you do? I mean, you'd have to just go and find a member of the public and say, call the police immediately. But yeah, terrifying stuff. And finally, somebody said, you only get shingles if you've had chickenpox. The new vaccine prevents it. Rather ironic. I'd get divorce papers served before Mummy Dearest decides your daughter should become a Brethren or join Scientology. Yeah, makes sense. I have no idea what a breatharian is, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. But hey, any breatharians out there? Let me know in the comments down below just what you are. So there we go, guys. That ends probably one of the most terrifying stories I've read in a while. Let me know in the comments down below. Have you ever been locked in a car? If so, how was it? That's what I can say. Because sometimes at moments like this, there's no point being serious, because the story itself is too serious. And the magnitude of what I've just read isn't even really worth talking about. I feel like the comments have done that for me. Yes, this guy left his own child sick in the car and locked the door. Congrats. See you in prison. DNA confirmed that I, a 39-year-old man, have an 18-year-old daughter. What now? And yeah, I feel just as you would imagine. But it gets worse. She lives in the US. I'm in Europe. I don't know how to do this and really need advice. So what happened is that months ago, I got a call from a US number. I didn't answer since I don't know anyone there. Then again, the same day, so I answered, ready to yell at some scammer. A girl on the other side introduces herself and just says that she thinks I might be her father. That was the first thing she said. Hi, my name is Jane, and I think you might be my father. Fake name, of course. Obviously, I told her I don't have any children and that she has the wrong number, but then she drops a name that I haven't heard in, you guessed it, 18 years. Back around that time, I was in the US for a year on a job exchange with our sister company. I met a woman there and we hooked up over maybe a few months. I remember buying condoms after meeting her, but I can't remember if we used them every time. Anyway, I gave her my non-US number, but I never heard from her again. The girl on the phone asked me if my name is OP, and I freak out and almost hang up on her. She tells me more about her mother, and I just sit there like an idiot. She'd found my name and number in her mother's diary, and now, as she turned 18, she wanted to contact me. She lives with her relatives now, since her mother is unable to take care of herself for some reason. I still don't know the details there. She asked me if I'd be willing to do an ancestry DNA test, and even offered to pay for it. She ends by saying I should think about it, and asks if she can call me again. I just say sure, and we hang up. I swear I was about to faint right there and then. The whole conversation lasted only like 5 minutes. I end up taking the test and we talk a few more times. The test took forever, but yesterday she sent me a screenshot of her profile matching 50% to mine. I mean, that's just it, right? We haven't spoken since, just messaged a bit. I lied and I told her I've been busy and we'll talk later, which now makes me feel like a jerk. Up until this point, I've kept it together, holding on to the thought that I'm probably not the dad, but now I can't deny it. It's probably been half my life since I last cried. I haven't told anyone this. I was kind of hoping the DNA test would come back negative, and then I wouldn't have to. How do I even break this to my family? I just know they'll all want her number so they can call her, and then they'd start flying over to see her or bringing her here. They're really pushy like that. My mum is going to freak out. I don't see my family more than a few times a year, but we'll all get together during Easter. Should I do it then with all of them at once, or one at a time? By the way, guys, this was originally posted in January of 2024. I have a picture of Jane, but not much more info than what I've written here. I'm the youngest sibling, and now I suddenly have the oldest of the cousins in the next generation. And I never wanted kids at all. I just don't like them and hate being tied up. I've even had a vasectomy since then. And that's the easy part. The real problem is what to say to Jane. Can some sane person give an example of what to say? I've promised to call her tomorrow. Has anyone discovered that they have an unknown child? If so, what did you do? How did it go? How did you connect? What happened when you met for the first time? What did your family say? I'm a bit embarrassed by this, but is there any risk of me having to pay child support retroactively? I can probably afford it, but I don't really want to. Now, before we get into my thoughts on this original post, first of all, OP has added a little edit which I'll get into. I apologize for the abomination of a text above. I blame the alcohol. Wow, I didn't think it was that bad, but I guess I've edited it a little bit. Some seem to have the impression that I and or my family are wealthy. This is not so. I wrote in a comment that knowing my family, they'd probably rent a private jet and fly her here. That was just a joke, commenting on what they would want to do, not what would they do. I'm not wealthy either. OP says this after a few people referenced that and were like, well, you must have loads of money. Why are you worrying about child support? In the post, I wrote, I can probably afford it, but I don't really want to. And I meant that I'd hate to suddenly have something like 10% of my savings left overnight. Just guessing here, no idea what the actual sum would have been. I'm sure anyone here would consider that factor. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. If you suddenly have to pay 18 years of child support out of nowhere, I mean, I don't know how that works. I'm sure it wouldn't work exactly like that, but if you're at least tied up to that sort of thing, that is a big financial hit, no matter the emotional and, the familial connotations of that too. Anyway, someone said the limit is 3 years back. I didn't know that. I can be a jerk sometimes, but I'm not some monster. The money question was a question, not the question. Okay, well, I guess that clears that up. Yes, I have had my phone number for a long time. I've never had a reason to change it. Then OP says, we had our first video call today, and it was a long conversation. I had a list of things to bring up, mostly from suggestions here, so ever thankful for that. Most of it was quite personal for both of us, so I won't write that here, but it all boils down to that we both want to continue to stay in touch and get to know each other. We also want to meet at some point, even if we don't know when yet. Her family knows of me, and they will join a call in the future so I can speak to them as well. I will hold off on telling my family for a while, but I probably will tell them one at a time. Okay, so there we go. That is it for the original post. And I think first of all, guys, get in the comments down below. Now, I've obviously never been in this situation. To be fair, it's not obvious. but I've never been in this situation. If you have been in this spot, now obviously it's not a very likely or common spot to be in, but I'm sure that a decent number of you watching right now have been in this situation. Get a comment in down below. What happened? What did you do? What advice would you give to OP? It'd be interesting to see what you guys have to say. And I'll go through the comments and give you a heart so that people can see it, other people watching this and listening to this right now. But yeah, as for me personally, I would say just do whatever you feel like doing, OP. It's your life. And, you know, you have a responsibility for your daughter. That is the truth. But she's 18. If you don't want to chat to her family at all, you don't have to. If you don't want to chat to her, as sad as that may be, you don't necessarily have to. I mean, legally do what you have to do, but you don't have to tell your family. I don't know. I probably would in that situation. I probably want to meet her desperately, but it's up to you. If she really, really wants to meet you, I would say that you definitely should. And it sounds as if we're coming towards that sort of conclusion and agreement here. But yeah, clearly this took you by surprise. A massive, massive shock. And after 18 years of not even thinking about this individual, you know, the girl, Jane's mother, wow, I don't know how I'd react, to be honest. It would be overwhelming, but I would just say do what you want to do. Okay, now let's get into the update. This was posted on August the 1st, 2024. Hello all. A while back, I made a post asking for advice. Back then, I just had it confirmed by DNA that I had a daughter I never knew about. I called her Jane in the other post, so I will here too. Jane is the result of me hooking up with a woman while I was in the US working. Now, it was really interesting to read about others' experiences in the comments and DMs. It's crazy what DNA tests have done in recent times. Some wrote that Jane is probably just a kid looking for her roots, and you were absolutely right. I've been getting a steady stream of DMs since my last post. Most have been nice, just asking for an update. Then there were the absolute nutcases who can't read and told me to drown myself. Hi to you too. Jane and I continued to talk after my last post, mostly about her life, her mother, the family trees, etc. I never thought I'd connect with her like I did. She's a very intelligent and mature young woman. My family knows now, and it went better than expected. Mum and sister still went a bit ape poop, but Dad knocked them out with a large club that he always carries with him. To the nutcases, no, that last bit didn't actually happen. Funny thing, my brother-in-law actually distracted Mum by reminding her that she had made sweaters for all the other grandkids, but now she's way behind on one. That's going to be a big sweater. All of them understandably wanted to call her, but my daughter, yes, it's pretty cool to be able to say that, and I had already planned to have that call the following day. And it went really well. We made introductions, explained everything that had happened, and that we planned for me to meet her by myself before anything else. And guess what? We did meet. I flew over for a 10-day stay since I'm on leave and she's working during the summer. That way we could hang out in the evenings and weekend, and I could go full tourist during the day. It was surreal from the start. I landed at the very same airport I left from almost 2 decades ago, and she was there to meet me together with her aunt. I can't describe with words what it was like to hug her for the first time. I'd seen her many times in video calls, but she was just so beautiful in real life that I started crying. I met so many people in the first couple of days, I can't remember the names of half of them. I gave her the sweater from my mother, a hand-drawn family tree from my niece, and a gift I made myself, but I won't tell what that one was. While I still don't agree with the Georgia weather, I had a blast during the days just walking around town. I went to Jane's workplace almost every day and pretended to be a regular customer. We had lunch and dinners, either alone or with the rest of her mother's side of the family. All of them were so nice and welcoming to me. I visited their house every day, but I chose to stay at a hotel since I didn't want to be a bother or impose myself too hard on Jane's life. Now, obviously Jane and I talked a lot about anything and everything, but mostly about her upbringing and her mother. I mentioned in the previous post that her mother wasn't able to care for Jane. I didn't press that subject much at first, but it was unavoidable after a while. I won't get into all the details, but her mother is sick and has lost some cognitive functions. She recognizes Jane and some family members well enough, others not so much. We went to visit the facility where she lives, and Jane introduced me by name, not as her father. She sadly didn't recognize me, so I stayed in the background for the remainder of our stay. Seeing a woman not much older than myself in such a state was a somber experience. So yeah, that was me rambling a bit about what happened after my last post. There was obviously a lot more, but most of it is deeply personal and emotional, and I won't go through it here. I'm back home and we are keeping communications open. I'm definitely going to fly Jane over here at some point when life allows it. But other than that, we have no specific plans for the future. Hope you all have a nice day. So there we go. That is the end of that story. Wholesome, but also pretty sad, of course, given what's gone on with Jane's mum. To be honest, I actually thought reading through this wrongly that something more selfish had happened with her mother. I don't know. I just instantly thought of like some sort of drug abuse or something like that. Her just putting herself in a state not to be a mother, not illness. That's my fault. I mean, maybe that's just the stories I tend to read on Reddit. But yeah, the sad thing about, I guess, this entire story and Jane's life is that it does sound as if she has an amazing support network. I mean, she was there with her aunt, which is great, but she hasn't had you, of course, OP, for her whole life, and her mother for who knows how long as well. But yeah, apart from that, I think if you can have a solid relationship now going forward, that'd be amazing. I mean, it couldn't have gone much better, right? You two meeting. So that is a positive thing. And it's great to see how OP's mind has sort of changed as he's accepted that he is now a father, even though he didn't know it for 18 years. I recorded my wife cheating on me and I can't stop watching it. This was originally posted on July the 3rd, 2024. A couple of weeks ago, I decided I wanted to surprise my wife with a kid-free night out. My parents live about an hour and a half away from us, and I arranged for the kids to stay with them for the weekend. Usually when I go to my parents, I'm gone until later in the evening. We spend all day there and leave around dinner time. This time I was dropping the kids off and immediately going home so that I could surprise my wife and we could go out as soon as possible. I'd made reservations at a nice restaurant and I was hoping to go to a few places for some drinks first. I left at 8:30 and was back in our housing plan before 12:30. As I pulled onto my street, I saw a truck parked in front of my house. I didn't recognize it. I assumed it was someone seeing the neighbours though, because it's not that unusual for someone to park in front of our house. I parked a few houses away, thinking I would sneak into the house and surprise my wife instead of pulling into the driveway and going in the garage. I went in through a basement door. I was as quiet as possible, but as soon as I walked in, I heard her making sounds from the floor above. When I first heard it, I thought she was just by herself, maybe having some personal time. I didn't want to interrupt her privacy and embarrass her, so I was going to go back to my car and just go in the garage so that she would know I was home. Then, I heard a man's voice. I immediately felt sick. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. It's hard to describe how I felt in this moment. I decided to go upstairs. I had no desire to confront them, I just wanted to see what was going on. I moved slowly and quietly and went up the stairs. The door was halfway open. The kitchen was empty, but I could tell they were in the living room. It was obvious what was going on at this point by the sounds. There was no way for me to look in the living room without them seeing me. I pulled out my phone and opened my camera app. I put my phone just around the corner of the wall. Now this part is so hard to write. I could see my wife with a man I didn't recognize. I won't go into detail of what they were doing, but I think you can figure it out. I started recording it. I was thinking that I needed a record of it for whatever I decided to do in the future. I just stood there in my kitchen, watching this all unfold on my phone screen. I felt like I could just scream at any moment, but for some reason I just froze completely. This went on for several minutes. She finally jumped off of him and made a comment about going to the bedroom, and they went upstairs. She even made a comment about how much time they had left. I walked into the living room and found the guy's pants. I took his wallet out and took pictures of his driver's license. I know his name and his address now. I've never met him. I have no idea how my wife knows him. I left the house the same way I entered. I went back to my car and cried like the pathetic man I am. I decided to watch the video to make sure it recorded. I watched it all. I'll spare the details, but I sat in my car for at least half an hour. I couldn't drive to my parents and get the kids, as I'd have to explain why. I decided that I'd pull in the driveway, open the garage, and just pretend like I was there to surprise her. I took my time getting into the house. I made a lot of noise. When I saw her, she was very flustered, asking me why I was home, etc. She was in a robe and said she was just getting ready for a bath. I told her about my plans and she seemed excited. She poured us both a glass of wine and said we should pre-game before getting ready. I don't think I talked much, really. She took me into the living room. I'm not proud of what I let happen. I could faintly see the guy sneaking downstairs and going to the basement stairs, but I didn't say or do anything. I just let my wife continue doing what she was doing to me. Since that day, I've watched the video of her repeatedly. I can't bring myself to make any decisions on what I should do next. She seems to know that something is wrong with me because she's asked a few times if I'm okay. I feel worthless, and every time I hit a low point, I watch that video again. I feel like I've watched it at least 10 times a day since I caught them. Okay, crazy start to this one. Now, good news, there are a couple of updates to get into, but before we get into that, let's first of all jump into some comments from the people of Reddit on this original post. Somebody said, there are 2 things you should not do in this situation. 1, do not look for revenge against her and or the guy. It will just hurt you more and, worst case, put you in jail. And 2, don't let her hurt you like this again, because if you stay with her, she will. OP replied to that saying, I've spent multiple hours looking up this guy, and I'm considering options from the ULTP sub. That is the r/unethical life pro tips subreddit. Okay, pretty sure OP is just saying that he doesn't take this comment into account at all and might do something crazy. Somebody else said, so what happened to his pants and truck? He ran out without his pants? What did your wife say about the truck in the driveway? Did his wife kick his pants under the couch? OP replies, his truck was on the street. I don't know where the clothes went to, but I assume she panicked as soon as she heard the garage open. Now this is an interesting comment. Somebody said, OP, I'm a bit confused here. You were still able to go through with your plan to take her out on a surprise date, and you were able to look her in the face, eat dinner, and act like there's nothing wrong? Not really, OP replied. We didn't stay out late and we went home early. She did ask a few times if something was wrong. I tried getting drunk to get through it, but it was just too hard. Okay, let's get into the first update here, posted just 10 days later, which will reveal a lot more about the situation. I stopped watching the video after reading all the comments on my first post. It's helped clear my mind and allowed me to focus on the next steps. This has allowed me to be mostly back to my normal self for both my kids and my job. I've gone through my wife's phone and found nothing. I searched the guy's name from the driver's license. I figured out how they met. He's a landscaper. She was calling some a few months ago to clean up our yard and ended up getting some mulching and cleanup done. I've driven past his house many times. I think he's single, as I couldn't find any records of other people living at that address. I've only seen a truck parked in the driveway when I've driven by. I've been avoiding my wife after the kids are in bed to try to limit one-on-one time. I don't want any awkward conversations, and I also don't want to have sex. I've mostly been successful with this, but I did slip up one night when I had a little too much to drink. I hated myself for it the next day. I don't believe she has seen him since the day I caught them. I've been paying attention any time she's gone. Look, I obviously can't track her 100%. I've read about Apple AirTags, but I use Android. I'm guessing any app I'd put on her phone may be discovered. I have installed a doorbell camera on our house though, so I can always see the street. When I did this, my wife didn't say anything. We continue to do things as a family as we normally would. I've done my best to not let her know what I know and to continue to be a good dad to my kids. The weird thing I'm dealing with now is that she's planned a night out with a friend for drinks. It's a friend from work, so I don't know her at all, and I'm not connected with this person on social media. When she told me, I made up some excuse about work and said I couldn't watch the kids. She ended up getting our neighbour to agree to babysit. Now I'm debating if I should follow her to really see if she's meeting her friend or it's the guy. It seems like I'm heading towards a confrontation either way when I just want everything to go back to normal. I'm going to leave my house soon and pretend to be going to work. I'll probably just go to a bar to kill time until I can drive by the place she's supposed to be going to. I am filled with freaking dread about all of this. Oh my goodness me. This guy, I'm sorry, he's just killing himself. Goodness me. I mean, the sentence, I just want everything to go back to normal. I feel so bad for him, but my brother, it's never going to be. I think as soon as you stop doing this, the sooner you can end it all and start to move on. Because this is never going to lead to any sort of conclusion that you're happy with. I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. Okay, let's get into the second update. This was posted on July the 20th, 2024, a week after the first update. I've had so many messages asking how I'm doing that I felt I should probably post an update. On the night when she was going out with her friend, I still pretended I had work and left the house after the babysitter arrived. I went to a bar and had a few drinks. Then I drove over to the restaurant she said she was going to. I saw her car in the parking lot. I'm not going to lie, I was on edge and incredibly nervous despite the drinks earlier. I was so worried I'd walk in and see her with that guy. I was hoping to sneak in and get a look without being seen, but that failed miserably. She saw me as soon as I walked in the door. She was actually with her friend and not the guy. We had the, "What are you doing here? Thought you were working," expected conversation. I told her work ended early, so I wanted to stop by to say hi since we had a babysitter. I left after a couple of drinks and went home to relieve the sitter. So many of you have commented on my last post that I need to confront her, and I decided in that moment that I would. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I got the kids to bed and I waited for her to come home. Here we go. Finally, this guy is doing the right thing. I watched the video again to remind myself of what happened. Jesus, brother, how many times have you watched the video at this point? Do you need to watch it again? When she got home, she was surprised I was still up, and apparently could tell from the way I looked that something was wrong. I poured it all out on her. It probably wasn't fair of me. I didn't even let her sit down. I told her everything. I played part of the video to show her what I saw. I called her some harsh names, said she ruined our lives. In that moment, I was incredibly angry. She was very upset, heavily crying and shaking. She told me how terrible she felt about everything that happened. I told her she had to tell me everything that happened with that guy, and she laid it all out. She cheated on me twice with him. After the time I saw them, she cut things off because she knew it was wrong and she loves me. I asked her for proof, but she said she'd already deleted and blocked him on her phone, Facebook and Instagram. She did tell me that he is single and knew she was married. She asked me to delete the video, but I refused. She asked me why, and I really didn't have a reason other than I feel I need to hold on to it for now. She got a little angry at that and asked if I was keeping it to watch again. It was very late at this point, so we decided to go to bed and talk more the next day when we had more time to think. She continued to apologize repeatedly for what she did. We slept separately that night. Over the next few days, things between us seemed better. I felt some relief that it was all out in the open now. We've continued to talk, and it feels like we are on a path of staying together and moving past this. Really? I've made it clear that she is never to see or talk to that guy again. While things do feel like they're improving, I'm still struggling to trust her. Worse yet is that I have a trip coming up for work and I'll be gone for a few days. I've told her that I'm not comfortable with leaving right now, but I can't skip this trip. My boss made it clear that I'm needed. She said I could put cameras up in the house to keep an eye on her if it would make me feel better. Sadly, I may do that. I'll be gone for at least 3 days. Overall, things are okay. The kids are oblivious to anything that's going on, and it seems that slowly my wife and I will eventually get back to normal. I hope so, at least. I'm a little ashamed to admit that I've watched the video a few times since all of this. I'm thinking that I should probably delete it so it's gone from my life. I don't know what's wrong with me. Okay, there we go. That is the end of the updates so far and the culmination of the story, I suppose, at the time of recording. That last update was posted just 10 days or so ago at the time of recording, so who knows, there might be more. But for now, that is it. Before I give my thoughts, just picked out one comment from somebody down below on this second update saying, "I remember your first post. Did she say how it went from yard work to him in your bed? What was the development?" OP replied, "She did. He came to the door to ask to wash his hands in the laundry sink. They struck up a conversation. He came out again to finish up the work and they got to talking again. They already had each other's phone numbers, and she said some texts were exchanged, and she basically made up work for him to come out a third time. That third time led to her cheating." So there we go. That is the end of that one for now. As I said, just 10 days ago, that second update was made, so who knows, there might be more to come. The main takeaway that I've got from this, and guys, let me know in the comments down below if you agree with me, is I feel so bad for this man. Not really because of what's happened to him, to be honest. I mean, I do feel bad for him because of that. But the main thing is, this guy is just, I'm sorry, he's got no backbone at all. Like, he's just a shell of an individual. I don't mean that, by the way. Of course, I'm very sorry for what happened. But was this guy, or has this guy always been like this? Just a walking doormat? Or has this debacle made him like this? I don't know. I feel like once someone's cheated on you, it's just done, innit? It just has to be. How can you go on when you know that you're going to have to install cameras in your house when you go away to trust that person? I mean, realistically, the trust is completely gone. Therefore, the relationship's failed. This guy's saying, I want things to go back to normal. I feel like we're on the path to redemption. It should be fine after this. Just got to, install a full camera system internally in my house. Make sure I track her on an app on her phone so I know exactly where she is at all times, even though I've got an Android. Let's just hire out a permanent SWAT team as well so we know where she is. Like, it's done. It's done. I feel bad for this guy that he hasn't just sacked things off already. I'm just reading through the comments on the Best of Redditor updates post where everything is collated. People are saying, quote, "I just want things to go back to normal. Oh boy." And someone has said, "Some people just cannot seem to love themselves." Again, someone said, "We've continued to talk and it feels like we're on a path of staying together and moving past this," in quotes. Then saying, "Boy, if I had $1." Exactly how I feel. Comment down below, guys. What do you think? Am I being too harsh? Is there a road to redemption here? I just don't think there is at all. But yeah, as always, interested to see if you guys agree or disagree with me. Am I wrong? Invited to a wedding, but there's a catch. This was originally posted on July the 11th, 2024. I was so happy to see a wedding invitation in my mailbox. I pulled it out and a little note fell out on an index card, but I looked at the invitation first. It was truly beautiful, and I immediately stuck it to my fridge like the work of art it was. It was addressed to my husband and me, and I was beyond stoked. I love weddings. I tend to get teary-eyed and smile until my face hurts at the joy of new beginnings and all the love. I was even a wedding singer. That's how much I love them. I picked up the note card and read that while me and my husband were invited, I'd be in another room helping to babysit all the children there with several other female invitees. There's a special room for children at the church, and that is where I'd be. For everything. I'd still need to dress for a wedding in case I wind up in any photos, but I'd be taking my reception meal with the children, and I'd be with all the kids for the ceremony. Then there was a link for their gift registry. Oh, and the meals for my husband and myself would be $100 each, and we have a link to pay it when we digitally RSVP. The first problem here is that I am disabled at 50 years old. Legally. I use oxygen. I use a walker when I need to walk long distances. I sometimes have to give up the walker entirely and use a wheelchair. I'm not proud of it, but there it is. I could happily sit in a room and look at kids, but I'd be pretty useless to prevent a fall or stop a child from choking or anything else that would require me to move quickly. Second, my husband isn't the one who has been friends with these people since childhood. I am. Why would he be invited to watch the ceremony and be part of the reception, but not me? He said he'd happily watch the kids and let me attend the wedding and reception, but the invitation specified that only other female invitees would be watching the kids, so I doubt they'd let him. Is this a normal thing at weddings now? Do you pick guests to babysit other guests' children? Should I call them up and explain my health situation even though they already know it and visit me during my multiple hospitalizations a year? I hate having to pull the health card, but honestly, what were they thinking? I confess that I feel offended and hurt that I'm nothing more than a babysitter to them who is expected to pay for my supper and babysit for free. Would I be wrong to simply tell them we won't be able to attend and to find another sitter? And if we don't go, do we still send a gift? No, you would not be wrong at all to tell them that. And there's no way you should send them a gift at all. It's obvious. It's just insane what is going on here. Now, there's way more to come in this story, I'm happy to say. Well, happy, you get what I'm saying. There's a lot more to come. There are about 3 or 4 updates. But first of all, I just want to give my immediate thoughts as to what I think is going on here. Actually, before I do that, get in the comments down below. Don't cheat. Don't skip ahead. What do you think is going on here? What do you think the reason is for this apparent switch up and the weirdest wedding invitation of all time? For me, I think we've got another case of just pure ableism here. And like we've seen before in other stories that I've narrated on this channel, I feel like, you know, this woman, this bride-to-be just perhaps doesn't want someone with a wheelchair or with a walker or oxygen tanks in her photos. I think that might be the reason. I don't want it to be, but that is the only thing I can think of. Let me know if you guys agree in the comments down below. But yeah, as it stands, I am sadly leaning towards that reason. Now, before we get into the first update here, there are a couple to come. OP has first of all answered just some more basic questions for further context. Let's get into that. Okay, then let's get straight into OP's first update, which addresses some questions. I know these folks because my mum, RIP mum, and the bride's grandma were besties. So I grew up with the bride's mum as an almost sister to me. We went to school together, graduated together, worked at the same place twice, and have been super close since. The bride is like a goddaughter. At least I thought she was. I'm gobsmacked here. The church where they're getting married is a Southern Baptist church. They aren't members. None of us are overly religious. They just liked the venue and booked it. I've never been inside, but it's lovely on the outside. And apparently it has a childcare room that is big enough for a bunch of women and kids to hole up comfortably for a wedding and reception. We're all American. The groom's family is related to my family via marriage, and the bride and groom met at my house at a cookout a few years ago. I've always been way closer to the bride's family though. I knew that there had been a proposal. I got FaceTimed about 10 minutes after it happened, and my husband and I cried and laughed and wished them well and oohed and ahed over their story and the ring. I was expecting an invitation, sure, but not like this. The last time I had lunch with the bride's mum, she told me they're inviting around 200 people, so it will be a large wedding with, I'm assuming, a ton of children. No, I don't hate kids. I love kids. I would have loved to have kids of my own, but my body just wouldn't do it. It took 2 miscarriages and a stillbirth to finally make me accept that it wouldn't happen for us. We're in the process of adult adopting 2 young adults that we brought into our home when we found out they were kicked out and homeless at 18. They've lived with us for years and we're making it legal. They call us mum and pop and we're a family. I'm still considering my options. I've started and deleted multiple emails to the bride's mum. I'm a raw nerve right now and my tone isn't the kindest. I want to keep it all in writing so there can be no he said she said. I plan to ask if they incorrectly sent me the note about babysitting, since they know I physically cannot do that. But every inception of the email led with, "What the actual frick, Donna?" So I need to think about it some more. Thanks for all the comments. I'm reading them all. Now, speaking of comments, let's get into some of the top comments from the original post. Now, first of all, somebody said, while quoting OP, who said, "I'm not proud of it, but there it is," talking about their disability, they say, "Sorry to not reply to your initial question, but this comment caught my attention. I just wanted to let you know that you should actually be very proud of yourself and your body for pushing through and using the equipment that is needed to support your body well." OP replied, saying, "Thank you so much. I never expected this to be my reality at 50 years old. Never. I went from being so healthy and doing all kinds of sports, I rocked roller derby and could swim like a fish and loved to play tennis, to this. And sometimes I feel like it's not even my own body I'm living in anymore. It's just not okay. Therapy is helping me accept it, but it's still an uphill battle that I feel like I can't win. So thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you." Okay, now let's get into the first proper update posted 6 days later on July the 17th, 2024. I spoke to my friend, the mother of the bride, and I'm pretty upset. I've been bawling for most of the day. She called and said that they were getting a lot of backlash from the wedding guests. No one wants to pay $100 for dinner, and only 3 of the women asked were okay with babysitting. I told her I understood that the guests were upset because it's just tacky to 1, be asked to pay, and 2, be told you're invited but only to babysit. I told her I would not be a babysitter at all. No, just no. She got mad and brought up how we were lifelong friends. She said I'd be helping them more by babysitting than I'd be helping by simply sitting in a pew watching. I reminded her that I couldn't physically help at all due to, being legally disabled. She said they completely understood that and expected me to simply supervise the other sitters since they trusted me most. Again, I told her that I felt it was insulting to be voluntold, thanks Reddit for that word, that I'd be babysitting, and that I had no desire to do that, especially not dressed in formal wear. I mean, being asked to babysit for free at one of your best friend's daughter's weddings is still just insane, doesn't matter about any of the logic. Then we got to the truth. She said that she didn't know if I'd be in a wheelchair that day or require a walker. That's fair. I don't always know which one I need. She said that they wanted everyone in pews for the wedding video, and me sitting in a wheelchair would make me stick out and ruin the video and photos. I told you guys, I was right. These guys are mother frickin' ableists. I knew it. I said, if I need a wheelchair that day, then I can move to a pew and my husband can put the wheelchair in another room or back in our car. I may not even need it that day. Then she says, well, space is limited in the pews. You'd take up the space of 2 people with your purse and oxygen tank. Oh my goodness. I replied, no, I would not. I wouldn't bring a purse in, and the oxygen tank either sits on my lap or between my feet. It's like a little backpack. Then she said, well, having you in oxygen in the photos would be distracting from the other people. And there you have it. Words were exchanged and she hung up on me. I haven't been removed from any social media yet, but I fully expect to be. I already feel awful for being this way at only 50 years old. I didn't choose this. I didn't want this. If she thinks it's awful to have it photographed, just imagine living with it, which is what I told her before she hung up on me. I'm devastated. Just devastated. Goodness me. You think you know someone and then they do this. Absolutely insane. Let's get into the second update. This was posted on July 25th, 2024, a week later from the first update. I'm not in the greatest headspace. I don't think I've ever been less okay, honestly. I did not register to RSVP or communicate with them further until another invitee got in touch with me and said that the mother of the bride, a person I thought of as basically my sister, was bad-mouthing me into the ground. I explained my side and our mutual friend was livid. They told the mother of the bride and the bride that they were wrong to want to exclude me because I might or might not need a wheelchair and would have oxygen on my face. I could remove the oxygen for photos, they told her. So the mother of the bride sent me a message saying, and I quote, "Well, if you're going to be butthurt about the aesthetic we want to achieve and try to turn other guests against us, then you can freaking come and sit in a pew, but not in photos. And we'll try to get the videographer to do edits to the wedding vid too. But I won't forget how you made this difficult for us." Oh my goodness me. You made it so difficult for us by having a disability. That is crazy. I replied, "How did I make it difficult other than existing?" She replied, "You clearly told blank about what I told you regarding your wheelchair and oxygen, and she's telling everyone else. We're getting a ton of hate." Yeah, I wonder why, for being ableist. I said, she asked me if I was attending and I told her no and explained why. I didn't lie to her. I told her exactly what you said. You didn't tell me not to tell anyone your reasons. If they're valid reasons to you, then you shouldn't care who knows. So I'm now blocked. By the bride, the mum, the dad and the groom. A friendship I've had my entire life is over. A goddaughter that I helped nurture and care for is just gone now. We paid for the bride's car insurance, gas and cell phone all through high school and college because we wanted her focused on just her studies and not a part-time job. Her parents got her a car but insisted she work, but her grades fell when she did and we helped her. And this is how they thank us. This is how they repay our kindness. I guess I'm a great friend when I'm giving money, but I'm not good enough to be seen. I felt like a burden my whole life and this has set me back so far. I'm just not okay. Okay, now guys, good news. Actually, in the time that I've been recording this, there has been a brand new update posted. This is the third update. I wasn't planning on including this because I didn't know it existed, but it now does. So let's get into it. This is the final update for now. Apparently my post went sort of viral because it was on Fox News and a site called Bored Panda. A few mutual friends reached out and asked if it was me, and I admitted that it was. They were told something completely different about the situation. The bride's mother told them that I refused to come because of my health difficulties and that I was afraid I'd ruin the wedding and then decline the RSVP because of that. She even claimed that she had been begging me to attend ever since the engagement happened, which was a bold-faced lie. I'm the one who organised and paid for the after engagement party so they could announce the happy news to everyone, and I was clear to everyone that I couldn't wait to attend the wedding. So I sent screenshots, photos of the invitation, and the note card telling me that I'd be babysitting, and then the showdown where I was told I could sit in the pew and just be edited out of the video and would not be in any photos. I also posted it on Facebook and shared receipts there too. Well, World War II has officially commenced. Granted, I'm getting this all third and fourth hand, but here's the latest. Word is spread fast. Links to the news article have made it all over the place, and I've been told that the few ladies who had agreed to babysit have backed out and asked if there was something wrong with them that would make them not fit to sit in the pews or be in photos. And I think that's probably the case actually, since two of them have unnatural hair colouring and the other has facial piercings. Oh my goodness me, you just can't make this up. The church that was booked as the venue has been notified, and I'm hearing it's probably not going to happen there because the pastor's daughter is wheelchair bound after a car accident. He was going to officiate, but now he says he's conflicted about it and the message it would send. My ex-friend and the bride have blown up my husband's phone because I blocked them after this went public. They blocked me first on all of the social media spots, and he let it go on for a few days to see what they had to say. He's blocked them now, but the bulk of it is that I'm jealous that I was never blessed with any children of my own. Oh my gosh. So that is why I'm ruining this for them. I'm hateful and vile and vindictive because I hate them for their clear health. That might be the worst thing they've said so far. Surely they know what you've been through with your attempts to have children. And they're saying that? That is just so cruel. I mentioned that the groom is related to me by marriage, right? That whole branch of the family tree has now divided itself with some on my side and some on the bride's side. The groom hasn't contacted us at all, but his mother did and told me that I was wrong for sharing personal business and that I need to let the bride have her wedding how she wants it. I don't agree that I did anything wrong here. I can't help but I'm sick. They've made me feel like utter trash that should just be tossed into the landfill. I hurt. I literally ache because of this. So, hi Donna, my ex-best friend and practical sister. If you're reading this, you devastated me. I'm not okay. I don't know that I'll ever be okay again. I invested time and money into both you and your daughter. I gave you both a home when your marriage was messed up and never charged you rent or asked for help with groceries or utilities. For over a year, you lived in our home and we paid your way, so you are wrong to treat me this way. My oxygen mask and possible need for a wheelchair should be the last thing on either of your minds, because what matters most is that I, feeling as bad as I normally do, was still going to put on my dress, make myself look presentable, plant a smile on my face through my pain, and show up for you like I always have. But I never ever will again. If people noticed me in your photos at all, it would have been because I had the biggest smile and I'd be the most proud of anyone there, and they'd see the love I had for you radiating off the image. You will regret this one day when I'm gone and you realize that there are more important things in life than a perfect photo. Wow. Okay, so there we go. That is the end of that story, and I just do not know what to say. One thing I will say is that I knew it. I knew it was ableism. Hooray! I was right. Ableism. Yeah, okay, don't really know what to say, but yeah, the main thing is these people were clearly just not the people you thought they were, and were just using you throughout everything. If there is some sort of silver lining for you that you can take from it, just think to yourself how much better of a person you are than these people. You and your husband are than these people. You mean you're so gracious. You gave up so much time, so much money to help them out, but this is how they repay you. I mean, you just got to sack them off and just, yeah, sadly say that sometimes in life this stuff does happen. You got extremely unlucky. They're just terrible people and you weren't to know. It's tough, but at least you know now. I mean, ultimately, looking at it from their perspective, they probably weren't friends with you the entire time. I don't know how they can have been and then do something like this. They were just using you, and that is going to take you a while to get over, but at least you know now. And yeah, as for the wedding, I mean, obviously don't go. Tell everyone about how they've treated you. It sounds like you're doing that, which is great. Hopefully the venue cancels, the pastor cancels, either the husband or bride-to-be cancels. I mean, I hope they get divorced immediately. That'd be great. Or the wedding just doesn't happen, pretty much, because they do not deserve to be married and have a happy life. That is for sure. Just cancel it immediately. I, a 24-year-old man, walked in on something horrifying with my girlfriend, 23, and two friends, both 23 years old, a man and a woman. Please help me. This was originally posted way back now, May the 30th, 2014. That's over 10 years ago. I've been with my girlfriend Laura for a year. She is awesome and we love each other. I've been friends with Jake and Shelley for 2 years. We weren't that close, seeing as I met them through my group of friends, but now we are, or were, very close. They adore my girlfriend, and pretty much hang out with her more than me. One time, they even told me if we were to break up, they would pick her side over mine, even though I've known them longer. Anyway, I'll get to the point. So, Laura just graduated college and wanted to celebrate. Let me start by saying, she never drinks. In the year I've known her, I think she's only drank like once or twice. And honestly, that's because my group of friends kind of pressured her into it. She doesn't handle alcohol well since she's really small and has no tolerance. This will be important for later. So Jake and Shelley invite her over to their place while I'm at work, so I can't come. The plan was for them to pick her up and take them to their place, and for me to pick her up after work so that she doesn't drink and drive or have to spend the night. All is well, I trust them and I know they are experienced drinkers and would watch her. I get off at 2 a.m. from work and head over to their place. At this point, I know Laura is drunk because of the sloppy texts I'm getting from her. so I knew that I'd have to take care of her. But then I get to their house and I walk in on something terrible. Laura is passed out on the ground. Shelley is on top of her, making out with her, and Jake is recording it all with his phone. I freak out and I ask him what the frick is going on. I snatch his phone from him and delete the videos and pictures. He laughs and says it was all a joke, that they took the pictures to make fun of Laura in the morning and play a joke on her. I pick her up off the ground and we leave. Guys, she was so drunk she could barely walk. She was puking constantly, she was crying, she couldn't see straight, and my friends were completely sober. What the F? I put her to bed and then receive a text from Shelley saying that I shouldn't be mad since it was all a joke. I replied that they took advantage of her, and she agreed, but claimed they took advantage of her in a friendly way so that she would let loose and have fun since she's always studying. I was so disgusted that I didn't reply, and I cared for Laura all night since she wouldn't stop vomiting. The next day, Laura receives a bunch of text messages from them angrily berating her for getting them in trouble. They say she's a grown woman who can handle her own mistakes, that they don't give a frick what I think about what they did, that I am a little female dog, and that it's basically all her fault, and she pressured them into making the video. If you all saw how incoherent and blacked out my girlfriend was, you'd see that she couldn't even stand up, let alone pressure someone to do anything. She's been crying over it all day and switches between yes, it was all her fault, to no, they were being disgusting jerks. As for me, they keep berating me and insulting me for being angry, saying that I'm overreacting to a simple joke that they were going to play on her. I don't know what to do. Please, give me some advice. Am I wrong? Because I don't freaking think I am, but Jake and Shelley are going around spreading rumours about this, making me out to be a jealous, controlling jerk, and my girlfriend to be a dumb drunk who pressured them into acting badly. Okay, before I give my thoughts, let's get straight into some comments. Somebody said, does your girlfriend remember how much she had to drink before she started to black out? She sounds like she was really, really sick afterwards. And if she doesn't remember supposedly doing all these shots, I'd worry about how they got her into this bad of a state. Very good question. OP replies saying she does not, but she remembers that they didn't drink. And that is fishy to me. Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. They're all going over to have a good time and drink, but the one person who doesn't drink that much is the one that gets completely blackout drunk, and the two that do are stone cold sober? That's odd. Someone asked about the text the friends sent. OP said the exact text they sent was, we really did take advantage of her, but in a friendly way. She wanted to take more shots and we wanted her to have fun since she's always stuck home studying. It was more of a joke to her sober self. I don't really know what that means though. Yeah, I don't know either. More of a joke to her sober self. Okay, that is a very, very strange excuse. Now, a lot of people in the comments, rightly so in my opinion, were telling OP that this is predatory behavior. These two are predators. Simple as that. OP said, you know what? I've suspected this, but I didn't want to believe it. I always felt left out because they would prefer to hang out with her and they told me so. I feel so guilty because if it weren't for me, my girlfriend would have never met them. I feel bad for letting her go there with them. Okay, so there we go. That is it for the original post. And I've got to say, just off the back of that most recent comment, OP, you can't feel like that. You can't. How could you possibly have known that these two people were actually like this? If you've been friends with them for so long and you had no idea, you can't blame yourself for that. And look, Laura clearly was very friendly with them as well. And she wanted to go and see them. She could easily have said no. She wanted to. They clearly got on very well. It's just a really, really sad, tragic event that's happened that has exposed these people for who they really are. And now, as we move on to the update, I hope that they see some justice, to be honest. But yeah, I have no idea what they meant by that text. And I also have no idea why they didn't drink and she did. And look, obviously we don't know exactly what happened, but you can pretty well imagine that they were just saying, oh, go on, just have loads of shots. Maybe they were fake drinking. Maybe they were drinking a tiny bit. Maybe they just weren't drinking at all. And they knew that eventually something like this was going to happen. I don't know. It does seem slightly premeditated. The fact that they seemed or were sober and Laura was completely battered. But who knows? Let's get into the update. Okay, now let's get into the update. This was posted 2.5 months after the original on August 17th, 2014. So for several days after the incident, they constantly contacted my girlfriend, blaming her and telling her it was her fault. She did admit to them that she was blackout drunk and couldn't remember anything, and they pounced on that information by telling her false stories of what actually happened, and telling her that I was a lying and controlling jerk who just wanted to isolate her from her true friends. Since they've known me for a long time, they then proceeded to tell her horrible stories about my past, that I did drugs when I was 18 for God's sake, that I was once arrested for drunk driving. That was a mistake that I owned up to as soon as her and I met, and she's been aware of it since the beginning, and that I've slept with multiple women and that Laura is just another number to me. Guys, I'll admit, I used to be a party animal. I have a bad past, but I'm a changed person now and I love my girlfriend with all of my heart. It hurt that they were using my past against me in order to get her to come to their side. So I told her that she should go to the police and file a report, and she agreed. Well, that is good to hear. She warned them to quit harassing her, and they flipped the frick out. They showed up at our house late at night to try and talk to her. They left treats and presents for her at our door. They even got her parents involved. Now, her parents are not idiots, and as soon as I told them what they did to Laura, her parents banned them from the house and threatened to call the police if they ever showed up again. It was a crazy ordeal, considering they left handwritten notes for her parents to read, signed, "Love your favourite son and daughter." What the heck? Laura spent many nights crying into my arms, racked with guilt and confusion. Finally, we went to the police after weeks of this harassment and filed a report. She did not want to press charges. I'm working on building her self-esteem back up so she has the strength to do it if she ever wants to. The police officers said that she has enough evidence to press charges against them since she has the text where they admitted to taking advantage of her, and they also said that if she presses charges, they can confiscate their phones and search for their video. I'm still not sure how that would work, but I'm not questioning it. Laura just wanted to file a report just in case anything happens in the future, so there's a paper trail. She's contemplating putting a restraining order on them, but they've stopped and gone silent. We no longer have contact with them or any other friends that believe their lies. Laura is in therapy and is slowly starting to understand that she was SA'd, and sometimes I go with her to support her. The hardest part for her is not feeling like it's her fault. She brings up the fact that she was drunk, and if she hadn't gotten drunk, it all could have been avoided. I always tell her that is not her fault. We will see if she decides to press charges. I can't force her to do anything she doesn't want to, but I support her in anything she chooses. So there it is. I'm not sure what to make of the craziness that happened after that night. I don't get why they went psycho, leaving her notes and gifts and trying to talk to her parents. Maybe one of you guys could explain it. Well, personally, OP, I think the explanation is painfully obvious. They knew what they had done. They probably knew that it was criminal, and they've been trying everything they could possibly think of and do to make your girlfriend not press charges. I think it's as simple as that. To be honest, I think from the moment they were caught, they knew they were completely screwed because what you'd seen was SA. Now, I will say this. They are so dumb that some of the things they did after that, they've really not helped themselves. But I guess if you are SAing anyone, you're an absolute idiot and just a terrible person in the first place. So that's maybe not an important point. But yeah, in terms of the video as well, even if you delete a video off your phone, even on recently deleted, get rid of it, it's still there. It can be recovered if you have the right software. The police do that sort of thing all the time. Now, from Laura's point of view, I will say this. I do completely understand it. She's probably still trying to process what's gone on. She probably does genuinely think, oh, if I'd not got so drunk, this would never have happened. They're meant to be, or they thought they were, two of my best friends. This must be my fault. But no, I think what's really happened here is that you've just been exposed to who these guys really are as people. And yeah, there's no doubt about it in my mind. They are predators and they deserve to go to jail for what they did. My husband's open marriage suggestion backfired on him. This was originally posted on June 26th, 2024. My husband, Leo, who is 34, and I, a 30-year-old woman, have been together for 7 years, married for 4 of them. We don't have any kids, and we don't intend to. 2 years ago, Leo asked me for an open marriage. I was devastated at the time. I couldn't understand why he didn't just want me. I couldn't even comprehend the idea of sharing him, either. He gave me the same song and dance a lot of men give their spouses. Swore up and down that he loved me. I just wasn't fulfilling his needs. He needed more than what I could give. It was just to spice up our life. It was just sex, etc, etc. I did ask if there was someone else. He said no. To this day, I'm still not sure if I believed him. But at the time, I was angry and hurt and said no. He pestered me to change my mind for a week before giving me an ultimatum. Open marriage or divorce. Wow, he gave you just 1 week? That is insane. I chose the open marriage. I just couldn't bear the thought of him leaving me at the time. We have rules. We can't bring any partners home. We have to get tested for an STD every 3 months. 1 weekend out of the month must be left free for us time. Any money we spend on or with our partners must come from our personal accounts. I didn't partake in the open marriage myself for the first 3 months. Leo obviously did right away. He seemed to be gone or out late almost all the time, but he always acted so happy and loving towards me while I felt like I was dying inside. It killed me to think he was sleeping with other women, and I felt so lonely and unattractive and not good enough. Can we just get in the comments down below? Was this ever going to work out? I mean, I don't know. It's a tough spot for OP, but surely she should have just said, "Oh, I'm going out of here." Love does crazy things, don't get me wrong, but this was never going to work, surely. I told my sister, OP says, Katie, 26, and a few close friends everything. Katie told me to just play his game and be part of the open marriage too. If he can sleep around, so can I. I honestly didn't have much confidence in myself at the time. I'm a bit overweight and I've never considered myself conventionally pretty. I was afraid this would just humiliate me further. Katie and my best friend Jessie set up my online dating profiles for me. I got so many matches, it was actually overwhelming. When I told Leo, he was surprised, but told me to do whatever I thought was best. Jessie helped me choose my first date, and I actually had a great time. He didn't pressure me for sex and took me out to drinks and dinner. We did have sex eventually, but it was all just casual and we didn't see each other after a couple of months of casual dating. That first guy really made me feel more confident in myself, so I kept going on dates with men. A lot of them wanted to treat me, so I didn't have to spend much of my own money. Not only that, but some of the men have given me the best sex I've ever had in my life. Almost like the kind of sex you read in romance novels. It's been amazing. I'm currently seeing 2 different men alongside Leo. One, Mark, who is 38, is more of a steady boyfriend I've been with for about 6 months. And one, Stephen, who is 25, is very casual, mostly just hanging out and sex. They know about my open marriage and other relationships and are fine with them. My husband, though, has not been so lucky. Yeah, in the beginning he definitely was. He was always out and about and didn't seem to care even when I started dating too. But now he just complains a lot and hasn't been going out much. He whines about how he's usually the one spending money. A lot of the women he tries to be with want an emotional connection before sex. He often wants to be with younger women, but they want younger men. He's also been upset that I go out with random guys so often while he's at home alone all the time. Yeah, my friend. How do you like it, Leo? He hasn't asked to close the marriage yet, but I feel like he's going to soon. He keeps saying he misses us and wants to spend more time together. He tries to initiate sex a lot more too. He wants to go on dates and go on vacations and all that stuff more and more. And he gets upset when I tell him I can't because I've already scheduled to do stuff with my partners, mostly Mark. Honestly, I don't think I love Leo anymore. I care about him, but I just don't love him. I'm not saying I love Mark or Stephen, but I honestly feel closer to Mark nowadays than I do Leo. Mark makes me feel comfortable and safe, and I love spending time with him more than my own husband. Stephen is funny and sweet and really good at sex. Katie and Jessie have been wanting me to divorce for a year now, but I was afraid of hurting him and thought I still loved him. But I think my love for him died when he asked for this open marriage in the first place. Seeing him get all pee about it now just because he's not benefiting from it is also a turn off for me too. But I don't know if divorce is the best option. I still care about him and I still don't want to hurt him. Maybe if he finally asks to close the marriage, we can talk about it then. Okay, so that is the original post. Let's get into some comments. Somebody said down below, just flat out, divorce. You're happier without him. He would only want to close the marriage because he can't get laid, not that he only loves you. And I couldn't agree more. If Leo was still having success in the open marriage and was still seeing multiple women like he wanted, there's no way he'd be demanding this stuff of you. And he'd still be probably really happy. It's just because he's not getting any and you are. That is the reason. And that is good enough reason, in my opinion, just like this comment says, to divorce him. Anyway, OP replies, we've just been together for so long that the idea of him not being there feels weird. Which sounds stupid because I have 2 other partners, so it's not like I'll be lonely. But Leo was a part of my life for so long that for him to not be there just doesn't feel right. But you're probably right. Yeah, you're definitely right. It's a weird thing to stay with someone just because it would be weird if they're not there anymore. That isn't love. I don't think that's a reason to stay. OP then says this on her husband dismissing her feelings regarding the open marriage. I really do think that Leo does love me in his own way. Even when he was more active in the open marriage, he still made time for me and I still did a lot with him and he did a lot for me. But you're probably right on the divorce. Someone else commented, part of the issue is the main relationship is supposed to be the important one. So the whole 1 weekend a month for us time wasn't enough. That is a great point. 1 weekend a month for us time. That's insane. That literally couldn't be less. I mean, unless you're not seeing each other at all personally. I know you're still living together, but still. 1 weekend a month? That's hardly anything. OP says, I actually did argue that in the beginning, but he insisted that he needed to keep his weekends free. He did spend a lot of time at home during the weekdays, so in his mind, that made up for it. I mean, it doesn't though, does it? Because a weekday after work is not the same as spending the weekend, the whole day, 2 days with your partner. And then finally someone says, what if he finds evidence of your open marriage and frames you as a cheater and then brings you to the cleaners? At this point, I wouldn't trust Leo. What you're experiencing is normalcy. You're used to his presence in your life, but how long are you going to live like this? OP says, Jesse had the same train of thought of you and actually took screenshots of his dating profiles during the beginning of the open marriage. She also told me to save screenshots of any text we had about the open marriage. I don't think Leo would do that, but I also didn't think he'd ever ask for an open marriage. So what do I know? Alright, let's get straight into the update now. This was posted just a week later, July the 3rd, 2024. Hi everyone. I got so many comments and messages on my last post that I was a bit overwhelmed, especially when a lot of you kept saying the same thing. Divorce, divorce, divorce. Yeah, me too. But the thing is, I think a part of me does still love my husband. I know in my last post that I didn't think I loved him anymore, but I can't just forget about the things that I do love. I love when he sings in the shower. I love when he laughs so hard he snorts. I love when he kisses my forehead when I've had a bad day. I love when he holds my hand when we watch TV together. Leo has done a lot of bad things, but he really isn't the big jerk people think. Maybe that was my fault. I'm still not sure I agree with that, OP. I think that anyone that... I can't even speak, but I think that anyone that wants to open up your marriage, their marriage, without thinking about their partner at all and the fact that you clearly didn't want to do that, just because they want to have more sex, is a big jerk. Simple as that. Anyway, OP continues. Even if I do still love him, I'm not in love with him anymore. I don't think I have been for a while. I care about him. A part of me does still love him, but you were all right. I should have just divorced him when he gave me that ultimatum in the first place. To be fair, I don't blame you for not divorcing him immediately. You've got to take the time with a decision like that. But yeah, I don't think there's a way back for your relationship, I will say that. This past Saturday, we had the big talk. I initiated it, but he didn't seem too surprised. I just told him that I noticed he didn't seem to like me going out with Mark or Stephen, and I asked if there was a problem. He said there was, but he didn't ask me to close the marriage. He just asked me if I still loved him. I said something like, not like I used to. He broke down crying, which made me cry. I guess he'd known for a while that I wasn't in love anymore, but he'd hoped he could win me back if he funneled all of his energy into me. I was honest and told him that during those first 3 months of our open marriage, I think my love for him died and I just couldn't get it back. I did tell him that I still cared about him and that I did love him, but it's not the same as it was. He asked if I loved Mark or Stephen, and I said no. Yeah, I like being with them and I care about them a lot, but I can't say I'm in love with either of them. I also finally asked why he wanted the open marriage in the first place. A lot of you in the comments said he already had someone lined up, and you were right. I mean, to be fair, I didn't even bother saying that, it was so obvious. He had someone at work he was interested in, and she wanted him too. The open marriage was just to get permission. He honestly never expected me to also get my own partners because of how unconfident I was. But he didn't want to stop me either because he thought nothing would come of it. This guy, man. He didn't really like me seeing other men, but he knew it wouldn't have been fair to tell me no when I gave him permission first. I cannot get over how much of an idiot Leo is. I mean, Jesus, what an absolute clown. I guess Mark and Stephen made him insecure because I was spending so much time with them on a regular basis. The open marriage was just sex on the side for him. He only did hookups and they never lasted long. He genuinely always just loved only me, but he thought I was falling in love with my partners and he was losing me and wanted to win me back. We cried a lot and talked a lot. We decided to get a divorce. Since the house is in his name, I'm going to move out and live with Katie for a while. He told me I didn't have to and I could stay until the divorce was finalized, but I just can't. It's too hard to even look at him sometimes. I don't know how I feel, to be honest. I thought I'd be relieved or sad, but I'm just tired. I wish I could have been like you all wanted me to be, clapping back or being sarcastic and snarky or rubbing it in his face, but I don't feel like I've won anything. I just feel lost. And there we go. That is the end of the post. And to be honest with you, that is how I'd expect you to feel. I think if you were feeling sort of super jealous or super like you wanted to throw it back in his face, I don't know, it just wouldn't really feel real. This is how I'd expect somebody to feel in this situation. Just, yeah, tired, exhausted after this ordeal, and yeah, massive change in both of your lives that obviously hasn't worked out in the way Leo wanted to. But before we get into my overall thoughts, let's jump in to the people of Reddit's comments. Somebody said, I'm wondering if maybe the other woman ended it, so now he was back to what he was comfortable with, i.e. his wife. He went and had his fun, and when that died out, he was not left with a wife waiting for him at home. I agree with this. I'm actually very confident this is what happened. Opie replied, he and his co-worker were only sleeping together for maybe a month. She fulfilled his kinks that I never liked indulging in. Okay, that's weird. Why do you know that, first of all? Maybe, he said. Anyway, that's why he was with most of his partners, because I wasn't interested in his kinks. Now, okay, fair enough, but you can't get everything you want in a marriage. It's a two-way relationship. I mean, come on. I don't know what these kinks are. Frankly, I don't want to know. To be fair, I actually do. Would probably be quite interesting. But yeah, that's not a reason for opening up your marriage just because your partner doesn't want to do the kinks that you want to do. Surely. Someone else said, he stepped out of his marriage first and tried to have his cake and eat it too. Exactly. That is the phrase right there that sums it up perfectly. The thing with open marriages is you can never count on how emotions will change. Sex is a very intimate action and many people will develop emotional connections. Those connections come at a price. He placed a bet and he lost. At least he's man enough to acknowledge it and own up to it. There's no easy answer, OP. I wish you healing. OP replied, thank you. Leo just thought the open marriage would be a way for him to get all of his kinks that he couldn't do with me because I wasn't into it. He knew how unconfident I was, which wasn't because of him. A lot of people seem to think that he eroded my self-esteem, but he didn't. We can thank my mother for that, but that's a whole other can of worms. So he never expected me to partake in the open marriage either. Now somebody quoted this last line here saying, so basically, while he asked for a mutually open marriage, he expected it to be only his side open and then got hurt that reality didn't meet his expectations. Yes, exactly. OP says that he actually admitted that he only expected his side to be open. He was never going to stop me from opening my side, but like I said, he didn't think I would. To be honest, I don't think I would have either if it wasn't for Jesse and Katie pushing me and making profiles for me. And there we go. That is the end of that. Okay, so there we go. Some phenomenal karma today, and that's what I'm all about. It's just so good. Really, really good. As that one commenter said, Leo wanted to have his cake and eat it, and ultimately, you can't do that because you'll get too fat. Diabetes is a real thing, and yeah, too much cake, sadly, too much sugar. It's just not good. It's good to have a balanced diet, and the same can be said with your relationship, whatever that means. I guess this whole post really is just a reminder of how fragile love can really be. It takes so many years to build up trust in a relationship, and then you can just, you know, chop it down, just destroy it in a mere sentence, in a mere suggestion of saying, you know what, actually, I'm kind of a little bit bored today. Want to open our marriage? I'm giving you a 1-week ultimatum. It's just really, really tough. I bet Leo just massively regrets it now, but sadly it's too late. It seems to me as if he didn't really think this decision through at all. The actual decision itself that he made, was it necessary? I mean, he probably is thinking now, oh, could I not have just, like, you know, watched something on the internet in my own time, or just not done these kinks? Is it that bad to have a 99.9% amazing relationship, but 0.1% my partner doesn't want to, you know, get involved in my sort of sexual fantasies? Can I live with that? Yes. Is it worth destroying my entire marriage for and having a little bit of fun and then hoping that she just stays exactly the same throughout all of it? It's never going to happen. It's just so naive and just, yeah, ridiculous to think that he was ever going to get what he wanted here. Just didn't think it through, and ultimately he's paid the price, and it's very, very deserved. Finally, I just want to shout out Jessie and Katie, because without those women, I just don't think that OP, just based on what she was saying there, would have done what she did. And ultimately, it could have led to an extremely sad existence for her, in the knowledge that, yeah, despite Leo still loving you, he's going off exploring his own sexual fantasies, that, you know, his kinks that he wants to have, being extremely intimate with other women, and you're just there on your own. You know, imagine just on any weekend, because remember, you're only allowed to spend one weekend with him in the entire month. Just on 3 of those 4 weekends, just sitting there being like, well, I know what Leo's up to, and I'm just here living my life, just being sad on my own, and being in a relationship I don't really want to be in anymore with someone that's half in, half out. So yeah, shout out to them too for empowering you to make some great decisions. Ultimately, this relationship probably was never going to work, but it took them to say, you know what, let's just get this divorce going through. Open marriage, embrace it, because this is not going to last very long, so you might as well. I just discovered my husband of 6 years is a Reddit troll, and I'm pregnant. This was originally posted almost 10 years ago now on July 29th, 2014. For context, the woman writing is 32 and her husband is 34 years old. He left the browser open on our laptop after he went to work this morning. I go to work after, so I usually hop on and do my own things on my real account. Today, however, I was disgusted at what I found. My husband is a troll. A really freaking nasty troll. He leaves horribly mean comments to all kinds of people. They're filled with racist slurs, awful insults. He tears into fat people, ugly people, etc. He loves to troll around places like r/progress pics to discourage people. He sent PMs to people to call them names, calls women who post on r/gonewild tramps, and the C word, and more. I was horrified, completely horrified. My husband is a nice, gentle man who is supportive and kind. In our 9-year relationship, we fought 3 times total. I never thought this is a behavior he would take part in, but this is something else. It made me wonder what else he does on the internet. So I looked at his browser history to find him also harassing teenagers on Tumblr, telling them to KYS, calling cute girls ugly and fat and stupid, etc. It horrified me to think that this was the man who could be raising our daughter with me in a few months. Look, I understand that trolling can be fun. We've all laughed at Ken M once or twice, but this goes far beyond what I ever imagined. I don't know how to look at him. I've lost respect for the man I looked up to and admired. Good men don't tear each other down. People don't do that in general. I don't know what to do. I want to bring it up to him, but I don't know how to do it without him automatically getting defensive and spouting off the same lines you hear from people. Get thicker skin, the world isn't kisses and rainbows, etc. Of course it isn't, but why contribute to it? It's always the innocent ones, isn't it? Before I give my thoughts, let's get into some comments. Somebody says, "You never suspected this kind of behavior based on how he interacts with you and others? That's extremely horrifying. He seems like he has a lot of pent-up anger or resentment, and he's taking it out on people over the internet. I think the best thing to do is talk to him about it. You're having a child with him. You can't just walk away from that, as horrifying of a discovery as this may be. But you need to be careful when you approach him. You weren't snooping. He left it open. He can't get mad at you for that, though I'm sure he will be extremely defensive. Update us and let us know you're okay." And OP replied, "I don't intend on just walking away, but I'm stunned and horrified at the kind of person he's showing himself to be, you know?" Somebody else said, "How would you know this when moderators in these subreddits delete those type of comments and subsequently ban the username? He's trolling on some heavily moderated places, so he can't be making frequent comments under one name. Do you have access to all of his troll accounts?" OP replied to this saying there were comments up that he just left that morning. That is how I know. And finally, OP replied to a deleted comment saying, "Calling strangers awful names, harassing them, and doing things just to hurt their feelings does mean that he's not as good a person as I originally thought. Yeah, playing COD is one thing, but telling a teenage girl to end her life is something else." I imagine the comment here, the original comment that was deleted, was along the lines of, "It's the internet, people troll. It doesn't mean they're like this in real life." But I agree with OP. There is a limit, and trust me, I've said my fair share of bad things in COD lobbies over the years. But to tell a teenage girl to unalive herself as a, 34-year-old man, Yeah, that's way too far, and that is their personality, I'm sorry. Okay, 8 days later, we got the first update. I confronted him about the issue very tamely over breakfast. I asked him flat out if he was harassing and bullying people online. He said yes and immediately withdrew. After telling him that I needed to know why, really why, not just, I don't know, he said he needed time to think about it. When he finally gave me his answer, I was disappointed. He said he trolled and bullied people because it was an outlet for him to relieve stress. He said he didn't view the people as real or what he was doing as anything other than a joke. And if it hurt feelings, quote, those people have bigger problems and it's not my fault. Okay, pretty much just completely denying that what he was doing has any real ramifications then. That's a really embarrassing answer. OP continues, I told him that it wasn't an acceptable behaviour of an adult and that he needed to stop it and find another way to express his frustrations that didn't involve hurting strangers. He said he would think about it. Unfortunately though, he's still doing it. What? I saw it happening a few mornings back, and after he left, looked again to see more comments and posts. I was disappointed. This was not the man I married, or so I thought, but I guess it is. I told him that we need to either go to counselling for this or start the separation process. I told him that I couldn't trust him to help raise a child if he speaks to strangers, children included, the way he does online. I let him know that I thought it was cowardly, pathetic, and that I have lost a lot of respect for him. I knew this would be abrasive and hurtful, and I don't like that I had to tell him that, but I cannot look at him the same way. We haven't had sex, we've barely touched. I cannot see my husband as a loving, gentle man. I'm not afraid of him, but I'm disgusted with his behaviour. This is the sort of thing that children do. I made an appointment for counselling for myself over this. Unfortunately, he told me that he wouldn't be going to counselling because there's nothing wrong with what he's doing, and he deserved to have his me time and release his emotions. Oh my goodness me. That's maybe the worst thing about all of this. He doesn't think he's doing anything wrong by cyberbullying children and teenagers online. Jesus. And because I want to protect my child myself, OP continues, I've asked him to leave the house. He's staying with some friends, but I don't think this will lead to a reconciliation. I'd hope this story would have gone another way. Okay, that is it for the first update. OP replied to a couple of deleted comments. First of all saying, I never said anything about custody in my comments at all. Other people are bringing that up. I would not restrict his visitation or custody at all, so long as he proves that he's a reasonably fit parent. Quote, but adults should be able to talk to adults whatever way they like. Well, I'm not restricting his freedom to talk to people in any way he wants. I am, however, telling him that his choice to do such is unacceptable behaviour for a grown man. And also, this isn't just to other adults, that's the point. It's to teenagers online. I mean, that isn't allowed. He was given the option to see a therapist, says OP. He was given the option to stop. He was not willing to do either. If he changes his mind, he knows he's got wiggle room. This is the first step. OP replied to another deleted comment saying, it's not a funny quirk to tell a child to unalive themselves. It's not harmless. It's not acceptable behaviour for a good person. Good people do not tear other people down. I'm not a fan of breakups, but you're painting this as a different situation. I gave him options on how we can fix this. I gave him a chance. He declined it and clung to acting like a horrible child. He showed himself to be someone other than who I married. I did not marry someone who would ever tell a child to unalive themselves. I married someone I thought was good and kind. He is not that person and was not willing to end that behaviour. He would rather harass children and be mean to people than have his family. Okay, let's get into the final update now. This was posted at the start of 2015, 6 months after the original. So, as you can see, it's been 6 months since this all started unfolding. Since then, I gave birth to my beautiful daughter. She is the light of my life, and she is one of the easiest babies I've ever been around. After 1 month of being apart, he contacted me and asked me if I would still be willing to enter into counselling regarding our situation. Of course, after being together for so long and us having a child, and my belief that marriage is not something to be taken lightly, I jumped at this. In counselling, it was revealed that he was doing a lot more than what I knew about. He was involved heavily in bullying people all over the internet, and he said that this was his stress relief, that if people can't, quote, take it, then it's their problem and not his. He admitted to being involved in taking pictures of fat women and posting them on Reddit, taking them from Tumblr, etc. In general, it was all worse than I'd originally known. He moved to also doing individual therapy, while still not living at home and us not meeting elsewhere. he started to put his efforts elsewhere. He picked up a few new hobbies to release his tension. He then decided that he would stop, and we slowly merged our family together again. I was feeling happy, ecstatic really, that my daughter would have the life she deserved. Unfortunately, he's still at it. After 3 weeks of being together and our lives seeming normal, I discovered from his friend that he was still harassing and bullying teenagers, fat women, etc. I have reason to believe that he is one of the individuals who bullied Leila Alcorn, as well as a few other trans teenagers. It broke my heart and solidified my decision. I tried to have one more counselling session to really get through to him, but he defended his actions as just the internet and not a big deal still. As of February, I filed for divorce. It broke my heart and I wish there had been another way, but that's the end of this story. I cannot be in a marriage with someone who is so cruel to children. I can't. My daughter and I are moving to a smaller house closer to my family. She'll be raised around many, many people who love her already. Okay, so there we go. That is the end of that story. It's just brutally tragic. And I say tragic because, excuse my ignorance, I didn't know who Leila Alcorn was. But yeah, sadly, she passed away December 28th, 2014. She was an American transgender girl who unalived herself after attention and brutal cyberbullying online. She actually posted an unalive note to her Tumblr blog about societal standards affecting transgender people, expressing the hope that her death would create a dialogue about discrimination, abuse, and lack of support for transgender people. And yeah, as we were told at the end there, OP found out that her husband was one of those people that was cyberbullying her. It's insane. I mean, we already knew this, right? But the fact that he was saying throughout all of this that it's just words, it doesn't actually affect anyone. If people can't take it online, then that's on them, not on him. Yet he has played a part in the death of a 17-year-old. It's just insane. I guess it shows that truly, even the most sweet and innocent people, and to be fair, maybe often it is these sweet and innocent people that actually have a horrible dark side to them. I mean, look, not all the time, of course. But yeah, if you really truly want to know somebody, I think that often you have to look at their browser history. That's just the truth. Okay, now moving on to our second story of this episode. I, a 25-year-old woman, discovered my boyfriend, who is 28, of 3 years, is cheating. Tonight is the biggest night of his life. Help me. This was originally posted on June the 8th, 2015. I won't go into all the gory details of our relationship. We were in love, and well, I still love him. But I found out that clearly he does not. I discovered proof that he has been cheating on me for a while in the form of small home movies of them. I don't know the girl, and from the looks of their conversations, went ahead and post-discovery snooped, she has no idea I exist. Tonight is the biggest night of my boyfriend's life. He's receiving a state award at a big dinner with a few hundred people attending, from his mum and dad to councilmen and all of that. In fact, the only reason I discovered this transgression is because I've been putting together a little video for him to enjoy of some of the key moments of his life. You know, typical sappy trash. I'm burdened with a lot of power right now, and I don't know if I have it in me to do the right thing, or if I even know the right thing. I'm blinded with tears of rage and sadness and betrayal, but at the same time, I love him, have loved him, and do I really want to do this? The relationship is over, no doubt about it. I'm not a woman who will take her man cheating on her, certainly not. That's not the issue. The issue is, there are cutesy selfies of the two of them. A lot of them, only shared between the two of them. Nothing lewd, there's plenty of that on camera though. Do I sneak one in the snap reel as a way of letting him know that I know, or do I simply confront him after his moment in the sun passes? I'm not going to pick up everything and leave without cutting contact. That's not my style, and it wouldn't make me feel good, just very sad. Do I do the female doggy thing for once in my life? To anyone looking at the snap reel, it would just look like a picture of him and a friend. But to him and to me, it would be a private message, an outing. Help me, Reddit. I don't know what to do this time. Oof, that is tough. My immediate response and answer to that would be, do it. Nothing crazy, don't completely ruin his life, but yes, get a picture in there so that he knows. You could also argue that you can go stronger than that. I mean, cheating is one of the worst things you can possibly do. Does he potentially deserve to suffer severe karma and ruin his future prospects, or at least the biggest night of his life for doing what he did? Maybe, yeah. Comment down below. What do you guys think? Anyway, let's get into some comments. Somebody said, nah, you know what? If there's really nothing that anyone would pick up on other than the two of you, you slip that photo into the slideshow. Make eye contact with him when the photo appears on screen. Then when it's over, you stand up and walk out. It ain't the high road, but nobody needs to walk the high road all the time. OP replied. I chuckled. I think the only reason I would do this is to make eye contact with him so that he knows that I know. But I'm not sure I have the guts to do that. I'm not exactly Olivia Pope. Alright, 6 weeks later, we got the following update. Well, it's been a month and a half since it all went down. I've gotten so many requests for an update, and I never intended to actually give one, honestly, because I was afraid of the fallout, depending on what I ended up doing. So what did I do? I did the immature, vengeful thing, and I don't regret it. I took a few photos of the two of them, tasteful photos that gave off no indication other than she might be a childhood friend, and I slipped them into the snap reel. And I spoke kindly of him at the podium. Then after my turn was finished, I walked out. I drove home feeling calm and in control. 20 minutes later, the text started. Where did I go? What did I know? Where did I find the photos? Was there more in store for him? I texted him, I know you've been effing her, but there are no more photos. There weren't any, and of course, I left it at that. He didn't come home that night, or the next. The next day, he called me to ask me if we could meet and talk at a public location. I agreed to meet him at Starbucks. I arrived early and waited for him. He showed up a few minutes late and took the seat across from me. He started right off with the excuses, how it, quote, just happened, and he regrets it fully. She doesn't mean anything to him, and that she looked like a girl he had a crush on in high school, and he was powerless against his teenage self. Wow, that is actually a brand new one, and I've got to be honest, guys, I love it. Blaming cheating on your teenaged self is insane. At least he's blaming it on himself, but himself from a decade ago. I mean, it's just phenomenal, it really is. I didn't interrupt him, just let him have his time. When he was done and looking at me for a sign of what might happen next, all I could say was, so where did you stay the past few nights? Her house, he said. And what did you do? He wouldn't answer. He stayed at her house? Oh wow, I didn't think it'd get any worse, but it did, and also funnier at the same time. There hadn't been any doubt in my mind. Really, I knew I was leaving him. He talked over himself, apologizing, begging for forgiveness, saying that he'd changed. But he's been staying at her house, man. Oh, it's so good. I told him that I didn't want him to have to change himself. That if who he was, naturally, was someone who cheated on his girlfriend, then that's not someone I wanted to be with. He said that he was thinking of proposing to me, and all I could say after that was, good thing I found out before. Where was he going to propose to you? In the girl's front garden? I mean, come on. Fast forward to a few weeks later. He's moved out and I'm doing well. We've cut contact. People ask me about him all the time and I just let them know he left me for a girl who looked like his high school crush. So that's the end. We're broken up. We're never ever getting back together. I don't feel any regret for how I handled it. Like one commenter said, there's no need to take the high road all the time. I mean, genuinely, you just have to laugh at that. It's just so good. I'm so sorry. I will change. I didn't mean it. It was my teenage self doing those things. Okay, no worries. Where were you staying? You know, that's not important. That's not important, but I will change. And also, will you marry me? Just so good. You can't script that sort of stuff. It's just unbelievably profound. I shot my stalker tonight. Okay, so this was originally posted on September 24th, 2014, so almost 10 years ago. It's actually so old that the original Reddit post is long gone now, and this has all been recovered with Wayback Machine. The original title was, Anyone Had Success with Private Investigators. For the past 6 months, I have been relentlessly stalked and had threats against my life made from someone I dated for a month. It started with phone calls, upwards of 45 to 50 a day, 50-page text messages, and him showing up outside of my house at 5 a.m. When I wouldn't comply or feed the negative attention, I began to receive threats, claims that he would murder me and get away with it. All he'd have to do is flee the country, telling me he shouldn't have to force me to be his friend or give him another chance, or else. Every time I blocked his number from contacting mine, he would then call me from different ones, try and pretend to be other people, or have his friends or sometimes even random strangers he'd ask on the street. I once scared an unsuspecting guy half to death after informing him that the person who had just told him to call me was actually stalking me, and I sent him proof. He ended up calling the police on him. He fled, of course. After about 2 months of that, I was evicted from my apartment building due to my neighbours no longer feeling safe because of his looming presence. That is awful. So you were the one evicted? That is insane. I then applied for and was granted a TPO, a temporary protective order. A few days afterwards, I received a picture message of the note the Sheriff Civil had left on the door of my stalker's then residence, with a message taunting me, saying, "What you're trying to do is stupid, and a restraining order is just a piece of paper." So ultimately, he just ended up avoiding the process server, and simple as that, I was not being protected at all. May 31st of this year, I relocated. This did not deter my stalker. He vowed to find wherever I moved to and threatened that if he couldn't find me, he'd be able to find my family, and then proceeded to send me a map of my mother's home whom he'd never met. I received a message from a woman claiming to be my former landlord, letting me know that I owed a balance on my account, and to avoid late fees, I needed to pay the amount, which I could do with the link provided in the message. Well, it turns out it was my stalker pretending to be a woman, and the link turned out to be a tool used to grab the user's IP address when clicked. Upon this discovery, I changed my phone number and began to systematically dismantle any trace of an online presence I once had. This action only seemed to anger him, and before deleting the profiles outright, I would attempt to block him from contacting me. Each and every time I blocked one, he simply created a new one and proceeded to contact me as if nothing had happened. 12 different Reddit accounts, 9 Tumblrs, 10 different Instagrams, 3 meetup accounts, 4 Facebooks, with which he changed his location to that of my hometown and proceeded to add nearly everyone from my graduating class in high school, and even 3 Duolingo accounts and MySpace. Yes, MySpace. I then received an empty package from him addressed to my former residence with the declaration, "Address correction requested, do not forward." I'm assuming he thought that the post office would adhere to his request and return the package to him with my new corrected address on it. Mid-July, he created a profile using my photos and likeness to threaten my family. When I didn't respond, he proceeded to post semi-nude pictures of me on the profile in an attempt to blackmail me into speaking with him. I did not, and I contacted Twitter to report the account and have it removed, which they eventually did. On the 21st of August 2014, I woke at around 8 PM to vigorous knocking and ringing of my doorbell. I look at my window to see who it is, and I was horrified to see my stalker there. I called the police, and of course he fled once again. Over 7 separate police reports were filed. This incident was followed by threatening emails from my stalker demanding that I meet him somewhere, or because he'd found me, that next time I would, quote, wake up to gunshots, and that if I didn't, he would first, quote, taser you and R-word you in the butt using your boyfriend's blood as lube. This past Sunday night, I woke up at 6:45 AM to the ringing and banging again. I proceeded to record him on video while I was on the phone with the police. He fled on foot once again, and I was hit with the same hoopla from law enforcement. Well, we can't really do much because technically at this point, he's not doing anything wrong. Well then why does he flee, I wonder? I obtained a TPO again, but I have no solid address for this dangerous person, which is why I'm in dire need of a private investigator to assist with finding said residence so this person can be served. I hope you might be able to refer me to someone who might be able to assist me. I've developed insomnia, depression, anxiety, and paranoia. I'm completely isolated. I'm 22 years old and I have no social life anymore. I have 0 friends. I've become a shell of my former self. I've faced eviction and lost a job because of this man's behaviour, and I don't know how much longer I can survive. There's actually so much more filler trash that he's done to terrorise me, but for the sake of this already lengthy post, I tried to condense it. I have the proof in the form of recordings, event diaries, and copies of all of his threats, interactions and attempts to communicate, and I'd be more than willing to email them to show I'm not lying. I'm in LV if that helps at all. Okay, that is it for the original post. First of all, let's just get into some comments down below. Somebody said, "Can you post the video?" OP replied, Yes, but I'm on the phone with the police during the video. I'm not 100% sure how to blur out certain information like my address and phone number from the audio in the video. And then, 3 days later, someone commented on the post, "Dang, I remember talking to an old friend of mine from Vegas who was saying she'll get a CCW soon. I kind of think I should forward this to her. Soon just doesn't seem soon enough." CCW, of course, standing for a concealed carry weapon. Now, OP replied to this saying, "Do it. My gun saved my life." Let's just get straight into the update now. This one was posted just 2 days after the original post, 1 day before that comment I just read out was left on Reddit in response to that other Redditor. This one as well was deleted a long time ago and has been recovered with IMGA. Here we go, let's get into it. Now, if you are watching this on YouTube, you can see right now the photo that the original poster has linked on Reddit. I guess this is now on IMGA, but yeah, the photo is still here. I'll briefly describe to the best of my ability what is going on in this photo, just for those of you that might be listening on podcast platforms. So what it is, it's a picture of a door that is ajar, and there's black marking along a lot of it, and 2 arrows, pink arrows, I think pointing towards what must be bullet holes. And yeah, that's it. I don't really understand what the black marking is for. It's sort of around the doorknob and the lock and higher up. But the arrows to the bullet holes are pretty self-explanatory. The arrows, by the way, are literally on the door they're stuck on. I presume they are from crime scene units pointing to the bullet holes. Anyway, OP left this description underneath the post. "I'm writing this staring at the mess the police left for me, in a bit of a fog. After 6 months of stalking and threats against my life, my stalker finally snapped and decided to kick my door in and make good on his promise. Out of fear, the past month I'd begun sleeping with a chair propped against my front door to give myself a few extra precious seconds in case of an emergency." That's the one thing I actually didn't describe from the photo. There is a chair just slightly to the side now of the slightly ajar door. "I shudder to think how differently things might have turned out had I not barricaded the door. I awoke at around 1:15 a.m. to the sound of the door giving way after one kick, followed by the sounds of my stalker struggling to dislodge the chair while forcing his way inside. I jumped up and grabbed the gun I've learned to do everything with, even shower. I stood at the top of my stairs and fired twice, hitting him in the chest. I hear his scream, his disbelief that I'd stood up for myself. 0 to 100 in milliseconds. I've never been so afraid in my life. I do not know if he is living, but I do know the police have him, and that's what helps the most. For months of him evading the police, I began to question whether he was unstoppable, untraceable. Houdini, would he murder me and get away with it? As of now, I'm in a haze of guilt, surprise, relief, and disbelief. I shook as the canines dragged him out from his hiding place under a bush. I survived where so many people do not. Holy heck, I survived." Oh my goodness me. I will just say one more thing, just going back to the photo. I'm not 100% sure those are bullet wounds, to be honest, but there are arrows pointing to them, and I'm not actually sure what else they could be. But yeah, I guess maybe we'll find out in a bit. All right, the next thing I'm going to show you guys is a news article. This was posted on October the 2nd, 2014, which pretty much explains what went on. It's on the website Fox 2 Now. Titled, "Woman Shoots Stalker After He Kicks in Her Door." Quote, "I stood up for myself." A woman shot her stalker after he kicked in her back door, the article says. She'd been living in fear, showering with a gun and propping a chair up against her door for just this sort of situation. Her post to Reddit made the story go viral. She writes, "I'm writing this staring at the mess the police left for me in a bit of a fog. After 6 months of stalking and threats against my life, my stalker finally snapped and decided to kick my door in and make good on his promise. Out of fear, the past month I began sleeping with a chair propped against my door to give myself a few extra precious seconds in case of emergency. I shudder to think how differently things might have turned out had I not barricaded the door." Police say former boyfriend Douglas Eugene Jackson, 22, kicked in her door at around 1 a.m. last Friday. Again then, OP continues to explain what she already explained in the Reddit post. KVVU TV reports that Jackson left the scene and tried to hide in some bushes. Police dogs quickly found the stalker. He was treated for his injuries at University Medical Center of Southern Nevada. Jackson now faces charges of home invasion and aggravated stalking. The victim does not wish to be identified. She saved many threatening texts and social media posts from her stalker. She says he forced her to move, obtain a restraining order, and acquire a license to carry a concealed weapon. The victim also followed up with this note: "The outpouring of support is wild. I can't thank you guys enough. Everyone can be a critic, and the fact still remains, you don't know what you would do in a situation until it's presented in front of you. Those who believe there was other things to be done have never had someone tell you that you no longer deserve to draw breath and mean it. And for the, quote, should have fired a warning shot, folks, there are no warning shots. The gun is a deadly force. You only pull that trigger if you're in fear for your life, and all other methods of deterring are gone. When he kicked my door in, there was no longer a deterrent preventing harm. Warning shots are dangerous and could hurt the unintended. This is not a Wild West movie. That's what responsible gun ownership is." Now, moving on to 2020, 6 years later now. This isn't the biggest update of this entire story, but I think it is worth saying before I get into my own thoughts, before we get on to the major update that is coming in this one. This is an update on the entire case from an article posted in 2020 on mynews4.com. And I'll put up the photo of this man on screen because, I mean, you can just tell from his face, from his expression. It's a mugshot, but he just looks completely and utterly just, yeah, to be honest, quite terrifying. But the title of this one is Nevada Man Gets 15 Years in Prison for Stalking Woman. A Nevada man has been sentenced to 15 years in prison after pleading guilty to stalking a female acquaintance while on parole for a similar crime that happened in Las Vegas. The Washoe County District Attorney's Office in Reno announced the sentence for 28-year-old Douglas Eugene Jackson on Friday. Jackson was arrested in Florence, Arizona in January and pleaded guilty to the aggravated stalking charge in July. According to prosecutors, an investigation by the Sparks Police Department determined that Jackson had sent numerous threatening text messages to a woman over several months in 2019. The texts included threats against the woman's dog and property. He also called the woman's family and friends in an effort to get information about her. Remember guys, this is a completely different woman now, years on from 2014, the woman we've been reading all about, the woman who originally posted on Reddit. The article says, at the time of the threats, Jackson was on parole for stalking a former girlfriend in Las Vegas. That is our original poster. That woman ended up shooting him at her home. According to the district attorney's office, prosecutor Travis Lucia sought a maximum sentence because of the terrifying nature of Jackson's conduct, which came after only a month on parole for the previous crime. Jackson was living in Washoe County at the time of the threats, but had no steady address. Okay, so just going to take a quick breather for now and give my personal thoughts on what we've seen so far. But before we do that, I want to just give you a little teaser as to what's to come here. In 2023, we got the main update to this post, in which a woman on TikTok claimed to be the original poster from 2014, claimed to be this woman, and she made a series of TikToks about her experience, going into it in a little bit more detail. Now, we're not entirely sure if this woman is the same woman, but she is at least claiming to be this woman, but we can discuss that a little bit later on. For now, I want to get your thoughts. Pretty much get in the comments down below. Do you think, first of all, the OP was right to shoot her stalker? I think, to be honest, the consensus there is probably going to be pretty conclusive. But secondly, I want to hear your thoughts about the police involvement in all of this. I just surely am thinking that there could have been more done before it got to this moment in time where someone, well, was very lucky not to be killed. I mean, could easily have been killed. Like, were there not massive warning signs before this that this was obviously going to happen? Is it enough just to put a temporary protective order in place? Does someone have to have an address for that to happen? Just seems insane. I mean, we can see from the event that happened later on, where I just read that article 6 years later, that this guy is just doing this on purpose. He doesn't have an address, therefore he can't be tied down to you know, any individual location. He can go where he wants. He's pretty untraceable, to be fair. And importantly, these papers can't be served to him because he doesn't have an address. It doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like surely he was doing multiple illegal things before that the police definitely should have got involved with. And you know, off the back of seeing that Netflix documentary, kind of docu-story about a similar sort of case, again, I just feel like police can get involved earlier in these sort of things and get it sorted earlier before it leads to stuff like this. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Let me know in the comments down below what you think. For now, let's get into the new stuff from this post, the reason why it's popped up once again on Reddit. But yeah, what this is a series of TikToks made by this woman. I'm not going to play them, but I am going to narrate what she says in them. And I'll put her face on screen now so you can see what she looks like and the format of the TikToks. Okay, so what I'm going to read out now is an article by Unilad, who have pretty much collated the TikToks, and yeah, they've included some quotes so we can get to know and understand what this woman was saying about her experience. Deja Washington was 22 years old when she agreed to go on a date with a man. After the second date, she decided she, quotes, wasn't really feeling it and told him. In a post to TikTok, she's since revealed how just 3 weeks of knowing the man turned into her being stalked for a whopping 7 months. In a video uploaded to her TikTok, which is IDOWorkHereLady Does It, she says she had a lot of other stuff going on at the time and explained this to her date, who said it was okay. Washington walked away from the connection thinking that everything was fine, but a month and a half later and the date had very much changed his tune. Washington's date later decided that everything was not fine and began messaging her hundreds of times a day. He argued he was a good man and deserved a chance. Deja says, at first I blew it off and I was kind of annoyed. I was like, who do you think you are? But then it started to get really scary really quickly. He started sending me pictures of the outside of my house, telling me that he was planning a raid. Washington received messages and calls from the man for over a month and started filing police reports. The man taking pictures of her doing so and of her talking to the police. Washington explains he'd even talked to strangers and her neighbors, so she couldn't trust anybody. She eventually had to move out of her apartment because the restraining order truly is just a piece of paper, left unable to sleep as he threatened he was outside and planning to break in. Oh my god, I mean the terror of that is just insane. She claims she went to the police 5-10 times and filed like 10 police reports, but says she was told there wasn't anything they could do as he hadn't, quote, hurt her. Okay, that is some indication into what is going on with the police. She eventually moved house, but her stalker posed as her former landlord, used packages and social media to try and track her down. The man threatened to kill her and said he, quote, knew he was going to get away with it because he was a white man and she was a black woman. Washington was later assigned a detective to her case, but the first time she met him, she says he revealed he'd met her stalker, who seemed like a nice guy, suggesting it could be a misunderstanding. Deja says, I knew in that moment this man was going to kill me and he was going to get away with it. Washington's stalker changed phone numbers and even used Duolingo to try and contact her, and it was when Washington registered to vote that he finally found her address. She resolved to buy a firearm, despite being very anti-guns after her parents were shot when she was younger. Goodness me. The man kept demanding they meet, threatening that if she didn't, he would, quote, grate her and use her blood as lube, and frequently turn up at her door, dodging police. But suddenly, he went completely quiet. In September, he came for her, kicking her door in. Deja says, I remember just grabbing my firearm off the table, and I wasn't angry, I wasn't upset. I had just made a decision that either it's him or me, and I choose me, and I shot him. The police later found Washington's stalker, his injuries leaving him unable to run, and he was sentenced to jail. Washington went on to work at a gun range and took part in Refuse to be a Victim courses to help other women feel empowered to protect themselves. She now works at a big tech company and never takes any moment of life for granted. Washington's stalker, Douglas Eugene Jackson, was sentenced to 15 years in prison in 2020. So there we go. That is the end of the story. Wow. I mean, just absolutely incredible. I'll tell you guys a little bit about something that happened to me. It's not at all similar to this, really, but I can kind of at least sympathize slightly. I don't want to like take the mick here by saying that it's anything like what happened to Deja here, but I can kind of get a little bit of an indication into the horrible feeling that it causes. Before I talk about that, first of all, if you would like to go and watch Deja's video in full, it's about 10 minutes on TikTok, so you know you can really hear it from her. I'll left a link to that down below in the description. But yeah, first of all, some of you guys might have seen that I posted a video actually, probably about last year, roughly now. In fact, it was roughly last year, I'll put the thumbnail on screen and I'll also link it down below, where our flat where I was living last year was attempted to be broken into. That was a very crazy experience. Not stalkers, but in a similar sort of vein, we had people trying to kick the door down. And then secondly, something else that happened, which I don't think I've actually ever talked about on YouTube or anywhere before, was that multiple years ago now, I think bordering on 5 years ago, I want to say, maybe the back end of 2019, when my Discord was just a much bigger thing, at least for me personally. I had some like random, I don't know who it was, a random couple of guys, like some group of people. I don't know anything about them. Could have been young, could have been old. I imagine they were just ratty little teenagers in their bedroom, but who knows? Send me photos of my house that they managed to find, like actual photos of my house from Google Earth, Google Images, saying threatening stuff to me. And that was a little bit concerning. And I actually never told my family about that because I don't really want them to know about that, to be honest. So family, if you're listening, yeah, just ignore that last bit. Ultimately, me knowing how the internet works, it wasn't that concerning. I know that it's extremely easy to find a picture of someone's house, especially if they have a company. If you know, you know. It's very easy to find a picture of someone's house if their address is linked to them in any sort of way, which mine obviously is. This is my family home. I don't really care about that anymore, but back then it was a little bit concerning. So yeah, those two things give me some sort of insight, I guess, into how this all must have been for Deja. And to be fair, I'm probably being a little bit unfair on myself. The thing I've talked about the first time, people breaking into my house, I did feel like potentially my life was at risk because I had no idea who these people were. But like the months and months of torment, of not being able to sleep, just the insomnia, the depression, the panic, it's just, yeah, that's unfathomable to me. So yeah, if any of you have ever been in a situation like that, I mean, by all means, get your comments in down below. I'm sure that people will give you a lot of support in the comments. But yeah, let people know, you know, some advice, how you dealt with it. Maybe you're still going through it now. If you are, again, use the comment section as a help, advice, therapy sort of area, and I'll have a look through and see what you guys are saying. But yeah, truly a terrible situation. I think, to be honest, the outcome was a good one in the end. I mean, no one wants to see somebody get shot, but if it's a person like this and then they get put to prison 15 years, that has to be a good thing. I don't know, just looking at his eyes, I can't help but think that in 15 years, he's going to come out and do something very, very similar. I am a 36-year-old man, and my wife, who is 38, will not let me take a nap. She always wakes me up or does her best to prevent me from falling asleep. What can I do to understand? This was originally posted on June the 15th, 2024. Hello all. I work for an agricultural company where my weekly hours fluctuate between 60 and 120, while also working on getting a degree. My amazing bride is a homemaker by choice. All of this is okay. My issue comes from, on occasion, I am exhausted and will start to fall asleep, or will purposefully go try to take a nap. Our entire marriage, 11 years, she has woken me up or flat refused to let me fall asleep. I've tried talking to her numerous times and she is unable to articulate what the issue is. Today I got off early after 10 straight 16-hour days. I took her on a lunch date, then came home and decided to take a quick nap before working on school. Within minutes of laying down, she's come into the room and has begun shaking me, turning on lights and other obnoxious behaviour. How can I articulate to her my need for an occasional nap? And how can I get her to articulate what her apparent unmet needs are so I do not go insane? Because it's at a point where I'm feeling disrespected and unappreciated. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, the next day, OP added this edit. Thanks all of you so much for the responses. I've tried to read all of them and reply. I truly was not expecting this kind of response over what I thought was a me not communicating clearly problem. It is clear that there is more at play here, and I'll be working with my therapist to develop two plans. One, much to many's dismay, to try and work with my bride one last time to address and fix the underlying issue, and two, a way out for if plan one fails. Again, thank you all for the kind words, the pointed yet truthful words, and even for some of the more extreme suggestions. There truly are great people left on the planet. Okay, now let's jump into some relevant comments from the first post that sort of sum up what the people of Reddit were saying in response to it. A few people thought that OP's wife is being a brat and disrespectful. OP replied, "Thank you for your candor. We definitely have some issues that stem from her personality. In all fairness, I'm not perfect. Your suggestion of napping at work, though, has possibilities. I have an office with a couch, just have never considered it because of optics and not wanting my wife to think that I'm falling back into my habit of working to avoid her. As for not leaving her, it stems from being unable to go against my word. I promised her hell and back as many times as it takes, or until I croak. Someone else said, tell her to flat out leave you alone to nap when you need it, or you're thinking of separation as a way of solving her problem of not letting you sleep. It's been 11 years. This isn't something innocent. She's doing this on purpose. It's disrespectful and very annoying. You've put up with it for 11 years. What's your next move? Now that, guys, is kind of what I'm thinking. I don't understand this anyway, but yeah, that is the length I'd go to. It's insane not being allowed to sleep by your partner, even though you're working so hard, or just anyway. It's crazy to me. OP says, thank you for your thoughts. I've considered separation in the past. My inability, though, to break my word and some religious beliefs seem to have me stuck trying to fix a broken car with duct tape. Okay, maybe OP even realizes this is not really going anywhere. Someone replied to this saying, does your religion have anything to say about staying in a physically abusive marriage? And I think that's a good point. That is what this is now. Essentially, OP says, outside of sexual infidelity, leaving a marriage is unacceptable. I find this to be a trap, but I also know to leave means losing what little support I do have. It's a mess, plus my own issues, and it really gets complicated. Someone else has said, sleep deprivation is a kind of torture. Quite frankly, I'm amazed that you haven't snapped and said something very cutting. I turn into a grumpy bear when I don't get enough sleep, and she is acting like a toddler. OP says that actually he has in the past. It was a point of contention in counselling for years. My reactions to her behaviour, that is. I now try to respond and not react. Somebody said in response to the above comment, my God, what did the counsellor say? To change my reactions to responses and to talk through the issue. She gave us some tools, but my wife has chosen to not practice them. I don't get it, guys. Why is a counsellor saying this? Why aren't they just flat saying to your wife, let the man sleep, let him have a nap? I don't get it. Someone else asked, I'm intrigued as to why you have an old habit of working to avoid her. People in happy and healthy relationships usually don't try to actively avoid one another. OP says, she has moments where nothing is good enough, so I would use work to avoid her. The avoiding has not been an issue for several years now. Now when I work late, it's to pay bills. Somebody else commented, I can't imagine doing this to someone working that many hours, let alone someone I love. You need to have a heart-to-heart or go to counselling. OP says, we've tried counselling and the only thing that changes is seemingly me, which the counsellors say is wrong, but I'm not her dad. Paraphrasing, of course. So what do you do? I think the answer is you leave, my friend. That is the comment I agree with the most, by the way. How can you do this to somebody that you love? It's insane. Unless you jump to the conclusion like maybe I'm doing, that she is not the right person for you. Now, somebody else on Reddit wasn't as supportive as the comments I've just read through for OP. They said, I'm not buying 120 hours a week. That would leave you 6.85 hours per day for sleeping, showering, going on lunch dates, bills, driving to and from work, brushing your teeth, eating breakfast and dinner, packing your lunch, and any other daily task that is done at a bare minimum. And that is coming from someone who's worked 110 hours a week before. It's such an unreasonable stretch to do that. Unless you're paying for everyone to wait on you hand and foot, and you're counting your commute to work as working time. So, therefore, I'm not buying the rest of the story because it seems embellished or over-exaggerated anyway. But OP says that sadly it's true. Your maths is correct. There is no time. The lunch dates only happen when I get off early like yesterday. Also, the insane hours only last for a few months, then taper back to 60. But during that stretch, I do not sleep much. I've gotten used to it over the years, but it gets harder every year. My job is seasonal in that I work like an insane person for 2 months, get a month or two break, and then back to insane. Over the years, I've gained some control over the amount of hours, but when you need money, you work when you can. Hard to feed and shelter 2 people on 50k gross. Now, a little bit further on, OP explained his past and how the marriage was at the beginning, saying, I can share some of the stuff that I have processed. I was abused as a child in several ways, and when my parents found out about one particular way, they chose to punish me, which started a cycle of internalizing, and since then I've always thought I deserve anything that happens, especially the not so pleasant. I had anger issues for a long time. I'm happy to say that I've learned to have relatively decent anger control at this point. My therapist and I are working on changing how I perceive myself. It's not going well, clearly. The marriage started with her telling me that she was pregnant, and then that turned out to be a lie that I didn't discover until after the marriage. He goes on to say that given the state of my blood pressure, that is not hyperbole. She claimed she was pregnant. Naturally, I wanted to do the honourable thing. It really isn't, and the fact that society says it is asinine, and I married her. I found out afterwards that she's actually incapable of having children. I'd already given my vow at that point, so I stayed. It was hell for both of us for the first few years. We went to therapy to save the marriage, sunk cost fallacy and religion mixed with my own issues, and all that changed was me. And then finally, OP says, yeah, the simple answer is that I have hated myself since childhood. I'm working on it. It's not easy to change something that was ingrained into you young. You're also correct in that I would not treat someone like I do myself. Okay, so there we go. That is it for the original post and some comments. And I've got to say, just as an outsider looking in, her behavior, I agree with that one comment, is so abusive. Based on everything you've said, I actually understand why you're still in the relationship. It's clear, OP, that you have a lot of issues. If OP was listening to this, I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying it. And you guys watching or listening to this episode probably agree with me. There's a lot going on here, and a lot of it is extremely understandable, but that doesn't excuse the fact that you've just got to get out of there, my friend. You've got to go. At some point, you have to look past your own principles and the vows and the fact that you married, and just look at this person objectively if you can, and just say, oh my gosh, she's an absolute witch. I cannot live my life like this anymore. That's what I think anyway. But yeah, as I said in the intro, there are a couple of updates to come. Let's get into the first. Okay, first of all, let's get into a mini update that OP posted in the comments on July the 4th, almost 3 weeks after the original. I have no clue how to do an update, so all can see it. But we tried having a conversation the Monday after the original post that turned into insanity. I came home late 2 days later to the house being completely empty. She even took the curtains, curtain rods, and the hangers, leaving holes in the wall. She's since turned everything as my fault and is demanding to come back so she can help me. I have a meeting with an attorney scheduled. Okay, goodness me, that is absolutely crazy. To be honest, at this point, it's kind of what I expect from this woman. Alright, then let's get into a more sizable update 11 days later. The Monday after making the post, she picked a fight over the yard not being mowed. After telling her I was done with the way she was behaving, she refused to accept this and said she would never leave. Fast forward now to Wednesday night. I came home late again to find 2 vehicles with trailers loaded with everything we owned, minus papers and her designer bags. When I walked in the house, she and her family left. Thankfully, the landlord had a couch that I could sleep on using my clothes as bedding because they took everything needed to live, including, as I said, yanking the curtains and curtain rods off the wall. To be fair, if you weren't allowed to sleep anyway, that's not really going to make much of a difference. Thursday night I came home and she was back. This time she tried picking a fight by chasing me around the house and lunging at me. When I told her I'd call the sheriff if she didn't leave, she began twisting and hitting her forearm, screaming she was going to hurt herself and tell the sheriffs I hurt her. Yeah, this woman is officially crazy. I left the house and I called the sheriffs for help. They were able to provide me a way to leave as her family was on the way back. Since then, she has sent 2,000 text messages, flipping between wanting to come back and me being the worst man alive. My attorney filed for a petition for divorce this past Friday. She'll be served this week and I'm anticipating her to go postal. If anything happens, I'll let all you great folks know. Thanks to each and every one of you that commented on the original post. It was you who opened my eyes and helped me take the opportunity of her leaving to end this nightmare. Well, that is good news. Now, to round things off, we'll have a look at some comments before also, now I'm not sure about this and we'll discuss it when we get there, potentially reading a comment from OP's ex, which OP replied to on Reddit. Somebody said, honestly, I'm so relieved for you that the hard part is done. Do not take her back. You may be out of furnishings and curtains, but you have your livelihood and you no longer have to support her. And you can nap whenever you want. She sounds immature and abusive. I'd recommend recording any further interactions with her. I'm really glad the sheriff helped you out of the last situation. If she is willing to hurt herself to frame you, who knows what else she is capable of. OP says, there is no going back. Thankfully, my attorney was swift and shrewd. He filed for final hearing at the same time as the petition, so we are set to finish this nightmare quickly. Final, hopefully, is set for September 18th. He read the text and noted how crazy she was and decided this needed to end ASAP. And finally, somebody said, it's not really a nightmare if you're not allowed to sleep though, right? I'll see myself out. And before we round things off, have a look at this. Now this is allegedly OP's ex on Reddit who said this. She replied to the original post saying the following: Lester, this is all incorrect information and false information. You are the one who got mad at me for no reason and started screaming at me to get my belongings and get out and divorce in my face, not once but multiple times, and literally like 6 times, which I never did that to you, nor did I leave. You kicked me out and went to sleep on the couch. I didn't force you to sleep on the couch. Also, guys, don't let him fool you. He also had beds, 3 extra beds, which belonged to the landlord. Also, that furniture is and was mine, as I've accumulated it before we were married. Little hint that technically it really wasn't my furniture in the first place. It belonged to my mum. So the route you're taking is not the right and best option. Also, maybe you should leave other people out of our marriage as well. Also, you told your dad a lie because again, as I go back to where you had 3 extra beds available and that you chose to sleep on the couch, so please don't let him fool you all. Also, he forgot to mention that he put me, his wife, out on the highway with a pickup that needed lots of maintenance, shocks, struts, all 4 wheel bearings replaced, alignment, all 4 tyres where they were so bald and bare to where the wire was showing, and I had no help from him to help me get it fixed to where it was safe and not jeopardizing my life or other people's lives. Thankfully, Jesus was with me this whole time during this time and whenever I would go to work. OP then replied to this absolutely insane message, I'm not going to lie, that was a struggle to read, saying, do not lie nor forget I have receipts to prove everything, including you stalking me and breaking into my home and using a phone you turned off to impersonate me. So there we go. That is the end of the story and the posts so far. To be honest, I'm not sure if I want any more updates because I don't know what's going on at all. And I hope for OP's sake that he just gets out of there as quickly as he can. It sounds as if that plan is in place now and it should be done at the time of recording in just a couple of months. So I guess that is good news. Yeah, well, I can't really understand what I just read. Even if it wasn't from OP's ex, maybe it was. I mean, we don't have any way of really knowing, but she can't write. Just putting it out there. Sorry. But yeah, guys, get in the comments down below. What do you think about this whole debacle? I do genuinely think that OP probably is telling the whole truth and that his ex-wife is just absolutely insane. And the only reason it's taken him this long to see this is firstly because of his values, but secondly because of all the stuff that's happened to him in his life, sadly. But yeah, let me know what you think. Comment down below. That was a crazy story. Grandpa is punishing my dad. I have the power to stop it, but don't know if I actually want to. This was originally posted on June the 9th, 2024. I am a 21-year-old woman, and I lost my mum when I was 14. My dad remarried when I was 17. My stepmom has a daughter who is 15. She and dad had a boy who is 3, and now she just gave birth to a little girl. Anyway, I've worked since I was 16, so I have some money to buy stuff for me. When I turned 18, dad said I was now an adult and should start paying rent. It was, in quotes, only $500, a symbolic amount since he would still cover food and other essentials. I was mad and we fought, but in the end I accepted, and that was the arrangement until 7 months ago. Dad came to me saying I had 2 months to move out. Stepmom was pregnant and they would need my room for the baby, which is insane because they both have private offices. My stepmom doesn't even need one since she's a stay-at-home mum since the birth of my baby brother. Nonetheless, they told me I had to move. By the way, just an addendum, me and my stepmom get on fine. We don't fight or bicker. I don't think this was an evil stepmom moment, but who knows. Me and my stepsister are actually pretty close. I help her with homework and talk about her personal problems. I actually love her very much. So back to the story. I didn't know what to do. I'm going to college. I want to be a civil engineer and I work part-time. I don't have the means to live by myself. I called my aunts, asking if I could move in with her for the time being, until I figured something out. And I offered to pay rent and all. She was aghast at what dad was doing. She said I absolutely could live with her. no rent needed, but also said she was going to deal with my dad. The next day, Grandpa came to our house and they talked privately. I could hear my dad's angry voice, but I couldn't understand anything that was being said. After a while, Grandpa came to my room and said I had 3 choices. The first was to continue living with my dad and stepmom like I was doing. Nothing would change except I wouldn't pay rent anymore. The second was moving in with him and Grandma, or my aunts. And the third was to find a place of my own and he would pay the rent and costs for me. He said I didn't need to choose now. I could keep living with dad, and if I changed my mind, to just tell him. I was actually relieved that I could still live with dad and that this madness was over. But the following days and weeks, my dad and stepmom became very hostile towards me, and I felt incredibly uncomfortable being in my own home. Even my stepsister Cassie picked this up and asked me why they were angry at me. So I decided to move out, and I told Grandpa. He said he'd take care of everything. A few weeks later, he moved me into one of his rental units. The apartment is lovely. He bought me a fridge, stove, and other essential items. He gave me a check for $15,000, saying this money is to help me start living on my own, and that as long as I'm working or studying, I can live there rent-free for as long as I want. My dad and I have been pretty low contact since I moved out. He never came to visit me, or I to visit them. I miss them a lot, especially my stepsister, but I'm still hurt. 2 weeks ago, my stepmom gave birth. I visited them in the hospital. It was a little awkward, but nice seeing them and my baby sister. Anyway, a few days ago, my dad calls me, saying he misses me, the children miss me, and I should move back home. He apologized for asking me to move out, etc, etc. And I told him I'd think about it. Yesterday, I visited my aunts and was telling her what my dad said, and my cousin laughed a little and said, "I'm sure he does." I asked what he meant, and that's when they told me a lot of, until now, unknown information. Basically, my dad's home is actually my grandpa's, as is my aunt's. Basically, the deal he made with me, he did with all his kids and some grandkids as well. He never wanted any of his family to have to worry about basic stuff like house, food, etc. When I called my aunt that time, she called Grandpa, who was furious with my dad, not only for kicking me out, but also for charging me rents. That day, he went to my dad's and tore him a new one and threatened to have him evicted. But now the petty part. You know that $15,000 Grandpa gave me? It's actually what I paid dad in rent all that time, and now he's making dad pay him back. Also, he's charging dad $1,200 for the rent lost in the apartment that I'm living in. Call me dumb or naive, but until now, I never realized my dad didn't make that much money. We lived in a great house, always went on vacations, and lived very comfortable lives, but I guess Grandpa has always been helping behind the scenes. Now my cousin thinks that dad is struggling, with 3 kids at home, a single income, and having to pay it back to Grandpa. So he says dad wants me back because he imagines that Grandpa will stop punishing him if I'm back living with them. Honestly, I don't know what to do. I'm actually loving living on my own these past 6 months. But I do really miss them. I miss my siblings. I miss the life we had before all of this, but I don't know if moving back home is the right answer. And also, I'm hurt that the reason he wants me back is money. Honestly, I just wanted to vent. Okay, so that is it for the original post. Before we get into the update of this one, let's first of all have a look at some comments from people on Reddit left down below. Somebody said, and I completely agree with this, stay right where you are. You can miss them and love them from afar. Go be with your grandfather and your aunt's family. They seem like the real family. Also, try to go and see a therapist. I'd add on this as well, that you don't have to never see them. You can just go and visit them. But yeah, I agree with this comment. Don't move back in just to appease your dad and help him out financially when he's tried to ruin you. Also, if you want to just go and see your stepsister or your stepmom even and not see your dad, you can do that as well. You don't have to move back in, and you definitely shouldn't. OP replied to this, saying that is the weird part, the fact that he doesn't want me, he wants the money. Because I know this, but also it's difficult to see my dad that way. These past 6 months, I wondered why he kicked me out, if I'd done something. Now I'm thinking, was it all about money? Somebody else commented, how about starting new traditions with your aunts and grandparents? They love you and want you around. And OP replied, yeah, they've been great. I visit them whenever possible. Grandma isn't in the best of health, but she even came to visit me on my birthday. I'm very lucky to have them and their support. And thanks for the kind words. Somebody else said, also, I have a feeling that your grandfather would be unconvinced to change the rent that your father is paying, even if you were to move back. He's charging your father to make a point, not to actually cover your expenses. Yeah, that is true. I think we can tell by the sheer amount of money that your grandfather has given out over the course of his life to not just his own children, but also their children as well, and not small amounts. Like, these are, you can live in apartment free amounts of money. It's pretty crazy what your grandfather's done, to be honest. But yeah, this clearly is not about the relatively small amount of money that he's asking your dad compared to what I imagine is his net worth. OP replied to that saying, "It makes sense. I've been reading what people say and I'm more comfortable with staying where I am. I feel less guilty. Maybe I should talk with Grandpa about it to hear his side. I now realise I've been too sheltered from information I think I need." Alright then, let's get into the update. This was posted just a week later on June the 17th, 2024. I wanted to give you guys an update since you've all been so helpful and kind to me. I was so overwhelmed by the support you gave me. Thanks 1,000 times. Before, I'm just going to answer some questions people had. My aunt and grandpa are from my father's side of the family. My mum's side, unfortunately, I don't have too much contact with. My grandparents have passed away before mum. I have uncles and aunts I see once in a while, but they don't live close. I also have 2 other uncles from my father's side, who I'm close to, but not as near as my aunts. She was my rock when mum died. I consider her a second mum. My stepmum knew about the rent I was paying. It was implied that my stepsister would need to do the same when she turned 18. But I don't know if she knew that dad didn't own the house or the extent of how much grandpa has financially helped out dad. So on to the update. Monday, the day after my post, I called my dad and said I've decided to not move back in. I didn't mention anything that I was told, just that I was well settled here and moving back seemed like a step back. But I also said that I wanted to keep in contact with them. They could invite me for dinner whenever they wanted, and I also said I'd love for my stepsister and brother to be able to spend time with me here at home. That is perfect. That is literally exactly what I was saying. You don't have to move back in to spend time with them. Good solution, OP. He was disappointed, and I didn't feel any angriness in his tone at least, but he basically said "we'll see," and left it at that. I was also disappointed. But then, Friday he called me, asking me if I wanted to have lunch on Sunday, which is today at the time of posting. I said I already had plans with Grandpa and Grandma. He asked me when I'd be free, so we've scheduled a dinner for Thursday. I haven't told any of this to my stepsister. We talk in text regularly. She also hasn't heard them talking about me, but she did say that her grandma, her mum's mum, is there to help with the baby and is being incredibly annoying. I laughed at that. I wanted to offer her to sleep over here, but I didn't want to get her excited just for dad to say no, so I'll try and talk with them on Thursday. Now the big update is I've just come back from visiting Grandpa and Grandma. We spent a lovely day together, but I also said I wanted to know everything that was going on. I wasn't a kid anymore and I felt like I'd been living in a lie. The most important things were the things my cousin and aunt told me last week, but there were a few more. Grandpa had been subsidizing quite often our basic needs, like school, healthcare, etc., because dad hadn't 1 cent saved up, according to Grandpa. Also, my college fund was mainly contributed to by him and mum before her passing. I guess that makes sense. I was also dumb to not realize this sooner. He also set up funds for my baby siblings and also one for my stepsister, because he didn't want her to feel excluded and not have the same opportunities as her siblings. Goodness me, this man, by the way, is an absolute legend. Look, clearly he has a lot of money, but there's one thing having a lot of money, there's another thing setting up funds for all of your relatives. Wow. By that I mean, there's one thing having a lot of money and keeping it to yourself, there's another spending it so selflessly on your family. He's just insane. This man is incredible, OP says. I love him so much, and yes, I'm very, very lucky. I've seen so many people commenting this, not in a derogatory way, but being very supportive and nice. I know I'm very privileged to have grandparents and family members who can afford and are willing to help me. I hope one day I can help others the way they're helping me. Anyways, I also expressed worries about my dad's financial situation, and he assured me that dad is fine, more than fine. He'll have to be less frivolous with money for a while, but that he'd never let any of his kids or grandkids suffer or be in need of anything. As many of you said, he's trying to teach dad a lesson that, quote, I should have taught him a long time ago. So I'll stay out of it. I don't think I'll tell dad that I know all of this. I know many of you said to confront him, but I think it's for the best if he continues thinking that I'm oblivious. Lastly, we talked about why dad kicked me out. He didn't have an answer either. I could see that he and grandma were very hurt by what dad did. He said he asked for an explanation but got none. That's it for now. I'll continue trying to have a relationship with my siblings outside of my dad and stepmom. I also try to schedule some weekly dinner with them. I know what you guys said about my father is mostly true, but I need to at least try and have a relationship with him. If not for him, for my siblings and for me. But don't worry, I won't let him hurt me anymore. Okay, that is it for the post. Now, before we get into my thoughts on this entire thing, and let me just say, guys, I have some incredibly strong things I need to say about OP's dad here. First of all, let's have a look at one final comment. This user said, "Your grandfather is the GOAT. I wish I could have had someone like him in my life. I still think that your dad is trying to erase his last wife / your mum from his memory, as I've heard about such things all too often, although maybe not consciously. I'm not sure at this point if he is being honest. I hope things go well for you." Now that's an interesting point that I hadn't thought of. Maybe this commenter is right. Maybe your dad is consciously, subconsciously, whatever, trying to get rid of any sort of memory associated with his late wife, your late mum. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure if that's not giving him an easy out. Now, the more I think about it, guys, I'll be honest, I just do think that is letting your dad off far too lightly, OP. What is he doing? First of all, he is completely throwing back what his dad has given him into his dad's face, right? You get free accommodation, free help with, loads of other stuff, food, basic amenities, healthcare, etc. Your kids have a fund made for them as well. And then your dad is offering your children free housing as well as that. Yet you're not grateful for that. Instead, you're trying to make money off of that by charging your own kid rent for a property that you don't even pay for at all, isn't in your name, and that, you're living in for free. It's just so weird. So you're profiteering off of your dad's property at the expense of your kid. What are you doing? That is why I said earlier that I just have to say some comments about your dad, because just so weird. Now, maybe this last comment that I've read is what's actually going on, and he is just trying to get you out of his life. If so, then I also think that's his complete issue as well. It's not your fault that his wife died, is it? That your mum died. Surely at that point as well, you'd come together and if anything, form a stronger relationship, given that someone that you guys love so much, that was obviously an integral part of your life, has passed away. I don't know. I just don't think that can be right. I just think he is just a very, very, very weird person. But thankfully, your grandpa's come an absolute clutch. I mean, it's just literally dishing out cash to everyone. What's that meme? Is there a meme of just someone just doing that? Or just someone with the money gun? For those listening, I'm swiping my hand as if I'm throwing money over all of you, which I wish I was, because if I had as much money as your grandpa, OP, if I could be half as selfless as him, I think I'd be doing pretty well. I'm 22 years old and just got the news I'm dying. I failed at life and I'm now leaving behind a 3-year-old daughter. Now, the original post came on November 26th, 2023. As the title says, last week I got the news that I am dying from lung cancer from my doctor. It turns out that smoking since I was 15 and then upping it to 3 packs each day a few years ago was a bad idea. Stupid, I know. I thought it wouldn't come so soon though. It's stage 4, and as of now, I have months to live. Please don't feel bad for me. I've done nothing good in life, except have my daughter, to really be sad about losing me. I've got no family because I grew up in the foster system and I aged out at 18. My daughter's father is in prison for serious crimes to the extent that even if he got out, he wouldn't be allowed to be in her life. My daughter is only 3. We don't live in a good area, and when I go to work, I have to leave her with an elderly neighbour that always gets her name wrong every day. I don't want her to grow up like I did, in that foster care system. I feel like it's the reason why I messed up and did nothing good with my life. Yeah, I know it's not the only reason, and my own stupidity caused most of my issues, but if I just had some family or a support system to keep me in check, it could have been better. I just want to give her some chance to have a better shot than I did. The thing is, I do have an idea for who could take care of her. One of my closest friends is a co-worker at my job, and she's amazing. While I'm at the bottom of the job, like if they need to lay off people, I would definitely be the first to go, she is their prized worker and makes serious bank. She has a good husband and a kid. I want to ask her if she'd be okay with adopting my little girl once I'm gone, but I know it won't go well. The thing is, my coworker and her family are black, and me and my daughter are white. Like, we both have blue eyes and can't tan white. There's no way I can ask my friend to adopt my daughter and force her to deal with those kind of issues an adoption like that will bring to her family. But then that just leaves my little girl to grow up like I did, in a trashy system with only a will of about $1,000 to help her and a necklace my mother had that I'm going to give her. I don't know if I should bite the bullet and ask my close friend if she's willing to take my daughter, or just suck it up and try to work as hard as I can to get as much money into my will for my girl. But either way, I failed as a mother, and that is a regret I am literally taking to my grave. Now that is the end of the original post, although OP has added a little edit after pretty much the entirety of the comments were saying, no, you have to ask your friend, let her make that decision, but you have to at least ask her to see if she would be willing to adopt your daughter when you're gone, no matter how sad this story is. OP says, okay, I reached out to her and we were able to set up a place to meet. It's some simple, cheap bakery you can eat inside. I'm going to ask her if she can adopt my daughter. That way, if she says no, I can have more time to go to an adoption agency near us. Thank you for the support, everyone. Okay, let's get straight into the update. This was posted on December the 12th, 6 months ago, roughly 2023. All right, I'm back now. A day after my post, I was able to meet up with my friend/coworker. And after telling her about my diagnosis, which is something I haven't told anyone at work, I asked her if she was willing to adopt my little girl. She was shocked and tried to comfort me about my upcoming death, but she told me she couldn't give me her answer right then and there. Well, it turns out that she does want a daughter, but something happened in her second pregnancy and caused her issues that I don't feel right in sharing. So she does want to consider adopting, but she first needed to talk to her husband and talk about planning if he agrees. I understood, since it was a big change in their family. I said okay, and after we ate, she gave me a hug and told me she will miss me. This is embarrassing, but I actually started crying. By the way, not at all embarrassing. I also started making the emails. It gave me this idea and I thought it was amazing. So I created an email for my daughter and started pre-recording videos for stuff. It's nowhere near ready, but I already have some ideas and recorded some videos for her birthdays and some big life events like first crushes and prom and first job. Sad to say, but I realized planning it that most of the videos will be don't do what I did. My friend reached out to me a few days ago and said that after having a long talk with her husband, they both are considering it. Apparently they do this thing where after talking about a huge change in their lives, they'll come to something to agree on and then wait for a while, and if they're still on the same page, then it sounds like a good idea. She did tell me that it wasn't a yes though, there are some issues they want to fix first. She said that while they both really like the idea, they barely know anything about my little girl. Her husband and 6-year-old son haven't even seen her, and while she has seen and heard about her, it's from me. So she told me about a plan they came up with. For the rest of this month, I'm going to have to get up 2 hours earlier than normal to drop off my daughter at their house so her husband can watch over her as he works at home. Then I'll go to work with my coworker. This way, her husband and son can get to know her. She also said she wants us to celebrate Christmas with them, so that's something to look forward to in the future. This all started yesterday, and when I went to go and pick up my little girl, she was the happiest I've ever seen her in a long time. My friend's husband said that they went off on the wrong foot at the start. He said she was really scared a bit and didn't want to play with their son yet, but since it was their first day, he thinks she'll get better. We did it again today, and he said she mostly watched their son play, but it was already better than yesterday. So that's what's happening right now. I'm scared this will be for nothing, but at the very least, now my daughter is getting better at their house. So even if they say no, in the end, she already has some better memories than when she was with me. Okay, that is the end of the update. There is another couple to come though. Let's first of all jump into some comments. Somebody said, "Sending you so much love, sweetheart. I hope you're able to enjoy your little girl and find peace knowing she'll be with a loving family. And even if it ends up not working out, you did and are doing your best to provide her with the best possible future." Yeah, I mean, it's clear that OP is the sort of person that is extremely harsh on themselves. And I would say that OP is going too far. I don't think she can possibly be as bad a mother as she is explaining or expressing that she is. Yeah, look, she's just in a terrible situation. I mean, having lung cancer, despite smoking a lot, having lung cancer at the age of 22 that is terminal is extraordinarily tough. I mean, I think we can all agree on that. And yeah, leaving behind a daughter at 3 is just brutal. But you can see from what OP has said so far that she is a good mum and she's doing the very best to give her daughter the best life after she's gone. The commenter continues, just a recommendation with the email. Get a backup or backups for the video, be it a CD, USB, online backup or others. I have an email I use to receive only, and it goes directly to my mail app on iPhone, so I don't directly log into the account on Gmail. Well, I got an email some time ago that since there's been no activity on the email for a few years, the account will be closed in a few months. So I just sent myself a few emails, but it may happen. Please do get a backup. She'll definitely appreciate it. OP replied, thank you, I'll try to do backups in any videos. I think if my friend says yes after all of this, I'll tell her about the email deletion so she could help stop that from happening. That does scare me though, doing all these emails and having them lost before she could see them. Somebody else then said, I know I'm only an internet stranger, but as a mum, I'm proud of you. You don't have much, but everything you do have is focused on your baby girl, and that's what makes a great mum. One thing I will say to add to the email idea, if you can, grab some loose sheets of paper or a small notebook and write down your favourite recipes, including all the things you add that make it something only you've made. Give that to her, because one day she'll be happy to say, I made my mum's food. Write down little happy things you come across in the time you have left, not in email form, but in your own handwriting, because you'll treasure that in years to come, and it's a tangible link to you. Write down places you like to go, your favourite colour, favourite music, things like that. Little pieces of you, so she'll have something to physically hold on to when times get hard. You have all my love. Wow, those are some great suggestions. OP replied to that. I was thinking of writing a letter for my little girl's 13th birthday. The only thing I have from my mum is this necklace that has been with me. I don't know what it is, but it has a lot of curls and hoops with a pretty, almost clear stone in the middle. I was going to write a letter explaining the necklace is from her grandmother, and now, since she's old enough, it's going to be hers. I do have recipes that I know she loves. That would be an amazing idea. She loves my egg salad sandwiches, so that is one recipe I'll write down. Thank you for the idea. All right, then let's jump into the second update. This posted on January the 20th, 2024, and it's a bit of a sad title. Update 2. My friend gave me her family's decision, and I also lost my job. I'm back again. I'm sorry for being gone so long. A lot has happened, and this will be my last post. So this is going to be long. Sorry. First, I started feeling really sick days after Christmas. My whole chest was hurting, like someone was hitting it with a hammer over and over, and I was coughing up blood. My best friend was terrified that I caught something, because the doctors have said that me getting sick right now could be deadly, so we had to go to the doctor. Thankfully, I didn't get anything, it was the symptoms getting worse. Also, thankfully at the time, I was still at work, so I didn't have to pay much for the bills. Yeah, that was another terrible thing that happened to me recently. After the trip to the hospital, my work called me in private. Remember how I said that if something were to happen, I'd be the first to go? Well, guess what? The bosses were telling me how they couldn't keep me there as I'm dying because it wouldn't feel right, and how it's apparent to them that my illness was slowing me down and forcing my co-workers to work harder to make up for me, and that wouldn't be fair and all that. I know I was just causing more problems to my co-workers since I got diagnosed, but I didn't think they would complain about me to my bosses. I'm so stupid for that. Of course, I was being a pain. I was hoping to still be with them till the end of the month so I could pay my apartment rent, and I barely had enough money for bills, rent, groceries, public transport, and the hospital. This is where my best friend / former co-worker comes in. After testing out caring for my little girl for a few weeks and spending a big holiday with them, she and her husband agreed to adopt her. She was telling me about some of her plans, and I told her it would probably be for the best that my daughter moves in with them. She asked me why, and I told her our work fired me, and I wouldn't be able to care for both of us with so little money. She told me we both could move in with them. They have plenty of guest rooms that I could pick. I actually cannot believe the 3 paragraphs I've just read there, guys. I'll wait until the end of the update until I give my thoughts. But oh my goodness me, this is just 100% illegal. Anyway, let's carry on and get to the end of the update before I actually explode. What have I just read? Okay, OP continues. I swear, I tried to say no. Her family was already doing so much for us. I felt like this was too much. She told me I could be a huge help for them living there during my last months. Her husband could use the help looking after her as he works. I can help them decorate and fix up her new room, show them the foods my daughter likes to eat. So I promise I'm not going to be a bother to them, and we are hard at work getting the needed papers together for the adoption after I'm gone. Besides, me living there could help my little girl become more comfortable in her new home. And guess how rich her family are? They have a personal family lawyer. When I haven't been feeling sick, we've been working with him to make sure the adoption goes through. Okay, maybe also get that lawyer to have a word with your bosses that fired you because you were ill. Something that is 100% illegal. Okay, after all of that, I do want to share some other fun news. Christmas with them was probably the best Christmas my daughter and even I have ever had our entire lives. My friend's family had like 5 Christmas trees in their entire house. 5? I mean, that's too much. 1, good amount. 2 or 3, that's quite a few. 4 is getting a little bit silly, I'd say. 5? Wow, they really must be rich. Thanks to my friend, I was able to make a really special Christmas gift for my daughter. A Build-A-Bear. Well, it was really a bunny, but still. I made a voice recording telling her how much I love and will always try to keep her safe. And my friend knows about the emails. I'm almost done with them actually, just a few more left. I gave her the password to both the email and this Reddit account, so once I pass, she could delete this one. Sorry, but I've been getting so many messages. I don't want people to message me when I'm gone. And about the messages, I've gotten a lot since I updated. Apparently my story was shared on TikTok. That's cool. It's weird that I've gotten so many people reaching out to me and messaging me wanting to talk. I've never had that happen in my life. It's funny how it happens once I'm dying. Tons saying how if my friend said no, they would love to adopt my little girl. Thank you, but thankfully my friend did say yes. But if you still want to adopt, please reach out to a foster care system in your state. There are still children struggling in the system going through what I did. Give those kids the life I could never have. I've also had some people saying how they would love to pay me money to help. Please don't bother. Sorry, but it feels weird accepting money. My whole life I've worked for everything I've had, so it feels wrong accepting money and help from strangers just because I'm dying. This actually makes me go back to the title of the post in its entirety. Just want to remind you guys of it. OP says that she failed at life. I mean, it's so like self-deprecating in the worst possible way because it's just not true. It's just not true at all. Anyway, let's carry on. OP says finally that she does want to address a few messages that she's gotten about race. Most were about why I cared about my friend's family and me and my daughter's race being different. It wasn't a lot, but a few called me a racist for caring about that. I want to say that my nerves about that isn't because I think me and my daughter being white makes us better than my friend or anything. Far from it. I've seen a lot of stuff in the system and talked with other kids of different races, and those kids of different races were put into care with people who were also a different race from them. They would tell me the problems they face from the parents. Not that I'm scared my friend will do that, but also from the outside world. Being called names and insulted. One kid told me how she got screamed at by some older lady at a restaurant, and the parents did try to get involved and it got into a nasty fight. So yeah, I was scared her family and my daughter would face the same bigotry the foster kids I knew from before faced. But I can't let my fears about some bigots ruin my daughter's chances. Anyway, this will be the last time I'm going to probably post on here. I don't want to waste my last days. I've thought about taking up painting again actually. I used to paint when I was in high school before I dropped out. And once in the same school, we read a classic book about a world where books are banned. I don't remember a lot from the story, but I do remember at the ending when a character said, "You didn't waste life when you make something to leave behind." That always stuck with me. I want to paint something. Maybe my friend could hang it up or keep it in their attic, but as long as I've left something behind, my life wasn't for nothing, right? I also need to help my friend's family and my daughter settle into their new lives. Thank you to everyone for your kindness, and goodbye. Somebody asked below this post, just quickly, what about your daughter's other parent, his parents, grandparents? I'm sorry this is happening, but please consider family first. To which OP replied, her father is in prison for hopefully a very long time because he did a crime involving children. So even if he got out, he would not be allowed around her. Not like I would want him to. Also, my parents are dead. Okay, now I said that before we get into the final update, I simply have to talk about what I've just read there. In relation, especially, to your old work saying or choosing to fire you because of your illness. Now that has to be illegal in so many ways. You're just not allowed to do that. I mean, unless you are, and I don't know about it. In the UK, I know 100% for a fact that is illegal. You are not allowed to do that. If somebody has cancer, you cannot fire them. That you would get sued for so much money I mean, maybe you'd even go to prison. I don't know. It's just illegal. So yeah, please, like, I know it's kind of not that important to the story, but you simply have to ask this lawyer to get involved there and help you out. And, you know, because if you get a lot of money from this and you do successfully sue, then obviously that will help your daughter's future. So, I mean, I just couldn't believe that. Surely that is illegal in America if this is where that takes place. I mean, look, guys, let me know in the comments down below. That was unbelievable when I read that. Now, for the story as a whole, I mean, it's just so incredibly sad. And we are going to get into the final update just in a second that was posted just a few days ago at the time of recording in June, actually on June the 12th, my birthday, which actually makes this even sadder. We'll get into that. But yeah, I do just want to say before we do, OP is so harsh on herself, but she's actually just clearly an incredible person. Right, let's get into the final update. The title of this is She's Resting Now. I've written and deleted this post so many times. She asked me to update all of you when she passed, and yet I couldn't until now, and for that, I'm sorry. We buried her 2 weeks ago. My co-workers, our family, and even some friends she made over her life that she managed to keep in touch showed up to her funeral. When she saw the prices of what a casket and plot of land in that cemetery would cost, she had a panic attack, and so we told her we'll go with the cheapest prices. We lied about that. She deserved a good funeral and a nice resting place. Her name was Michelle. She was put into the foster care system when she was 3 after her mother passed in a car accident. She never knew her father. When she was 16, the man who was supposed to be caring for her took her out of high school. She found out she was pregnant from him when she was 18, and it was discovered he had horrible images and videos of children on his computer, and so was arrested. Ever since, she was working and doing her dang best to make ends meet for her and her daughter. She got a job at our workplace just a few weeks after she turned 19. I only discovered just a few months ago that she actually lied to get the job. I asked Michelle why she did that, and she responded, "Why would it be a big deal? They taught me everything anyways." That is the Michelle I knew. It shocks me reading over her messages she left behind, how little she thought of herself. She was always so confident, at least how we all saw her. She walked head held high and with a purpose. She never appeared out of control of a situation, except for the past few months, and honestly, I believe she was allowed to have moments of panic and grief. Nothing went past her too. She seemed to know everything that was going on around her at all times. It also seemed like Michelle wasn't afraid of anything. She even made friends with some homeless people around the area she lived in before moving in with us. One of them was Ted, who she knew because he was around a gas station besides the bus stop. Before her cancer took a turn for the worst and she was taken to a hospital, she asked me to drive her there. I thought at the time she wanted to see some familiar sights, but instead she walked into the gas station, bought a sandwich, and then walked around the side and handed it to who I learned was Ted. Ted showed up to her funeral. I don't want to describe her last few weeks when she was alive. It was in the hospital and she was so weak and frail, just not like her. We visited her as much as we could. Our children hated seeing her in such a state though. All of us did. But we couldn't just ignore her and leave her behind. I wonder if it was the right thing to do though. Our last visit, I just had a feeling it was the end. She was asleep when she finally passed on. She had gladioli and poppies at her funeral. We all loved the meaning behind the gladioli flower, and she picked poppies because she loved calling our daughter her little poppy. We painted little poppies on her bedroom walls. She keeps asking us where her mother is, and always sleeps with the bunny Build-A-Bear Michelle made. Michelle never got to finish her painting, but I think that makes it more special. We're gonna hang it up in our daughter's room when she gets older. The emails are finished, and she's going to see her first one on her 4th birthday. We have all the letters and recipes she was able to write down tucked away in a safe location. Like the painting, we'll give them to her as she grows older. We also were able to apply our daughter for full Social Security survivors benefits, and we'll be putting those into a savings account for future college or life use. That is all I can think of right now. According to Michelle's wishes, I'll be deleting this account in a few weeks. My husband and I promise we'll raise our daughter to the very best we can and make sure she is as loved as Michelle loved her. Thank you for all your kind words and support. Wow, and there we go. That is the end of that one. I'm lost for words as to what to say there. Just so sad. I really don't even know how to react to that. Sometimes you read a story and it just hits you, and that was one of those stories, no doubt about it. I'm actually not too surprised as well that Michelle's friend here, obviously the now mother of her daughter, was also a little bit taken aback by the fact that Michelle thought so little of herself. Because based on her actions in real life and just day to day and how amazing she seemed as a mother, you would have thought that she just was like, really confident in her own ability, brave, courageous, just, backed herself and did the right thing a lot. But to hear her speak about herself in the way that she was speaking about herself in the first post and the updates that followed was a little bit shocking to me, and I didn't even know her, so I'm not surprised that her friend had the same sort of reaction. But again, all I can really say is Michelle's a great woman, and by the way, so is her friend, Michelle's daughter's new mum, adopted mum, for taking her on and just giving her a great life. It seems like they are a great family, and fair play to Michelle for not, sending her daughter to the care system or letting her daughter go to the care system as she would have done, but doing this instead. Damn, what a story, eh, guys? Maid of honor kicked out of wedding on wedding day. Things escalate. This was originally posted on May the 31st, 2024. This was originally posted on May the 31st, 2024 with the title, "I tried to warn the bride that her bridesmaid dresses wouldn't work for me, but she insisted, and now she's annoyed because I look like the bride." I'm supposed to be the maid of honor tonight for a wedding. My husband is the best man, and we've been friends with this couple for a long time. The problem is that now I'm being kicked out for being black, and my husband wants to step down as best man because of it. It's causing a whole thing. To clarify, because this is important, the bride is not racist in any way, she's just kind of dumb for refusing to listen. My skin color is the issue, but not because she has a problem with it overall, just because she didn't realize that my skin would make a dress look different on me than on others. She's had this vision for her wedding forever, apparently. Her bridesmaid dresses are nearly identical to her wedding dress in style, except a different color. And on the bridesmaids' dresses, the detailing stops at the waist and they're not laced up in the back. My dress as maid of honor is an exact carbon copy of hers, just in the other color. Now here is where it gets to be a mess. She picked this color the company calls morning grey for her bridesmaid dresses. Morning grey, for anyone wondering, is like a soft pastel grey that's pretty much a shade of white. On the other bridesmaids, the dress absolutely looks grey. A very soft, very ethereal grey, but a grey nonetheless. All the other bridesmaids are also white. I'm not. I'm not only black, but as I've been to the beach for another wedding this year, I'm darker than I normally am. Against my skin, the dress undeniably looks white. Like the only way you can tell mine is actually grey is if I'm standing directly next to the bride and the dresses are side by side. Then you can see that mine is slightly grey and hers isn't. Now the bride ordered all of the dresses and picked the colour herself. I tried to tell her she should order mine in a darker shade of grey because I've been down this road before where I've been accused of wearing white at a wedding because the dress I wore looked white in the sunlight even though it wasn't. She insisted that she had her cousin try it on and the colour was perfect and you could easily tell it was grey. I tried to explain to her that her cousin is the colour of printer paper and that it would look different on me, but she was unwilling to have her, quote, vision modified. Now she's annoyed at me because it's clear when it's hanging with the other dresses that mine is the same colour as the other bridesmaids. She's decided the only option is to kick me out of the wedding so I don't upstage her. However, she wants me to give my dress to one of the other bridesmaids, which I said was fine as soon as she reimbursed me the money for it. It was $350 compared to the rest of the bridesmaids who paid about $125. But then one of the bridesmaids promptly pointed out that none of them could even wear my dress. I'm not huge, but I am incredibly top heavy. I wear a 34H bra, which is part of why my dress was so much more expensive than the other bridesmaids. The other part being the extra detailing. So none of the other bridesmaids would be able to keep my dress up even if the lacing was pulled as tight as it would go. So now she's decided that I've ruined her perfect wedding. She screamed at me and told me that not only am I not in the wedding, but she doesn't even want me to attend as a guest, which annoyed my husband, A, because she was warned. I even sent her photos of a dress that I wore that was almost the same colour to a different wedding, and B, because he doesn't want to attend a wedding we travelled for without me, and he thinks it's BS since she insisted on that dress colour. Okay, so there we go. That is the original post. And before we get into the thoughts of some other people on Reddit who have commented down below, I just have to say a few things myself. First of all, are you 100% sure that the bride isn't actually racist? Now, I know you've said she isn't, But just based on a few things that I'm reading there in the first post, and I'm not talking about her saying, the bride saying that you need to leave because the dress doesn't look the right color on you. Not even that. Just the tone and the way she was going about what eventually happened. As in, not even inviting you to the wedding after all, even though you're meant to be one of her closest friends and were going to be the maid of honor. Like you could still just come as a guest, right? I don't know. Very, very strange behavior. Also, the fact that she's asking to replace you with someone that is white or lighter anyway. I mean, you can say it's not racist because it's about the color of the dress. It sounds pretty racist to me. I don't know. There are ways to go about it which would make her seem less racist, is all I'm going to say. I mean, overall, she just does seem like a terrible person, to be honest. But yeah, let's see what the comments are saying. It's worth saying as well that you did absolutely nothing wrong here, OP, at all, and the way you've been treated is horrible. Okay, so somebody said, you're not the jerk, you did nothing wrong, and I'd fully support your husband stepping out as well. Neither of you are ruining the wedding. The bride did that all on her own. What an absolute... Ugh, never mind. Also, you say she isn't racist, but this comes across as someone who might just be a little. Like someone who screams, I don't see color, or who says, I can't be racist because I have friends of color. Well, lady, your behavior tells otherwise. And you, OP, you deserve so much better than this. Somebody else said, OP went out of her way to say her, maybe former, friend isn't racist, but this sounds pretty racist to me. She went from maid of honor to being screamed at and uninvited to the wedding and is being replaced by someone with lighter skin who doesn't compromise the bride's aesthetic. Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what I was saying. I don't know. It's weird though, because you wouldn't just suddenly become racist, and she was invited with a pretty major role at the beginning of this, you know, maid of honor. It's one of the most important roles there is at a wedding. So I'm not sure. Maybe she is just really, really strange and was genuinely horrified at how the color looked on you, and that's nothing to do with your skin, even though it is to do with your skin, but it's just purely an aesthetic thing. I don't know. Is that racist anyway? I'm not sure. And then somebody else commented, describing the cousin's skin tone as a print paper is freaking funny. Thank you for that. Why can't she have you in a different colored dress? Some brides do that for their maid of honors. Just dye it or something. That's an extreme overreaction on her part, especially since you warned her. That is a great point. You could just get another dress and still be the maid of honor. She doesn't have to replace you. Maybe she is racist after all. The comment continues, you're clearly close since you're her maid of honor, so you'd think she'd trust what you look like in a certain color, but Bridezilla clearly lost their marbles. I'm thinking you dodged a bullet on this one, and hubby will too once he dips, but there has to be other solutions than straight kicking you out. If you really want to stay in it, ask her if you can find someone to dye the dress if she's amenable to you having a different shade. Now that whole thing is a very good point. Yeah, there are solutions here which do not involve just flat kicking you out of the entire wedding. Okay, let's move on to the update. This was posted on the same day for everyone who is asking what happened. So, after I posted, things got ugly and the groom called everything off. Actually, this is a very good point. So, when actually is the wedding? That's what we haven't actually been told yet, have we? I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, maybe this is the day before or the week before, but the wedding seems imminent. I initially offered to dye the dress since I was the only person not getting my hair done. My hair's been damaged more than once by stylists who don't know how to handle the texture, so I'm very limited in who I will let do it, and instead I usually do it myself. The groom thought this was a great idea and even offered to pay for the stuff needed to dye it and let me use his parents' place to do it. While he went to go talk to his parents though, my now ex-friend nixed that, because then I would stand out even more. So I asked what she meant by stand out even more, and a whole lot of truth came out. Apparently, she initially hadn't wanted me in the wedding at all, but her ex-fiancé is one of my oldest and best friends, and my husband was, note the past tense, one of hers. That's why we introduced them to each other in the first place, because we thought they would hit it off, and they did. Anyway, because my husband was the closest thing she has to a sibling, she really wanted him to be the man of honor at their wedding. And initially, the now ex-groom said that was fine, and he would just have me as a best woman so things would look balanced, and two men didn't have to walk down the aisle or whatever. She really didn't like that, so they decided to switch it up, no big deal. Except apparently it was because I'm the only person of colour in the whole wedding party, and one of very few who will be at the wedding at all, and I'm going to stand out in every single picture. I asked her, what about the groom's parents? The groom is white, but he's adopted by a black couple and is quite close to both his biological and adoptive parents. But if you ask who his parents are, he always says the people who raised him. Her theory was that his biological parents would be in the pictures and not his adoptive parents. Oh my goodness, I'm only laughing because it's so insane. Well, when the groom came back and heard this, he flipped out, and then she said the dumbest thing she could have. Apparently, quote, "It's not his fault, he had no control over who adopted him, and the pictures should just be," another quote, "real family." Well, at that point, the groom had heard enough and told her that they were his real family, and he couldn't believe she'd say that. She was not the person he thought she was, and he was not marrying her. She gets annoyed and tells him he's being ridiculous, but his parents can be in some of the photos, and they'll take some without. He tells her again that he is in no way, shape, manner, or form marrying her after what he heard, and in fact he wants nothing to do with her. She gets upset and says, well, she's at least going to go have fun at the reception. He reminds her that he and his parents paid for everything, including the reception, and she is not welcome, and he will be informing the security of that fact. The bride runs off and tells her parents what he's saying and doing, so they come out, all guns blazing, and confront him, but apparently she didn't give them all the facts because when he laid it out for them, they were appalled. Her father literally tore her a new one, talking about how she was not raised that way, and he couldn't believe this was the person she'd become. They apologized to the groom, offered to pay for half of the wedding, and they left with their daughter. So, we spent the afternoon with the groom, several of the bridesmaids, and all of the groomsmen, who were all equally shocked by her behaviour. I'd say we were consoling the groom, but we weren't. He was too busy ranting about dodging a bullet. Last night, we went to the reception, partied until like 3 AM, and had a great time. As for the dress, I have an event later this summer, and I'm going to dye the dress and wear it for that. Alright, let's just get straight into the comments. Wow, I cannot believe what I've read. Someone said, "I'm sorry that you all had to find out that she was a horrible person, but thank goodness it was discovered before the wedding and before kids." I agree. There is a silver lining in this, and I feel like the groom-to-be explained and accepted it very, very quickly. He's actually in many ways fortunate that he found out now. Now, obviously, it's not ideal to find out that the person you're about to marry is a disgusting racist, but at least you find out before you tie the knot. Fair play to him for having that mentality so soon after that event. But anyway, let's carry on with this comment. The ex must be breathing a sigh of relief, but how is your husband doing? You stated that your husband is the closest thing she has to a sibling, so he must be a combination of furious and heartbroken. I'm so glad though that you all had a blast at the reception, and I hope that everyone was also petty enough to share the heck out of the pictures on their socials with a caption, something like, "living their best life, now that the trash has been taken out. Best of luck to your friend." Opie replied to this 2 days after the wedding. "My husband will probably be sad later because they had been friends for so long, but right now he's just disgusted that he was friends with someone who thought like that. Like, she was at our wedding." I think furious and heartbroken is absolutely accurate. So there we go. I guess I was right with what I first said after the original post. She was racist after all. Isn't that a great thing? Wow, predicting a racist. Just not sure. That's good, but yeah, it was, to be honest, now that I think about it in hindsight, pretty obvious based on some of the things that we saw in the original post that this woman was almost undeniably racist. You guys just hadn't explicitly found out yet. Just reading some of the comments down below now as well on the post that's all been put together with the updates. Someone quoting the original post, "To clarify, because it's important, the bride is not racist in any way." Then saying, "She's going to be a big fat racist, isn't she?" Yes, you are correct. I mean, can we just talk for a second about what she said about the groom's bio parents being allowed in photos, but his adoptive parents not being? Gosh, just actually insane. It is weird to me that you get this far in a relationship, you know, be engaged, be ready to go at the altar almost, before realizing that the person you're about to marry is so racist. I mean, surely you've had conversations and you've had, like, you know, meetups with the groom's adoptive parents before, and unless she's just been able to fake it really well, I don't know, if you're the groom, are you not seeing something in your fiance, in how she is with your adoptive parents, her relationship with them, that makes you think, something's not right there? Maybe not. Maybe she just hid it really well, but when it came to her big day, her wedding. She couldn't hide it for any longer, and she didn't want any black people in any of her photos. I, 26-year-old female, just found out I'm pregnant after having revenge sex with the fiance, 35-year-old male, of the girl, 30-year-old female, who my ex-boyfriend, 32-year-old male, cheated on me with for 2 years. Oh my goodness. This was originally posted on February the 19th, 2023. So I just found out that I'm pregnant after having revenge sex with the fiance of the girl who my ex-boyfriend cheated on me with for 2 years. I'm just trying to get my head around that as a title. Wow. My ex and I met when I was 20, but were only friends until we started dating 2.5 years ago. I found out last year that my ex had been cheating on me for basically our whole relationship with a girl he met through a mutual friend. I broke things off after I found out, and I told the girl's fiance about their affair. He ended up breaking off their engagement after he found out, and she seemed nonchalant about it, until she realized that my ex's money wasn't actually his. My grandma left me a lot after she passed back in 2019, and my ex had been flaunting around the things that I'd gifted him throughout our relationship to her, even going as far as to claim that the house and antique car my grandpa left for me in his will were my ex's. Now, it's not something I'm proud of now that I think back to it, but I did allow my ex to walk all over me for the first month or two after I broke things off because I missed him so much. I gave him money and tried to make things work, but would always get reprimanded by my parents and friends when I'd run to them crying after he ghosted me for her. I didn't officially give up until the girl's ex-fiance messaged me and told me that she was rubbing it in some of their old friends' faces about how pathetic I was and how desperate I was for my ex, who didn't even give an F about me. I was really upset, and I asked him if he'd be willing to meet up with me because I knew that if I talked to my parents or friends about this, then they'd just lecture me even more. He agreed, and the two of us met up at a random food cart place. We ended up spending most of the day just exploring and talking about how we were doing. He'd also confided in me about his relationship with his ex. They'd known each other for 10 years, and they'd liked each other for most of the time they were friends, but he wasn't looking for a relationship then because he was focusing on school. He had decided to give them a chance after she'd driven 12 plus hours overnight to see him because they talked on the phone, and he said he was feeling under the weather and was stressed from how vigorous his residency schedule was. She'd dropped everything to take care of him, helped clean his place, and made him some home-cooked meals after finding out that he was surviving off of vending machine snacks and instant coffee. He told me in detail how he'd never felt so loved and cared for, how after she'd done that for him, he decided that she was the one, that if this wasn't love, then love wasn't real. Finding out that she was cheating for the last 2 years made everything click into place. She'd been pushing off getting married, telling all her friends that she was having doubts about him. He'd been trying to convince her into going to couples counselling when I broke the news to him that she was sleeping with my ex. I felt like a monster, hearing their love story and then realising that they didn't get their happy ending because of my ex, and it messed with my head. We continued to talk from time to time, checking in on each other and meeting up for a quick bite every now and then. We lost contact after the girl my ex cheated on me with somehow convinced him to take her back. I became slightly depressed after he cut me off, explaining to me that he was still in love with her and wanted to work things out, which meant a clean slate. I found out through some internet snooping that my ex cheated on her too, which was why she went back to her ex-fiance. A few months passed and things went back to semi-normal. I started getting therapy, and I was about ready to put myself back out there to try out the dating pool again, when around New Year's, I got a call from the guy. He was crying and asking if I was available to talk. I of course said yes, and out of concern, met up with him at his place. He broke down to me and told me about how he'd found her and my ex in his mum's guest bedroom during Christmas when she snuck him in for a quickie during his family's busy holiday party. All heck broke loose when he'd found them in the guest bedroom after spending 20 minutes looking for her everywhere. So we drank a bit then and ended up having sex. He apologized and told me that it was a mistake and he wasn't in his right mind, that he just wanted revenge sex, but it didn't make him feel any better after. I tried to message him platonically a few times after to see if he was alright, but he blocked me. So I dropped it and went on with my therapy and life. I went in last week to check with my doctor since I've been getting bad cramps and to get a new prescription refill for my birth control that I used to help with my PCOS. I had to do a usual test to double check for the possibility of me being pregnant, and I was very surprised when it came back positive. I've been sitting on this new knowledge, and I've been contemplating whether or not I should tell him, or if I should even keep the pregnancy. My doctor did inform me that since I'm still in the early stages, I am still at a big risk of having a miscarriage, so I don't know if I should even be worrying about it at all, since there's a chance I could lose it. And then it would just seem like I was trying to grab at his attention or something, especially after he'd made it clear to me that he wasn't comfortable talking to me anymore after we slept together. I've not told anyone, and I've been going crazy because I don't know what to do. And there it is. That is the end of the original post. And that is the beauty of Reddit, that people can come onto the platform and just post stuff anonymously. Nobody has to know it's them saying it, and they can get some real advice in the comments down below. Okay, and there we go. A lot to unpack there. And obviously there is an update to come, which was actually posted not too long ago on May the 20th of this year. So a good couple of months after the original. But yeah, just off the bat, I feel like you just got to tell the guy. I know you might miscarriage, but you also might not. He just needs to know. He does need to know. I mean, I put myself in that position. If somebody was out there that was pregnant with my child, no matter what the context, I think I'd have to know. So for his sake, you've got to tell him. And then, yeah, ultimately, it's your decision. You do what you want to do, but he's got to know. I really think you've got to tell him. Anyway, as I said, let's get into the update. I mean, just a crazy series of events, really. But yeah, without further ado, here we go. A lot has happened since my original post. I know a lot of people are against this, but I went through with the pregnancy, and I am forever thankful for my beautiful baby. Hang on a second, guys. Okay, I've completely got this wrong. The original was posted February 19th, 2023, not 2024. So, a year and 4 months ago. And this update is from just a couple of months ago, May 20th, 2024. Oh my goodness. OP continues. I had originally planned to get an abortion, but I found myself unable to go through with the appointment. I'm pro-choice, and I always will be. Just because I chose to keep my baby doesn't mean that another woman or girl should be forced to keep a pregnancy they do not wish to continue. Everyone has a right to their own bodies. My parents were very upset with me, and my whole family disowned me. I listened to what some of you said about letting the father know. We'll be referring to him as Dave. And after many failed attempts to reach out to him, I decided to go in person. Dave wasn't happy when I showed up at his place, but when I told him why, he agreed to talk with me. Dave let me know that he'd officially ended things with his ex and wanted to go no contact with me because I was another tie to his past with her, but he was willing to try and figure out a co-parenting plan with me if I agreed to a paternity test first. I of course felt a bit bad about the paternity test part, but I agreed to it since we both had only been acquaintances that bonded over our trauma. Everything was honestly easy cruising until I started to spot around the 26-week mark. My OBGYN explained that while spotting is normal while pregnant, mine was heavier, and my blood sugar and blood pressure also both worried them because of gestational diabetes and preeclampsia risk. After a few nights of Dave insisting on sleeping on my couch, I had him help me move some of my things to his place since he lived close to the hospital. I'm very thankful I decided to semi-move in with him when I did, because I went into premature labour at 32 weeks. I'm very thankful to have had Dave and his family as my support system. His mum would come and switch out with him at the hospital and advocated for me whenever I felt washed out or unheard. She helped me both emotionally and physically and stood by me. Dave's mum also helped me work through my emotions when all I wanted was my mum. She and my dad had gone no contact with me after I decided to keep and have my baby. Dave's mum was an absolute godsend also because she's a retired nurse. She started in OB, went to NICU, and eventually later settled into lactation before retiring, and explained things to me when we found out that my baby had respiratory problems and had SUA, single umbilical artery, and that it could have been a factor into why I went into premature labor. She stayed with Dave and I so she could help me with pumping since I wasn't able to produce milk, and encouraged me when I felt like such a failure for not being able to take care of my son when he needed me the most. She drove me to and from the hospital while my son was in the NICU because I was healing and so mentally and physically exhausted. I really and truly believe that I didn't fall into deep postpartum depression because she held me and helped me with each step and was always so patient with me, even when I wasn't with myself. Dave's mum would constantly remind me that nothing was our fault and no one did anything wrong. It's just that everyone is faced with hardships in life, and this was one we'd work together to get through. Oh my goodness me, Dave's mum is an angel. Wow. My son graduated from the NICU and came home a month after I did. Dave's mum visited us often and helped with him since Dave and I are first-time parents. Dave's dad joked that he felt like she and I had the baby together, and he and Dave were both just background characters that make guest star appearances every now and then, since Dave was working so much in order to build more PTO, and his mum wouldn't bring his dad along when she'd come visit, since she didn't want him to disturb me and the baby with his loudness. Dave's dad is hard of hearing and can sometimes be unaware of his volume, so he took no offense to it. Okay, fair enough. I thought it was just a very loud person. Dave's siblings and family members posted a lot about our son because he was the first grandchild and first baby in a long time. Dave's youngest cousin is 17, turning 18 this year. Now somehow, someone must have shared a photo or something, but pictures of us reached my family, and my parents demanded that I let them meet my son. Dave was supportive of whatever I chose to do and said that he'd agree to them meeting him if that's what I wanted. After thinking about it for a few days, I decided that I wanted to talk to my parents before I let them meet my son. When we met up to talk, my parents were offended that I hadn't brought my son with me and left him with Dave's parents. They said some really hurtful things, and then my dad started to question when Dave was going to ask him for permission for us to get married, since we didn't already have a shotgun wedding while I was pregnant. I was okay with them insulting me since I'd grown up with it and was used to it, but once my parents put their target on Dave and his family, I became upset and decided it was time for us to leave. My parents did try to petition for legal visitation rights. Honestly, before this whole ordeal, I did not even know that grandparents' rights existed. Actually, neither did I. Comment down below if you knew that was a thing. Wow. But they were denied because my son is still very young and because both Dave and I are very much on good terms. We're living in the same household, and they couldn't find or prove that there was any danger to our son's well-being. My family did try to reach out to us and claim that we were horrible people for denying my parents their grandchild, but no one ever seemed to be able to make a peep when Dave's family would defend us and point out that my family had been the one to disown me and that no one cared to see if I was okay until after I had the baby and everything was handled. Dave's mum and my mum got in a verbal, almost physical altercation after my mum had made false reports to CPS and called the police to do multiple welfare checks on us. My mum was given a police warning for harassing us after one specific incident where she threw a tantrum and caused a scene when the police found nothing wrong in the welfare check and refused to listen to her demands to have my son temporarily taken away from us and put in her custody for his safety. That's in quotes. Dave and I currently have restraining orders pending against my parents and certain family members. One of the reasons I decided to update is because about 2 months ago, a friend of Dave's asked him to have some drinks, and they ran into his ex-fiancée, who later messaged him to tell him that she regretted the way they ended and how she was very hurt when she heard that we had a baby together, especially with it being so soon after their relationship. Dave wouldn't talk to me about how he felt, and when I asked him, he just brushed me off or switched the conversation onto a topic about our son that he knew would distract me. I noticed Dave pulling away from me and how our relationship became a bit awkward and strained after their run-in and her message, because I know he still has feelings for her, and I'm afraid that he might feel trapped with me and our son. I also noticed that the drama with my family has made Dave and his family less patient with me and my son. During Mother's Day, I overheard a few of his family members make comments to Dave about me being at their family barbecue since I was just my son's mum and not really part of the family. Dave just shrugged and said I didn't have anyone else to spend the day with. Oh, not a great answer there from Dave. With how tense things have been, I've been thinking about moving out and back into my place. I stayed with Dave at his place after I gave birth, but now that our son is slightly older and I am healed, I want to give Dave back some space so that he can start dating again if he wants to, and give him back some more bachelor time when I have our son. I want to find a way to approach me moving out and us making a co-parenting plan without making things more awkward or possibly ruining the relationship I have with Dave and his parents. I don't want them to feel like I'm not grateful or anything, but I do want to go back to work and get my life back on track so that I can provide my portion of needs for my son and not want to depend on his family for more than is appropriate. Okay, that is it for the update. We do just have one more additional post from OP posted on May the 24th, 2024, just 4 days after that update. I've been trying my best to not check my phone or Reddit since I'm honestly a little overwhelmed right now. I'll let you all know that I did talk to Dave and he was against me moving out. He also wasn't willing to talk about the situation with how he's been acting after running into his ex, and he said that I was bringing up something that didn't matter since we were talking about me wanting to move out. I haven't said anything about what I heard during Mother's Day, and I don't think I'm going to mention it since I feel really bad. It was meant to be a private conversation. I don't think anyone meant anything bad. Wait, sorry, I've got to just interrupt there. The whole point of a private conversation is that you say how you really feel. I'm sure they did mean bad. I mean, I don't think they expected you to hear it, but what they were saying was definitely true, OP. True as in that is what they believed and they were not holding back. I know that's harsh, but let's be honest, guys, that is true. During our conversation, Dave let me know that maybe I'm just overthinking or overreacting, and that I shouldn't make big decisions like moving out. He also said that because our son is a preemie, he'd prefer if one of us was a stay-at-home parent until he turned 2 to 3 years old so that he could catch up with his peers. And then once he started pre-K, we could go back to work again. But I feel like he's been trying to avoid me since that conversation, although I could also be overthinking like he said. I don't know, after reading some comments, I do feel like I'm valid in the way I feel, but I'm also not sure anymore. I want to do what's best for my son. I know people already think I'm so dumb and that I shouldn't have had him, but I'm trying to be better for my son. I feel like he's my only family left and I really want to try to do what's best for him. Oh, OP, if there's one thing you're not, it's dumb. I mean, are you joking? Some of the stuff that's happened to you throughout this and the way you've dealt with it in such a calm and considerate and intelligent way is the opposite of a dumb person. I mean, I don't know how you've done so well, to be honest. There's no way that the majority of people would be able to handle things as well as you have and with as much logic and thought. Yeah, you've done an amazing job. So I think you need to understand that. The problem that I have though is that I just don't know about Dave. I really don't know. It seems to me, OP, as if he wants you to be a stay-at-home mum, but not his wife, not his partner or anything, just stay at home and be his child's mum. To be honest, I don't actually know if he wants anything to do with you at all, really. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm going too far with that. He's obviously been nice to you at moments, but I don't know. It seems as if, yeah, he just wants to let you do the mothering, him work, and that's kind of it for your relationship. I don't really know if that's best for you though, OP. I mean, clearly it's not. You've said yourself you want to get back to having some sort of normal life. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm reading into that a little bit too much, but I don't know. It's a weird one, him saying, no, I want you to stay and just stay at home, but we're not in a relationship, but we're co-parenting. I don't know. What do you think? Let me know in the comments down below, guys. Yeah, to be honest, the more I think about it, the more I think that you should just move out, OP. It's what you want to do, and you don't want to be a stay-at-home mum. You've explicitly said that. So yeah, you don't just want to be gaslit by Dave into thinking that you're overthinking things when you're not. You just want to do what you want to do, and obviously you've got every right to do that. I would say, if you can, move out. Simple as that. Am I wrong for ending a 20-year marriage because I learned my wife cheated on me while we were dating? This was originally posted on January the 8th, 2024. My wife, who is 44, and I, a 43-year-old man, have been married for 20 years. We started dating in high school when I was a junior and she was a senior. We were long distance for her first 2 years of college while I was in high school and did 1 year at community college. Then we went to college in the same city for a year and have lived together since. We got married the summer after I graduated college. Now, our marriage has been pretty great so far, but I initiated a divorce after I discovered that she was sleeping with multiple other men for the 2 years we were long distance. Just after Christmas, we got together with a few friends of hers from college to catch up, have dinner, and hang out. We talked about a lot of stuff, and my wife mentioned that we met in high school. Not that we dated, just that we met. Her old college roommate commented that it was crazy that we met in high school, had a few wild years in college, then ended up together. I played along and commented that I didn't know if my wife was as crazy as I was. The roommate started to tell a story, but my wife cut her off and said she was uncomfortable about it. I sensed something was up, so I said that we actually started dating in high school and were together for my wife's entire time at college. All of my wife's friends got real quiet and the rest of the dinner was awkward. On the way out, one of her other roommates took me aside and said that I should have an honest conversation, that's in quotes, about what happened at college. So I asked my wife on the way home and she kind of blew me off. I told her it was important that she was honest with me, and again, she said it wasn't important. When we got home, I told her I was going to stay at my brother's house until she was ready to talk about what happened in college. The next day, she came over and admitted to sleeping with several men during her first 2 years at college. She said she didn't consider it a big deal at the time because we were long distance, and she didn't think a high school romance would last. I pressed for more details, and she said it was at least 10 different men, including at least 3 guys she introduced to me as friends when I came to visit on weekends, and one guy that she was still in contact with. I told her that I wanted a divorce and would be starting the paperwork as soon as I could, which I did on January the 2nd. Wow. Her family and most of my family is telling me I shouldn't throw away my marriage over a few mistakes. I've stood by my belief that cheating on me with multiple men for years is unacceptable, no matter when it happened. And the fact that she continued to maintain relationships with these guys right in front of me was an unacceptable amount of disrespect. We have 2 children, but they are 17 and 19, and I believe they will understand why I need to end the marriage. Am I wrong for leaving? I feel like I'm going crazy with the amount of people telling me to overlook years of infidelity and decades of lies. Now that is the end of the original post, but OP has added in a few edits to answer some common questions. First of all, he says, the reason I posted this is that my wife and a few friends have been saying it's common to sleep with other folk when you're in a long distance relationship, and that I'm kind of the odd one out for not sleeping around. Okay, that is crazy. I felt like I was being gaslit, but I wanted an outside perspective. We live in a state with a waiting period to finalize a divorce, so I felt it was a reasonable idea to get some insight before things are finalized. After these comments, I see a handful of folk saying it's normal to sleep around during a long distance relationship, but it seems to be a significant minority. Yeah, obviously. He then says, we saw each other a couple of weekends a month during the 2-year college period. I lived about 3 hours away from her college, so it was long distance, but not like cross country. This was not a situation where we went months without seeing each other. The 3 guys I met while she was in college were meetups that happened during parties. The subject of me being a boyfriend didn't really come up, so I honestly don't know if these guys knew anything. The one guy we're still in contact with married a mutual friend from college. This is not some guy she secretly messages on the side, it's somebody we've talked to regularly for years. I've talked to him a few times since I've learned about my wife. He said he didn't know we were dating at the time and has since blocked her on social media. Wow. Some people have asked how the roommates didn't realize at our wedding that the timelines didn't work out. Now the main reason is that my wife and I had a very small ceremony with just close family in Texas, then went back to the East Coast to have a big party with friends. The typical reception or sharing of details about how we met stuff didn't really happen, so her roommates didn't realize we started dating before college. It sounds like they thought we only dated for the year we were both in the same city, then moved in together. He says he was open to therapy or some kind of attempt to save the marriage, but her insistence that this whole thing is common and I'm the one who's out of line is just too much for me. The only time she showed any remorse or even offered to reconcile is when I started filing paperwork. In the last week, she's gone back to saying she's right and I'm overreacting. This is also while I feel like I'm being gaslit. It seems obvious that this is a major issue, but I've got my wife and others telling me it's normal and I'm overreacting. Also, I'm not getting a paternity test unless my kids want one. I don't have any doubts that they are biologically mine and no test will make them not my kids. I love them more than anything in the world and my wife's infidelity won't change that, even if one or both of them is not biologically mine. They've been my kids for 19 years and they'll be my kids until I stop breathing. He also says we were definitely exclusive at the time. First, dating culture was a lot different 20-ish years ago, and exclusive was kind of the default for most people. Second, we had a long and difficult discussion before she left for college about continuing the relationship long distance. She specifically wanted to stay together and even joked about her dad coming after me if I started sleeping around with girls at my school. Finally, at my senior prom, she was not able to attend and was very upset when I proposed going with a platonic female friend of mine. As a result, I ended up skipping my prom and hanging out with her instead. While we never said the word exclusive, I think the above reasons, combined with the general relationship before she left, are enough to assume exclusivity. And finally, based on some comments here, I followed up with the friend that said I should have an honest conversation. She told me that, quote, 10 guys would be on the low end, and that her biggest concern was that there was apparently at least one pregnancy scare that I didn't know about. I honestly don't really think that changes much. It's less about the number for me and more about the fact that she seems incapable of recognizing why this was wrong or why I feel betrayed. Okay, wow, what a roller coaster of a first post. Let's get straight into the update posted on February 5th, 2024. I want to provide some updates here as my original post got a lot of traction. First, let's talk about the things I learned about the situation in college. After talking to my wife in sessions and texting with 2 of her roommates, it's clear that her roommates knew something was up in college. They said they thought the situation was weird and likely involved cheating. My wife had told them that we both had some wild times in college and worked it out before we got married, so that's why they never really brought it up. The roommate who pulled me aside recently was uncomfortable with the fact that my wife clearly didn't talk it through with me and wanted me to know. As far as being introduced to guys that she slept with, apparently that was not intended. For one of the guys, he ended up dating and then marrying one of our mutual friends from college. This is the guy she was in contact with. In the other situations, she initially blamed me in a counselling session we've been to, but has now agreed it was bad. When I went to visit her, she planned to hang out in the room or just hang out together alone, but I wanted to go to a few parties, as in high school and community college, I didn't really have any to go to. She didn't expect me to meet those guys, but they were at those parties, and she felt she didn't really have a choice. Now, I still think this is kind of trashy, but not as bad as her intentionally parading me in front of them. Most of our discussion in therapy has been talking about why I think it's a big deal and she doesn't. She initially said that none of these guys were in relationships with her and it was mostly one-night stands or friends with benefits. Since she didn't view them as romantic relationships, she didn't see the big deal. Those are her words, not mine. Now that is absolutely ridiculous, by the way. Just because you don't see yourself as being in a romantic relationship with somebody that you're cheating on your boyfriend with doesn't change the fact that you're cheating on your boyfriend. How dumb is she? Anyway, OP continues. My opinion is that we never said that was okay and she actively prevented me from doing the same. Yeah, exactly. After digging into this across 2 sessions and my wife talking to some friends, she now agrees that it was a breach of our trust/relationship. Wow, well done. She finally grew some sense. What an idiot. This is the shared understanding that has helped us talk about the situation more honestly and helped us get from arguing to talking, which is why I'm optimistic about co-parenting. Now, this is why I'm 100% set on divorce. 2 things came up that make me want to leave the marriage. First, about 10 years ago, we went through a really rough patch and had a dead bedroom for about 2 years. She had expressed that our sex life was becoming boring, so I tried to spice things up. Nothing crazy, just roleplay and like Spencer's gift level sex toys. Apparently, she had been hung up on some sexual experiences that happened in college that she's not comfortable talking about and wanted me to try them. But when I did it, it made her feel awkward and guilty that it made her think of other men while she was with me. The fact that she's saying these experiences were meaningless, but they're still impacting our marriage, tells me they meant more than she wants to say. Second, she admitted that she's been flirting with co-workers on business trips since the pandemic ended. Oh my god. She says she's never slept with anybody, but it got as far as going on a date with one of her male co-workers. That was the absolute deal breaker for me. Absolutely. I mean, that just is cheating, and that is obviously grounds for a divorce. Oh my gosh. We've told our kids that we're getting a divorce. We told them it was due to some bad decisions that we made in college that we're having trouble moving past. My 19-year-old, who was in college, asked me if I cheated on my wife while she was away at college. My wife got a little shaken up, but admitted to the kids that she is the one who did it. We've agreed not to share any additional details with them. I reinforced that both of us will be there for them and that we're in therapy to help make sure we handle this in the best way for the family. I also told the kids that if they wanted to talk to either of us or a therapist about it, I'd fully support it. We've started talking to a mediator about how to proceed with the divorce, and unless things change, we should be able to have an amicable one. We're both financially stable on our own, we've got no major debts, and our kids are older, so custody isn't a major issue. This has been a bad couple of months for me, but I'm doing okay now, and I honestly am grateful that my last post blew up because it both validated some of my feelings but also motivated me to go to counselling with my wife. Okay, and that is it for the first update. Let's get into some comments. Somebody said, "Sorry, but this is for the best. She's been keeping you in the dark for over 20 years. Quote, she says she's never slept with anybody, but it got as far as going on a date with one of her male co-workers. If you believe this, then I got a bridge on Mars to sell you. Dead bedrooms for young couples usually mean someone is getting somewhere else." Ooh, I didn't think about that. That is a very, very good point. And I agree, actually. If she's going to the extent of admitting that she's going on dates with co-workers, then who knows what else might have happened. She probably doesn't want to go a step further and admit to the full truth, which we can all probably assume happened. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't even think about that, but to be honest, yeah, I'd say I'm 99% confident now that that has happened. OP replied, "I don't really believe it, but I also don't think it's worth it to dig into more. I'm getting an STD panel done to make sure I'm safe, and I really don't need to know anymore, because if it was just a date, we're getting divorced. If it was more, we're still getting a divorce. Pushing the issue won't do anything but make it harder for us to co-parent." I'm also reasonably sure that she was cheating during our dead bedroom situation. We were having sex like once every 2 months, and we usually have sex 2 to 3 times a week. Again, I have enough to know it's time to move on, and me digging more into it will only make the divorce harder. And finally, someone asked, has she even apologized for everything she put you through? Especially the part where she went on a date with some jerk. OP says, before our counselling and at the first appointment, she was not apologetic. That to me, guys, is just so mental. In the second appointment, the focus was for me to explain the effect it had on me. She has expressed remorse and apologised repeatedly since that session. It's too little too late, but she's not some kind of emotionless monster. Are you sure about that? Insert John Cena meme. To do this to you for so long, I'm not sure. She just might be. Okay, and now let's get into the final update. This was posted actually a long time after the first update and original post. Just a few days ago at the time of recording, May 21st, 2024. Hey guys, this is likely the final update on this account as things have mostly resolved. My wife and I have completed our divorce and everything is official. We had an uncontested, amicable divorce with minimal disagreements. Our lawyers worked together to create the plan through mediation, and a judge signed off on it a few weeks ago. In the end, the actual divorce process was pretty straightforward. The only complication was that our 17-year-old was adamant about me having custody because their relationship with my ex-wife has really fallen apart as a result of this. Yeah, good. Initially, my wife dug in her heels and was ready to give up on the uncontested marriage, but my son pretty much told her she could choose between letting him have a break for a few months to process and rebuild, or force him to live with her until he turns 18 and then risk never seeing him again. I felt this was a bit harsh, but my wife backed down and we moved forward with me having primary physical custody until my son's birthday later this year. For my part, I've encouraged my son to be open to fixing things, as the actions my ex took before he was born didn't change the 17 years she cared for and loved him. Yeah, that might be true, okay, but he doesn't know the full story and the fact that she was continuing to cheat on you during your relationship, during the time she has been his mum. OP continues, fortunately, as the divorce moved forward, he's been spending more time with my ex, and I'm optimistic they will work through this. Does he need to know the full story? That's what I'm asking myself right now. I kind of feel like he does. It's probably not for the best, but I don't know. He's getting the wool pulled over his eyes if he thinks this just happened when he wasn't alive when you two were in college. It's just not true. Things have been going well for me personally. Both of the kids spend most of their time at my place, and we're still very close, which was my biggest fear in the divorce. I've got a new house that I really love, and I gave in to the midlife crisis urge and traded in my outdated minivan for a Lexus LC 550. I even had a woman at work, not a close co-worker, invite me out for a coffee date. Now, while I was upfront with her that I'm not ready to date just yet, she said she'd be happy to take a rain check and would be happy to go out with me when I'm ready. I'm honestly thrilled, because she's really smart, has a great sense of humour, and our positions at work are far enough apart that we don't really work directly with each other at all. My ex and I are continuing to go through couples counselling together. We've transitioned into having closure on our marriage and making sure we maintain our relationship enough to be effective co-parents. While these sessions have been great to help me process things and keep things as healthy and positive as possible, given the circumstances, it's also reinforced that divorce was the right option. It's clear from some answers in the sessions. My wife immediately started dating once the divorce process started. So whatever love there was, clearly was on the way out already. I'm pretty sure the co-worker she was just friends with dropped her off at our recent session. The fact that it doesn't even really make me mad is a good sign that I was also probably done with the marriage. In the end, it will take a long time for me to heal from the betrayal, but I feel like I'm making good progress, and I can honestly say that the divorce was unquestionably the right decision. I probably cried more in the last 4 months than I have in the last 20 years, but for the last month or so, I felt genuinely good about myself for the first time in a long time. I'm enjoying having my own life. I've been busy getting my 17-year-old ready for college in the fall and looking forward to a coffee date with a smart, funny woman in a month or two. Well, it's good to hear that this story has, I guess, as happy ending as we could possibly have hoped for. If you, OP, are kind of already realizing that you might have been a little bit checked out of the marriage, I mean, clearly she is, but we don't care about her. But if you're realizing that as well, and it's not as painful and not too much of an ordeal as you probably expected it to be, as you say, that is a good sign. And yeah, if the future looks bright, I'm happy for you. And you know, I still am not entirely sure about the kids' relationship with their mum moving forward. You guys let me know in the comments what you think about that and whether they deserve to know the full truth. Maybe it's not really for the best, but I just feel like there's so much there they don't know about, which would massively change their opinion on their mum. My girlfriend came out as a lesbian before our marriage, and no one gives an F about me. You know what? F you all. This was originally posted on March the 13th, 2024. Me and my ex, Dana, have been together for 7 years, and I knew that she was bisexual from the beginning, and she openly told me about her past relationships with girls. But I never cared, because it wasn't a problem at all. We never had any big fight or arguments, but just small things, and we always sorted out everything. So, after 7 years of our relationship, I decided it was the right moment to ask the big question, because we were deeply in love, financially stable, and already living together. So for me, it was the right time. I prepared everything to make it as romantic and unique as I could. And when I asked her the question, she hesitated, but then said yes. That's when the problem started. I didn't understand why there was that hesitation, and I asked her, but she only replied, I was nervous. So I gave up. We told the news to her parents. Mine died when I was 20, and my little sister when she was 17 in a car accident. Oh my. And our friends as well. But even here, some things were off, because her parents were faking to be happy, and I didn't understand, while our friends were super happy and were already telling us ideas for our wedding. 4 months passed by, and we were planning our wedding when the day came up. I came back home from work, and she was waiting for me with her bags ready, and I asked her what was going on. She told me, listen, I know that this is going to be hard for you, but I'm not bi. I'm lesbian. My parents have known this for 2 years, and that is why they weren't happy and were faking it. Please, I beg you to not make this difficult and just let me leave. Don't cry, don't beg me, don't scream. Let's just do things like adults. And then she drove away. I was standing there on my feet for like an hour in shock because I couldn't believe it. We passed by getting married to Dana coming out like a heartless and cold girl that I couldn't recognize. Now the worst thing about all of this came next. As 3 months passed by that day, I cancelled the wedding. And literally nobody ever texted me or called me asking me how I was, if I was fine, if I needed something, just nothing. Not her parents, not her. She blocked me that very day, and not even our friends. No one gives a dang about me at all. In this 3 months, I was hospitalized 3 times because I lost a lot of weight, 15 kilograms, and I have insomnia. I just work and come home, nothing else. While everyone else is praising her for her coming out, how good she is to finally realize she was lesbian, and her courage to be herself after years of fighting to find her true identity. Right now, I'm not even capable of being mad. I'm just in disbelief as to what's happened, how fast it all happened, and that no one gives an F about me because her coming out is more important than her ex. You know what? Screw them all. They showed me their true colors, and screw my ex as well. Okay, so there we go for the first post. Let's get straight into some top comments on that before I give my thoughts. Somebody said, she did not solve her problem like an adult. She avoided it and then ran away like a little kid. Deplorable. Someone else said, you did nothing wrong, and that was incredibly selfish, cruel, and awful of her. As soon as she realized she was a lesbian, she should have broken it off. She wasted a minimum of 2 years of your life that she knew for sure she was a lesbian, and she strung you along. Nothing makes that okay to do. Now, it will get better. Give yourself the time you need to grieve and heal. Be kind to yourself. Treat yourself. Don't rush the healing. You'll be okay. And finally, someone else said, I'm so sorry that you were deceived and that nobody gave you any sympathy. For your own mental health, you need to put all of these people behind you. They are not going to give you what you need. It will be hard, but you need to start rebuilding a new life for yourself. You can do it. Okay, so there we go. That is it for the original post. And yeah, I agree with all those comments. A lot of the time, you do see people in these relationships who discover their true sexuality, come out, and they get a lot of praise, and rightfully so, by the way. On the majority of occasions, I would say that is completely fine. However, in this instance, it's not, because it's not fair. It's not fair on your ex, on OP. Like, look, don't get me wrong. I'm sure that coming out is one of the hardest things you can possibly do. But in this situation, you are screwing over the person that you're in a relationship with, and that ultimately is selfish, despite how hard it is to come out. If you've known this for 2 years and you haven't told your partner, I'm sorry, but that is selfish. I mean, in England, not too long ago, we saw the same with a famous TV presenter, Philip Schofield, now in a lot of controversy, but before that, he was getting a lot of praise for finally coming out. Although, not a lot was made of how that would affect his wife and their family. Like, what is she going to do now? I mean, she's just been conned for a long time. He said he always knew he was gay. It's just weird. I don't know if in that situation, the person coming out should be the one getting all the praise. Definitely not, realistically. Anyway, there is of course more to this story. Let's get into the first update posted just a couple of days after the original. So here we go again, like in GTA San Andreas. But this time, it's more painful and shocking at the same time, because today and yesterday night, a lot happened. Like some of you guys said, some of my ex-friends saw my post on TikTok, and the absolute mess started, and it's still going on right now. This ex-friend, I'll call him Paul, reached out to me and basically told me that he saw the post and knew that it was me, because I used my ex's real name, Dana, and was shocked to know what really happened. Because apparently, Dana told my ex-friends that she came out to me as a lesbian, and I tried to lay hands on her, and I threatened her, and she told them to not contact me again. They all believed her, but then when they all saw my post, they started pressuring her to ask if my post was saying the truth or not, and she admitted the lie. Since Paul's text, I've received a ton of texts and calls from everyone asking me how I am, if I'm fine. They're sorry for believing Dana and not texting me first, and apologies. But then there's the real issue. Dana. She texted me asking to forgive her, that she was sorry for how bad she treated me, and admitting that she invented this all because she was afraid to lose friends. And unfortunately, that's not all, because I got a text from her girlfriend, Mary, and basically she told me that she is sorry for Dana's behavior and for what she did, and, now here comes the issue, that she's known Dana for a year, and she never told her about me, but always talked to her about me like a roommate. So she was thinking of leaving Dana. Now comes my part, because I made a new group, including them all, even Dana and Mary, and I told them that I'm not changing my mind about forgiving them. I was actually thinking to sue Dana. This is actually partially true, because I'm not sure if I'm doing that or not. And if they, my ex-friends, were decent humans, they would have texted me asking me if I was out of my mind to lay hands on Dana, or just insulted me via text if they really cared about me. Then I added some personal things about Dana and blocked them all. Yes, I agree with that. Even if Dana had said, don't message him ever again, surely you still would, right? Surely. My blocking method isn't working, because they're continuing to harass me with texts and calls from other numbers, and even making other people call and text me. Crazy stuff is happening, and I really still can't believe at all that this mess is going on. I'm thinking it's all a nightmare and I need to wake up, but unfortunately, it's all freaking true. Then the other thing is that finally I saw a therapist today, a few hours ago. And I don't like to admit it, but I cried a lot. Because for her, the therapist, I never worked on my parents' and my sister's death, and then this thing with my ex added to it, making me explode. It's going to be a very long journey, and I hope to reach a point. I already had the number of the therapist there on my table in the kitchen, but I never called. This time I did. Hopefully it's going to help. So this is all. I hope to update you, not so quickly, but when I feel better. Again, thank you, and hopefully I will update you in better times. All right, someone commented underneath this. Normal people break up with their partner and tell everyone about it and why, then move on. But Dana ghosts her boyfriend and lies just because she was scared. Honestly, I would definitely sue for defamation, man. You have the evidence and I don't think it could go wrong. What do her parents think? OP replies, I forgot to write this little part, but the quick resume is that I never had a good relationship with them, so we never got along well. They always said that I wasn't the right guy for their daughter, so I never really cared about them. But this time, they asked me to think wisely and to not sue Dana because she was afraid, and they even justified her actions. That's all. And in fact, I wasn't surprised about their reaction to the news of marrying her. Someone else said, dang, you were absolutely correct calling the ex-friends out because, yeah, any good friend would have called you out on problematic behavior, or at least been like, dude, what were you thinking exactly? Also, there's no shame in crying. Good luck on your healing journey, and those folks can kick rocks. Also, I would create a template response for when folks message you and just copy paste it. It's funny how they had no problem ghosting you, but now can't accept you telling them to F off. And then finally someone said, OP, just change your phone number so your ex and toxic friends won't call you again. Focus on your healing, and I pray you find the happiness and love you deserve. Alright, now let's get straight into the third update. This was posted on April the 15th, so about a month after the first update. A month has passed since my first post, and here I am again. I know that I promised to be here again when things would be better, and I hope for that very much. But unfortunately, my life isn't better at all, and things are going worse than I expected. I'm going to talk in the same way how I talk with my therapist, because you guys are a little bit like my therapist. Now, you know I'm not an expert of therapy and these things, and I hope that in a short time things would change and I'd feel better, but it's more difficult and longer than I expected and imagined. I'm crying every day about everything that's happened to me, about my parents and my little sister's premature death, what happened with Dana and how my friends betrayed me so easily like I was just a random guy. The worst thing is about Dana. After my parents' death, I put all my attention and importance on her. She was like my promise to have a new family and start a new life together and be again a family. In all these years, I tried my best to make her feel loved, happy and cared for. What maybe doesn't transpire from my older posts is how much I loved her and how much I cared about her, because Dana was the only person in this world that knew me 100%, and she was for real my soft spot. After my retirement from the army, she was the one that saw the real me after those years of risking my life. I still have some trauma, but I'm working even on that from that time. And then when I saw Dana, I knew it was love at first sight. So yeah, call me naive. I still believe in the fairy tales, but I really thought that she was the one for me and that she could finally give me my dream of having a family that I lost. The worst and most difficult thing in this month was to finally change my number and start again. I mean, I thought many times to call her, text her, and even see her again, because despite all this mess, I still somehow care and love her. But then I think again at how poorly and badly she treated me, and I changed my mind. But her presence is still very present there in my mind. I still miss those little things that we did together. I miss her being messy and a little goofy around me and my house. I miss her touch. Coming back from work and just seeing her was like all my stress and bad emotions were gone in a second. But apart from this, a few good things have happened in this month, because I got the promotion that I really crave for, even if I got it in the worst moment of my life. And my boss gave me 3 weeks of forced vacation because he's worried about my mental health and how I work day and night without doing anything else. My therapist told me to take a few weeks of vacation also to clarify my thoughts. I'm also looking for another house near my work because my actual house isn't a positive environment, my therapist's words, and because I need a drastic change. So this is what things are like, and unfortunately I do still have unalive thoughts, but I'm working on them even if, again, it's going to take time. So that's everything. I don't think I'm going to post anything else from now on because I don't have anything else to say, fortunately, about my situation. But thank you all for your support and private messages. So people, thank you all, and hopefully even this period of my life will pass without creating too much damage. P.S. My ex-friends never contacted me again, and Dana didn't either. So I don't know anything about what is going on between them, and sincerely, I don't care. Well, maybe. Now we do actually have one more update to come, which is extremely interesting. But before we get into that, let's get into some comments from other Redditors. Someone said, "Hey bud, I wish you well. I can only sympathize with your situation. However, from what I've seen on Reddit and the updates people give out, we see that people do find the happiness someday. Being low is something that every person has to feel, and I guess it's a way to learn. Count it as a failure if you will, but then maybe as a person looking from an outside perspective, all I can see is new opportunities. If I were in your position, I would be hurt as much as you. But what I learned from my experience in failures over the time of my existence is that you may look back and think, what a fuss I made of my life over this. Hang in there and good luck. Can't say I fully agree with that one because I do think that OP has gone through an unbelievable amount that the majority of us reading and listening to this story right now will probably never understand and be able to empathize with. However, yeah, the general point I can kind of get behind. Someone else said, I'm sorry this happened to you. I actually had something similar myself. I unfortunately walked in on my ex-husband going at it on my best guy friend. I was crushed. I thought I would die. It took about a year to work past it for me. I did a lot of self-work. I went to school, I got a degree, I dated several people and eventually found my current husband. We've been married for 12 years and we have 3 kids now. I too lost nearly all of my friends. It was challenging being alone, but I made it. Both of my parents have been gone for many years, so I did go it alone. I took counselling and I just kept looking forward to the day I felt better. I know this hurts, I know you miss her, but it will get better with time. Keep working on yourself, find new hobbies and work on personal improvements, throw out anything that was hers. She is essentially dead to you until you are healthy enough to confront her. You can message me if you need to vent. You got this. Yeah, guys, before we get into the final update, I do think it's worth reiterating the point that OP has barely even mentioned or really delved deep into what happened with his family. The fact that his parents both died and his younger sister died. That was almost like a passing comment in the first original post. But yeah, imagine having that happen to you, going through all that horrible traumatic experience and obviously still living with that day to day. But then finding someone that you saw light in, you saw hope in, you thought, okay, all this terrible stuff has happened to me, but at least I can see a positive future now with this person and have my own family going forward in the future. And then you're hit with this and the sense of betrayal. And obviously that would bring all your past trauma flooding back as well, because, you know, if you can't trust this person to take you away from everything bad that's happened, then, you know, how can you be positive? How can you have a positive outlook on the rest of your life if that's just been taken away from you? I don't know. It's crazy. So yeah, I think we need to remember all of that when thinking about, you know, advice and tips for OP going forward. But I will say, he's doing remarkably well, the lad. Anyway, let's get into the final update of this one. I bumped into Mary yesterday. Hello people, don't worry, I'm still alive. According to my therapist, I can use this little place to vent about my thoughts, the things that happened to me, and updates about my life. So here I am. I'm not very good with Reddit, so I hope I'm doing things in the right way. Don't worry, my friend, you are. Like I said in the title, yesterday I had a strange meeting with Mary, remember Dana's girlfriend, and it was a better meeting than I thought. So I was at this bar in my city, and I was in line to order when Mary recognized me, and we had a chat. I offered her a cup of coffee and we chatted a bit about our life, how things are going and all that stuff. I must admit that she seems like a sweet and kind girl, and she immediately asked me if I was mad at her for what happened with Dana. But I assured her that she wasn't the problem at all. She didn't know me as Dana's ex-boyfriend, so she wasn't the problem. Mary said that I seemed much better now compared to almost 2 months ago, so she was happy. According to Mary, the day I made the group and blocked them all, she and Dana argued a lot and they broke up. She told me again that she was extremely sorry for what happened and how this mess all went down, and that if she knew it before, she would have never dated Dana because she has some values. We chatted for like 2 hours and got to know each other better. After, we exchanged numbers, and she told me that if I needed to talk, vent, or just rant about something with someone, she would be there for me. I appreciated that a lot, and then I went back to my house. It was honestly a nice meeting, and I wouldn't bet a cent on it, but it's nice to be wrong sometimes. So a part of my life since a few days ago seems to have returned to the norm. I haven't had any unalive thoughts for about 2 weeks, which is a great achievement for me. And actually, my mental health finally is getting better. In 3 days, I'll be in Japan for 3 weeks vacation, and I hope to be good and progress always with my mental health. So let's see. That's all. And I never told anyone by name, by the way, but I'm Clark. Peace and thank you for all your DMs. I'm starting to believe you and appreciate your support. So there we go. Once again, we've seen the power of Reddit. You know what I love is that OP's therapist has fully embraced this as a place where OP can go and vent and get some really valuable feedback and help from other Redditors out there. I mean, I've read quite a few comments out there. It sounds as if OP has got a bunch of DMs, you know, giving him really great advice and helping him through this period. And yeah, it just shows what a valuable place a subreddit like this can be. Now, personally, I would just say to OP, like, you know, if things aren't always going well from this point onwards, it would be completely normal. In fact, if every day was better than the previous day, it would be extremely weird. You're going to have some downtime still going forward, but as long as generally you're on the up, and it does seem like you are, to be fair, we have to remember this is still very, very soon after the incident that's happened. Then yeah, fair play. You're going in the right direction. That is clear to see. And yeah, it seems to me as if the people of Reddit have had a big helping hand in that. Am I the joke for... What? Am I the jerk for divorcing my wife over getting a massage? Now, the original post of this one came on April the 16th, 2024. My soon-to-be ex-wife and I are both in our late 30s. We've been together 12 years, married for 10. We are in a dead bedroom. It was totally dead for 6 months before I filed for divorce. It was on life support / ICU for 5 to 6 years before that. We both wanted to be younger parents and both wanted 2 kids. We conceived our daughter almost immediately after getting married. When she was 6 months old, we started trying to have the second child. It never happened. After 3 years, we started seeing fertility specialists and we found out that we both have pretty serious reproductive issues. The doctor told us that our daughter was nothing short of a miracle and said that it was against all odds that we not only conceived but carried to term. It was after this that the sex life began to seriously decline. Initially, I thought it was just the pain of finding out and knowing we wouldn't be able to afford the fertility options, and figured it would get better over time. It never did though, it only got worse. 5 years ago, I would say we had sex 15 to 20 times that year. In 2023, we had sex 3 times. I've tried everything to improve this, spicing things up, talking. I suggested counselling. I more than pull my weight around the house. We both work and work basically the same hours. I'm saying this because the usual stuff I read on Reddit is about how the wife does it all, but this is not even close to true here. Over time, I've grown more and more resentful. The thing that makes me the most resentful is she knows I have a high libido and just doesn't care. I, on the other hand, know that she loves to be rubbed on or massaged, and I never took that from her. I probably rub on her 325 times a year. Almost every night I'll rub her calves, shins, ankles and feet. 4 to 5 nights a month I'll go big and do neck, shoulder, back, butt, hamstring, quads, shins, calves, ankles and feet. I noticed that doing the big massages was the best way to get sex, as she was more likely to allow me to do the foreplay things that I know work on her if I had already done this prep. I did them more often a few years ago, but now not as much. The success rate was never that great, maybe 20% of the time, but in the last 2 years, we're definitely in the single digits. When we hit the 4 months of absolutely no sex, I decided that I wasn't going to massage her ever again. It only took 3 days for her to notice, and she asked me to. I told her no, and I got angry. I said, why should I when you don't give a frick about what I want? Obviously, not my finest moment, and a huge argument followed. Things got ice cold at home, but I wasn't giving in. I was tired of all of it. A few weeks ago, she told me, fine, I'll just start seeing a professional masseuse. I said, well, then I will start seeing sex workers. She said that was cheating. I said, fine, I won't, but you won't get a massage from anyone else. That is also cheating. She said that I was being ridiculous, and I said, no, it's being touched in an intimate way by another. If I can't have that, neither can you. And I swear to freaking God, if you do, I will file for divorce that day. The following weekend, she went to get her nails done. Now I know how long it takes for her to get her nails done. She came back almost an hour and a half later than I expected. She didn't say anything, just acted normally. I got on her credit card app on my phone, and sure enough, there was a $95 charge to the goddamn massage person in the same strip mall as the nail place. I lost it, and when I did, so did she. I think we both let out years of frustration on each other. True to my word though, I called a divorce lawyer on Monday. The only part that upset me was my lawyer said that based on these circumstances, I couldn't list infidelity as the reason for divorce, and instead I'd have to go with irreconcilable differences. Anyway, she's been telling people that we are divorcing because she got a massage. Since then, I've had a number of family members and friends call me and say I'm a jerk. Some of them, even when I tell them my real reasons, still think that I'm a jerk and that my reasons aren't good enough. Personally, I think that getting a massage when told not to is plenty of reasoning. So, am I the jerk here? Now, OP has also left a little note, a personal note, he says, at the end of this. I reread this and I know it comes off as angry, but I am angry. I'm angry at myself, really, for wasting so many years. But I'm also angry because this was just the ultimate FU. She just went and did it anyway and didn't even try to hide it. Literally went to the same place next to the nail salon and used her credit card, which I pay for, like I wasn't going to see the charge. Now, in the comments down below, OP also gave some additional information. Let's get into that before we get into my thoughts. He says that most of you are correct. This isn't about a massage. I could honestly care less about the massage. That was simply what I fixated on after I finally broke. Now, to those that like to ride the assumption train or for some reason just create your own narrative based on who knows what, I did not just massage my wife to get sex. I did this for her 300 times a year, nearly our entire relationship. I did it back when we used to have sex 10 to 15 times a month, back when foreplay was something I still got to experience, back when lingerie was common and not just a distant memory. The full massages just became the only way to get the chance of sex above 0. The small leg ones were never escalated by me and were far more common. Since most people bashing me decided to skim over or ignore the short vague list of all that I tried over the years, here is a more comprehensive account. Date nights, weekend vacations, love letters, long conversations where I laid out all my feelings. I'll give her credit, she never did promise to do better, just told me she understands where I'm coming from. I guess I should have understood that that meant she didn't care. I suggested counselling 5 times. I even booked us once, and I ended up going to the first 2 sessions by myself. When she said she was too busy to go to the 3rd, I just cancelled and never went back. Yes, the day-to-day routine stuff is pretty balanced, as far as housework, career, and I think we're both great parents. But our relationship was one-sided. It took me a long time to see it so boldly and to stop accepting it. If she wants a snack, she doesn't get it. She asked me to. A drink? The same thing. If she wanted to go out with friends, sure babe, no probs, go ahead. I got the girl, just worry about you. But if I do, it's 2 hours of prep for me to make sure nothing's going to go wrong while I'm out. A couple of years ago, I saw a clip of a comedian talking about being out golfing when his wife wanted to watch a DVD, and everyone is laughing as he's describing the whole conversation. I just wanted to bawl my eyes out because that was my life. I just stopped trying to even go out. It wasn't worth the effort anymore. Yeah, we had other forms of intimacy. We cuddled at bedtime to fall asleep. She never really liked kissing or hand-holding, so I wrote those off back when times were good. So I had cuddling and on the very rare occasion, sex to look forward to. Now, let's flip this over. Besides the near daily rub-downs, also pretty common was for me to brush her hair. She likes that. She'll ask for that. I painted her toenails a few times. Back scratching was pretty common. Oh, and I usually drew her a bath after she worked out. Does that count as intimacy, or is that just more of only doing things to screw her? I guess I'm the jerk. I'm the jerk to myself for putting up with this for so long. And I get it, you're all right. We both do have unprocessed trauma from having our dreams dashed. But I didn't quit. I honestly didn't berate her emotionally because of this. I knew she was having a hard time. Yeah, I let my frustrations or disappointment show sometimes, but I didn't get angry. Not until now. Not until I had that bad day. And she said, well, tomorrow will be better. Can you massage me? And the sick thing is, I felt totally dismissed and still did it anyway. Afterwards, I was so angry, I just decided I'm never going to massage her again. And I've been angry ever since. Even now, typing this has put me in a full rage. Now, I don't really give a dang about the massage. It was just the final FU of our marriage. Okay, and before we get into the update, I've picked out just one more comment down below that I think is very interesting. Someone said, question, what was your wife's reaction to you filing for divorce? I think this is enlightening because it shows us how much this woman really cares, if at all. OP replied, she's been rather annoyed too. She thinks that I'm being ridiculous and childish, which the massage thing was, I admit, but she has said that my desire for sex is juvenile, that I'm not some teenager and we have a life that I am throwing away over nothing. Now that was all the initial reaction. Now, she is full go for divorce, but she makes it sound like a competition, so I'm expecting plenty of BS. My lawyer says that outside of a 50-50 split, she doesn't have much to fight for. We make almost the exact same amount in terms of annual salary. 50-50 is the default for custody, and since I found an apartment about 10 minutes bike ride away and still in the same school, that's not going to be an issue. I'm contemplating some concessions just to move the process along, although she hasn't done anything or said anything yet. I'm just getting prepared for if she does. Okay, so there we go. That is it for the original post and some more information and then a reply to a comment as well. Yeah, I think this is a pretty cut and dry one, to be honest. I don't really think that she's that into you anymore. Or at least if she is, her version of a relationship or what she needs from a partner is now completely different to yours, to the extent that sadly, I just don't think you are compatible anymore. Now, I would put that more on her, because from her point of view, she is getting everything that she wants, it seems, out of you, and you're getting very little that you want out of her. Now, I know what some of you are probably thinking, like no one owes anyone else sex, which is obviously completely true. But I feel like if we just think about this logically, like she is getting 300 massages a year and OP is getting nothing. I know obviously it's not the same because sex isn't a massage and like they're not comparable, but I kind of feel like if one half of a relationship is giving so much to the other one, exactly what they want, and then that other one is giving nothing back to their partner, then that's not really fair. Now the tough part of this, and I'm not entirely sure where I stand on this, is to what extent is getting a massage like cheating? Because if you are doing it for intimacy reasons or even sexual reasons, but I mean, it does sound like sort of intimacy reasons, right? I don't think it sounds too much like it's like for muscular relaxation or like rehab or kind of a physio sort of massage. It does sound like it's more emotional, more intimate. And I think you could argue that that is cheating. I know it's like it's not necessarily seen as cheating and it's done in a professional sense, but I don't know. I would go as far to say that is, especially given the fact that your husband has said, I explicitly do not want you to do that. So he is not on board with it. I think that is cheating. Now, yes, of course, going to a sex worker and employing their services would probably be a little bit more, I guess, emphatic than getting a massage. But still, you know, if one person wants somebody not to do something with another person and they do it, I think that is cheating. I really do. I mean, within reason, of course, but I think that is grounds enough to say that, you know, I'm not on board with this. To me, it pretty much just seems, before we get into the updates, which we're going to, don't you worry, that this relationship is just doomed. I don't necessarily even think that either party is to blame. I would like your wife to be doing more, don't get me wrong, and I feel like she could be doing more, but you know, you both want different things at this stage. Maybe it's time to just move on. All right, let's get into the first update. This was posted just 5 days after the original on April 29th. While this is not official by any means at this point, I'll take it as a positive. My soon-to-be ex asked me to meet yesterday to hash out some details of the divorce, and it was actually pretty productive. We agreed on a 50-50 custody arrangement. Basically, a week there, a week here. Becomes 2 weeks during summer break. We each keep our own retirements, splitting the savings 60-40 her favour. Each keep our primary vehicle. I made a huge concession on the house. It was my idea. I want our child to grow up in that house. Ours was a 3-bedroom with a finished basement and a nice yard. I don't want her to live in a pair of 2-bedroom apartments. This is important to me. I'll be paying a house alimony each month to offset some costs, since my rent and projected utilities, etc. are much lower than the mortgage, utilities, and upkeep of that house. We did agree though on some stipulations that would end that. 1. If another adult should move in, i.e. a boyfriend or new husband, my obligation ends immediately. 2. My obligation ends when our daughter moves out or turns 22, whichever comes first. And 3. There's a bunch of different scenarios we talked about in terms of splitting the house if she wishes to sell it. I won't bore you all with that, but basically as long as I continue to make the alimony payment, I'll get 40% at time of sale or a buyout. I'm turning all of this over to my lawyer this week. He'll write it up and send it to her lawyer. While she definitely had a "you are beneath me" vibe during our meeting, I'm happy this doesn't look like it will be an ugly divorce, as I was very worried it would be. I assume our daughter is the motivating factor for her sudden amicable attitude. Now, before we get into the second update, which is a little bit more dramatic than what we just had there, I actually want to just pick out this comment because somebody asked OP if his daughter is actually his since he and his wife were not able to have any more children. A pretty, I don't know, scathing comment, or just controversial one, or just deep, really. But the way in which OP responded to it, I think is quite telling once again. He said, "We literally conceived within a few weeks of being married. We were going at it like rabbits back then. Literally newlyweds spending every second together. I don't want to pick on you, but this is the most annoying part of Reddit. I know I acted like a jerk about the massage. I know it's not actually cheating, but there is no actual infidelity anywhere in any post or comment that I've made. I don't understand why you jumped to that. And it's not just you, several others have too, but I truly have no fears that she was ever unfaithful." Now, I will say that I do love Reddit as a platform, don't get me wrong, but I do think that OP is right. Sometimes people do jump to pretty crazy conclusions when they have no real reason to do so. I mean, I guess, like, if we're talking logistically and logically, this probably does make sense, as in it could happen. If you can't have a second child, then yeah, there's a chance that one of you wasn't involved in the creation of the first. But the doctor said, it can happen. It was just a miracle. And also, I don't think it's very nice to assume that, or even like question if somebody was cheating on someone else, when that didn't seem the case at all from what I've just read. Anyway, without further ado, let's get into the second update. This was posted on May the 1st, 2024. "Well, that didn't last long," says OP. "The lawyer called the first thing this morning. My wife has changed her mind, rejecting all the house stuff we talked about. She says she wants to sell and move into somewhere smaller. She's only rejecting the house agreements. The custody agreement is not being rejected though. I told my lawyer, fine, I'm done. I told him, here's the offer from my side then. 50-50 custody, 50-50 split of house sale. I'll still go 60-40 on savings. I know some of you are saying this is dumb and unfair, but I have my reasons, and they all revolve around our daughter. I'm actually fine with this. I'm not even upset that she wasted 4 hours of our time on Saturday. I'm just ready to be done. After my initial tirade, I've actually really come into a good place. It's like I spent years carrying around a backpack of stones and I finally decided to put it down. Personal response to OnlyFans models. Stop sending me invites and messages. I can jack off on my own just fine for free. I'm not going to pay you. Leave people the frick alone. Sorry, that's come out of nowhere. Was OP getting DM'd on Reddit by OnlyFans models saying, oh, don't worry about your divorce. You can just pay me a membership and I'll sort you out. What the heck? Now here's one final relevant comment on this post. Someone asking about the split in savings, saying they don't understand why 60-40. If it revolves around your daughter and you're 50-50 on custody, you having the money is the same as your wife having it, unless she has more responsible spending practices or something. OP says, okay, look, I've paid all the bills our whole marriage. I don't mean my money. We both work. I mean, I've been the person in charge of making sure things get paid. I also don't really spend a lot on myself month to month. Sure, I do some, but she is definitely more of a spender. I'd rather give her some more buffer while she learns how to manage finances because, yeah, I think she's going to screw up. Maybe I'm wrong, but this woman hasn't thought about bills or budgets in years. And I don't mean to say she's irresponsible. She's not. She wasn't a crazy spender or anything. Maybe I'm just being irrationally accommodating. Also, I really need to stress that we aren't rich people. This isn't some gigantic amount of money we're debating here. In all honesty, if she feels like she's winning and we divorce faster, I'll consider it money well spent. Okay, and there we go. That is the end of the updates, I guess for now and probably forever. This does seem like a good conclusion to the story, I'm not going to lie. I feel like from the very beginning, it was painfully obvious that these two, maybe they were back in the day, and I'm sure they had a happy marriage at first, but for the last, few years, and especially now, it's just clear that they're not compatible and they're not good together. And if anything, you could see it as a positive that they are now finally deciding to get a divorce. They probably should have done it a while ago. It sounds like to me anyway. Sounds to me as if, what OP's saying about carrying a rucksack full of stones and now finally being able to put it down. You don't want to live like that. And yeah, I guess you could potentially work through something like this. But when there are such clear differences in what both members of a relationship want, I don't think that's ever really going to work out. And for the sake of your kid, and I love the fact that is the person that you're talking about throughout all of this. That is why you're willing to lose a little bit on the divorce just to make sure everything is fine for her. You even want her to stay in your family home. and not live in two separate apartments week to week. Yeah, I think maybe you should have done it earlier, but at least you're doing it now, and she won't have to live with two parents who clearly are bordering on resenting each other. Let's be completely frank. Would I be the jerk for cancelling my brother's wedding? This was originally posted on February the 25th, 2024. I am a 31-year-old woman, and I have a 28-year-old brother who is hoping to get married to his fiancée, who's 25. They've been in a relationship for a long time. They have kids and a house together, so she isn't someone who is new to the family. We're all European, but I own a gorgeous house in Colorado. It's in the middle of the mountains, surrounded by forests, has huge windows looking out on my acres surrounding. It truly is stunning and a dream come true. A couple of months ago, my brother came to me and asked me if they could use my house for a destination wedding. While I was hesitant to host a goddamn wedding in the house of my dreams, I can absolutely understand how my dream home is her dream venue. I told him they absolutely could, but they had some rules to follow, despite me not living there. First of all, no more than 25 guests. It truly is in the middle of nowhere, so guests would have to sleep at the house, and I simply do not have room for more. Second, nothing that permanently alters anything in or around the house. Third, no smoking indoors. And fourth, any damage done by them or their guests would have to be paid for. Since I'm quite protective of the house, I offer to decorate and find a caterer, and that would be my gift to them. So I'm providing them with a venue, food, and decorations. I'm currently almost 10k into my gift because it's my brother's wedding and it's what I wanted to do. Wow, that is unbelievably generous. Well, now poop has hit the fan. His fiancée decided she needed at least 45 guests. While I was willing to be flexible by 1 or 2, 20? No. I asked her if she wanted to stack them and she got salty. On top of that, she wants me to pay to fly her family in because I fronted the money to my other brother. He's paying me back because he couldn't afford a ticket. I told her no, and again, I got sassed. On top of that, she wants me to build a pergola, which I actually considered, paint my living room, covering up the beautiful wood, so F no, and also pay for the drinks. I said no, I've done enough. She, though, has now taken it upon herself to tell people that I am going back on my promises, that I left her hanging, that she can't afford the super expensive wedding I made her plan, and even went as far as to uninvite my grandparents just to spite me. Her words were, "You wanted me to cut back on guests, so I'm picking your family." I'm getting at least 2 messages a day asking me why I'm ruining her day, if I'm jealous, etc. Today, she called me to tell me that if I keep going out of my way to make her miserable, me and my, quote, rescues, 2 of my children are adopted, would not be invited either. While I find it absurd that she thinks she can uninvite me from my own house, the fact that she referred to my kids as rescues has me absolutely fuming. I'm considering cancelling the whole thing, but I would then be royally screwing over my brother in the process, who's done nothing wrong. So, is her trash show overshadowing my need to protect my brother from a giant financial hole? I don't know. Okay, now before we get into my thoughts on this, first of all, there's a little bit more context needed. OP answered a few comments down below. A lot of people are asking about the second house in general, where it is, whose exactly it is, how it works, etc. OP said this: I purchased this house after it had been on the market for close to 2 years. It was in complete disrepair, and I spent a little over a year of my life restoring, not renovating it, to its original glorious state. I've spent a lot of money, love, and time on this house, and had anyone wanted it, it would have been purchased somewhere in the 2 years it was on the market. By that logic, should I no longer buy that last block of cheese at the supermarket because someone else might want it? Not park anywhere because someone else could want to park there? I might move into this home, I might not. Now, OP actually added before that they do not live in Colorado. They all live in their home country in Europe. But, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a second house, I don't think. I mean, who am I kidding? If I had enough money to have a second house, I'd definitely have one. OP continues saying, also, happy to see you're getting your cardio in by jumping to conclusions. The house is currently being used by a friend who needs to get back on his feet and has been for the past 8 months. Now, I think this sort of line and tone from OP is coming as a response to a few commenters saying, why are you being so kind of, I guess, selfish in a way? No one's living in that house. No one's using that house. Yes, you own it, of course, but you're not in it at that time. Why not just let your brother and his fiance have it and don't be difficult about it? Now, that's not what I would personally think here at all. In fact, I think the complete opposite. But OP ends by saying, I work hard for what I have, and if I want to spend it having the home of my dreams, just in case I someday want to live there, that is my choice. I completely agree on that. Now, someone else asked for some more information. Does your brother know that she is behaving in this way? Have you spoken to him about this behavior? OP says, I have. Almost everything goes through text message, so I screen grab the outrageous nonsense. He claims the pressure of planning a wedding has gotten to her and that I should try and be patient. Now, somebody else asked about the logistics of fitting 25 people into this house. I was actually thinking about this myself. It must be a pretty nice big house if you can fit 25 people in. They asked exactly that. How big is it so that you can accommodate up to 25 guests overnight? OP says it's decently big. The sleeping arrangements wouldn't be luxurious though. Think a combination of sleeping on couches, blow-up mattresses and sharing beds. Not ideal, but it would have worked for 1 or 2 nights. I guess the conclusion here is that yes, 25 is doable at a push, but any more is really not feasible. And 20 more, taking it to 45 guests in total, it's just never ever gonna happen. Okay, so my initial thoughts off the bat after reading the original post and getting the context of these comments here is that if it's your house, you can do whatever you want with it. Simple as that. I don't think there's any sort of requirement or need for you to share it with somebody just because they are a relation to you or they're in a time of need or whatever. Like, yes, it's a nice thing to do. And let's be honest, OP has been so selfless here. I mean, not just the saying, yes, you can use the house, obviously for the venue, but all the other stuff as well. You know, 10,000, whatever currency it is, $10,000 or euros has been put into the gift of, you know, redecorating, getting the food in, etc. And then you're housing everyone as well afterwards. It's not just the venue. You're saying, okay, 25 people can stay there. Like, you're putting in a lot of work here just to be nice to your brother. And it's just getting thrown back in your face by his, I'm sorry to say it, but terribly entitled fiance. Like, why is she trying to extract as much from you as she can? Can she not just be really like grateful that you're doing so much anyway? Why does it have to be another 20 guests? Why is it, oh, now are you jealous? Are you trying to ruin my life? Well, no, ruining your life, or I guess not helping you, would be saying, okay, where's my invite to the wedding? Where's the venue? You know, where's all the guests? Yeah, I'll get you a gift or whatever, but I mean, you're going to have to pay a lot of money for all this. I mean, like tens of thousands of dollars. But no, you're getting all that for free because you have a very kind future sister-in-law, but you just can't see that? I don't know. Anyway, let's get into the first update for this one. This was posted just 5 days after the original. Then there's actually another update that was posted just a few days ago at the time of recording. Okay, then here we go. First of all, I do want to address one thing. To those claiming that I'm a jerk because I'm contributing to the housing crisis by owning a house I don't live in, I'm not. This is a house so deep in the mountains that I need to drive 50 minutes to go do groceries. The internet is so bad that I'm waiting for even Starlink to start covering the area. And when it snows, you sure as heck aren't going anywhere. This is not a house built for living in full time. On top of that, it was on the market for close to 2 years and was in complete disrepair. I did not steal some family's home. Nobody wanted it. The fact that this is a dream home is because I spent a year of my life restoring the whole thing myself. Okay, I understand now. So I guess that's what people were annoyed with, the fact that somebody owns 2 homes. I am not even going to bother trying to act as if I care about that sort of thing. I feel like if you're able to buy a second home, buy a second home, especially if it's in a different country. It's not as if you're taking away homes from people that are looking or don't have one. I don't think anyway. Maybe a tiny bit, but come on, let's be realistic. But I will say, guys, if you disagree with me or you agree with me, get in the comments down below. Let me know why I'm right or wrong. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Anyway, now onto the update, says OP. I heard they were visiting my parents and I drove down as well. Mostly because I wanted people present to witness the conversation. I told her and my brother that since my home did not suit her needs and it was stressing her out to the point that she was calling my children names, I no longer felt like I was giving them the appropriate gift by supplying a venue, caterer, and decorations. I just realized, guys, that is one thing I failed to even talk about, but it's probably the most horrible thing that I've read in a long time. Calling your adopted children rescues is crazy. I mean, it's obvious that this woman, this fiance, is a terrible person anyway, but that is just insane. Anyway, OP continues. I said that I felt like in my efforts to protect my home, I was limiting their options too much, standing in the way of their dream wedding, and as a result would no longer be hosting. My brother actually seemed relieved, admitted to not quite wanting a destination wedding, and that things got a little out of hand during the planning phase. Thanked me for my willingness to help and offered to pay me back for the deposits that I'm losing, which I appreciated but declined. His SO, however, accused me of being petty and jealous because I'm single and no one wants me, and going out of my way to cause her stress and ruin her day. She then pointed at my 2 youngest children and said, "You're doing more for strangers than you are your own family." Oh, wow. The kids are luckily young enough so they didn't catch on to this, but my older 2 did and were absolutely shocked. So were my parents. I told her she had all of 3 seconds to get out of my line of sight before I'd be bringing hellfire down on her, while instructing my children to leave the room. My father stepped in, said it would indeed be better for her to leave, and told my brother that he was sorry but that this is unacceptable. My brother agreed, took his family home, and has since called me to apologise and to say that the wedding planning has been put on hold until she comes to her senses. So thanks for the input and help all. I'm happy it didn't end up all too dramatic. Now that was it for the first update, but as I said, there was a second to come. This was posted 2 months later, just a week ago at the time of recording on April the 28th, 2024. But before we get to that, I know I have to talk about it. What the heck? If you are OP's brother and your fiance is saying you look after strangers ahead of your own family, talking about your adopted children, how are you still with that person? I'm sorry, it just makes no sense. Anyway, let's get into the update. OP says, the wedding was yesterday, and to my surprise, myself and all of my children were invited. I at first declined, but was eventually mellowed down by the fact that it was my little brother's big day. I went last minute shopping so we'd be able to adhere to the dress code, and I even texted the bride photos of the outfits, saying, "Is this okay?" She was very civil, very polite, and even seemed grateful that we'd show up after all. The wedding starts. My brother, his wife, and their children all look extremely happy and beautiful. It was a beautiful wedding, and I began to think that all the dust had settled. Until this morning, I woke up to a text message from Amy, my now sister-in-law, explaining that she and my brother were both very disappointed that I hadn't gifted them the amount in cash that I would have spent on decor and food had the wedding been in my house. I'm yet to respond. Frankly, I'm hurt because I thought they were reaching out to repair our relationship, but instead, they just wanted me to gift roughly 10 times of what I gifted them, despite me already losing out because of the deposits. So, I'm considering going no contact and completely walking away. I would miss my nibblings immensely, and I dread the idea of dividing my family like that, as our parents and extended family would be forced to navigate around the whole issue. But at this point, I'm just so hurt and angry. So, to those of you whose relationship survived the whole Bridezilla saga, what did you do? How did you do it? Was it worth it? Now, guys, if you're watching this or listening to this and you are one of those people, get your comments in down below. How? Now, OP has actually added one more little update just a day later, saying this. As many of you suggested, I contacted my brother, and in the midst of small talk, I asked him if he was pleased with my gift. He expressed being surprised with the fact they still got one, given the fact that I'd already lost money in the deposits. Yes, I mean, that is so obvious, by the way. Clearly, the brother didn't say, "Oh yeah, I'm disappointed with only getting 1k. It was obvious that his new wife had said, "Oh yeah, it's actually me and him as well that were really disappointed with only getting 1k, when in reality, it was obviously just her. When I tell you my blood boils, continued OP. Now, I have never in my life done something petty, recovering people pleaser here. But in that moment, I decided to return the jerkery in kind. Family dynamics be danged. First of all, I told my brother. He apologized and told me to ignore it. I told him I wouldn't be doing that. He said, "Well, I can't stop you," and said he'd never take away my spot in my nibbling's life. So I screen grabbed everything and I took it to social media. I tagged her, my brother, our parents, her siblings and parents, and went on this incredibly passive-aggressive, childish rant on how I wanted to avoid misunderstandings within my social and family circle, and how sorry I was that my efforts weren't to the bride's liking. Now that is such a good way of doing it, by the way. Not just going full throttle at her, saying, "Look everyone, this person's horrible and this is why," saying, "Oh, I've tried my best, but I just couldn't do enough." In reality, showing people how horrible she is, but not forcing that down their throats. Anyway, OP says, my post went up about 3 hours ago, and the only message I've opened so far is my brother's, stating, roughly translated, Woke up and chose violence, huh? He doesn't seem to care. I'll be going no contact with my sister-in-law for the foreseeable future, and I'm now 100% done with this nonsense. Thank you for the advice all. Yeah, I think that's a logical conclusion to this one, really. I think that is what you had to do. Again, I'm not entirely sure why your brother is still with this woman. The fact that they do have kids gives me more of a reason as to why that might be the case. But still, surely like you look at your partner's actions throughout all of this and think, do I really want to be with them? Like, it is a choice being with somebody, you know, in a relationship. I know you've got kids, but come on. Like, how can you be with someone like that? I don't personally know. But maybe your brother's just so used to it now, or there's other stuff and she actually is all right at certain times. She just can be horrible like this, and your brother's like, you know what? When she's being like this, I don't care. When she's nice, yeah, that's why I'm with her. Who knows? I think we need some more context there. But just from what we've seen, based on OP's post here, I don't get it. Let me know in the comments down below. Do you reckon that OP is only telling us the bad side or the bad parts about her new sister-in-law? Or do you think she is just a terrible person? I mean, again, I go back to it. The rescues comment is mental. My brother-in-law just told my wife he is in love with her. So, yesterday, my brother-in-law, out of the blue, asked my wife if she can meet him for lunch. There is something he needs to talk to her about. My wife tells me about it before accepting and asks if it might have something to do with my sister. Maybe they're having problems and he wants to discuss with another woman. I find it odd, but I tell her to go and find out. So she accepts and they meet for lunch at a place near her office the next day. That is where he tells her that he is in love with her. He lays it on thick. How beautiful she is, how she makes him feel, how he would treat her if she were his, how it was love at first sight, blah blah blah. Mind you, this man is married to my sister and has 2 kids. He and my wife had a friendly relationship. Our families see each other often as we are a close family. He does text her frequently, but there was nothing overly sexual. My brother-in-law texts and calls my mum too, so none of us thought anything of it. I want to stop for a moment and emphasize that my wife isn't cheating on me with him. My wife and I share an iPad and I see every one of her texts from there. We're also looking at each other's phones all the time, so none of that is going on. So she doesn't let him finish. She walks out and calls me immediately to tell me what happened. While she's on the phone with me, the text from him starts. He didn't mean it, he thinks it's only infatuation, blah blah blah. She leaves work early to come home to talk to me about this, and her phone is blowing up the entire time with calls and texts from him. I tell her to answer and she puts him on speaker so I can hear. He is crying, begging not to tell my sister. Apparently, when we were together this past weekend, he thought that she was flirting with him, and he thought they had a moment when they were alone in our kitchen. Now, my wife is a major ballbuster, and I suppose I can see how that can be taken as flirting. He asks if she told me, to which I answer yes as I'm on speaker. Then he starts begging me. This went on for a while. My main question was whether he had cheated on my sister before. He said no and swore on his kids' lives. It's just my wife. He said I should understand. So I'm done listening at that point, and I told him I wasn't going to do anything tonight and I would call him tomorrow. That is where we are right now, and I really don't know what to do. My wife says drive over there right now and tell my sister, but the idea of wrecking my sister's family is killing me. Thinking about what it will do to my nieces makes me want to vomit. I know the right thing to do is to tell my sister, but I'm also thinking about my wife as well. It's not her fault, but there is sure to be resentment towards her from my family. Even if my sister doesn't divorce him and they reconcile, I can't see how we're ever together again like we were before, if at all. This whole episode can tear my family apart. I don't give a dang about him, he tried to destroy my family, but I do care about everyone else. I don't know what to do. Any advice will help. Okay, so as I said in the intro, there are a couple of updates to this one, so we are going to see how this was resolved. But off the bat, I do just have to say that personally, in this situation, you have to tell your sister, like, as quickly as you can. It's not going to be a good conversation. It's not going to be fun, but I think you need to tell her. I'm sorry, there's no other way around it. Also, yeah, I agree with you. There might be some resentment towards your wife from your family, but ultimately, it's not her fault. It is your brother-in-law that's done this. And the main thing is, yeah, you got to tell your sister as quickly as you can. Well, that's my opinion anyway. Let's see what actually happened. So, everyone that told me last night that I couldn't wait to tell my sister was right. A little after 12 last night, I get a call from my sister, and she says that she has to tell me that my wife tried to begin an affair with her husband. So he tried to pin it on her. I told her that's not the case and I'll be right over. So I get on the phone, wake my mother and father, tell them what's going on. I wake my younger brother. I tell him. My mum and dad head to my sister's to sit with their kids, and my brother comes to our house to sit with ours, and my wife and I head over. My sister is out on the front porch with my brother-in-law when we get there. He looks beaten. He knows we have texts and voicemail. I really don't know what he was hoping to accomplish. My wife gives my sister her phone. She sees the text, listens to the voicemails, and he starts sobbing before she can say anything. My brother-in-law is a firefighter, a big, tough guy, so this is a scene. My sister's pretty tough. She tells him to stop it, pack a bag, and go. She can't stand to look at him. There's more begging, but she has no patience for it. My sister walks off to talk with my wife. I see them hugging, so at least I feel like they are okay. They've actually been friends since college. I met my wife through my sister, so they're tight. The thought of this wrecking her friendship had been weighing on me. This leaves me with my brother-in-law. He is broken, so I feel more sympathy than anger. He says he's sorry, he just couldn't help it. It's not hard to fall in love with my wife, so I get it, but dang, man. He eventually picks himself up and leaves. So we're there all night. My sister starts asking my wife why her husband would think any of this would work out. He had to have some reason to believe that she felt the same way. My sister says they hadn't been having any problems. Everything was as it always had been. My wife is crying at this point and says there's nothing you haven't seen. She gives my sister her phone again and they read every text ever sent over the past 2 years. There's nothing there. My wife was just herself. Yeah, she has a playful personality and so does my brother-in-law, so they tease each other. She does the same to my mum and younger brother as well. The only thing she could think of was the moment in the kitchen this past weekend he referenced. They both went for the fridge at the same time and they playfully jostled for who would get there first. He lets her win, but he reaches around her waist to get a beer slowly, and she did feel that the way that he did it was a little inappropriate. She says she should have called him on it, but didn't want to make it a big thing. She feels maybe the fact that she didn't gave him hope. My sister doesn't blame her, so at least that is good. So then my sister starts going through his MacBook to see what else she doesn't know about. She is angry and frantic at this point. She guesses the password, starts searching, and finds a lot of pictures of my wife on that computer. They went back years and always isolated on just her. We'd gone as couples to the Caribbean a few years earlier. My wife wore a bikini. She usually doesn't, but since it was adults only, she did. There were probably 50 of her in that bathing suit. So he's been secretly snapping these for years. Does this now enter restraining order territory? This has taken a creepy turn. I'll update when I have more. Alright, there is another update to get into, of course, but first of all, let's jump into some comments from Redditors down below. Somebody said, the fact that you so casually said that you wouldn't do anything tonight and you would call him tomorrow and not tell your sister ASAP is highly suspect. I can't imagine a situation where any man would want to have lunch with my wife alone to share something with her, and I'd be okay with that. You really said wait until tomorrow after he professed his undying love to your wife? Something is afoot, and there's more to the story that you're not sharing. Now, OP replied to this saying, we are all pretty close. My sister and my wife are college friends, and we are family. I know this guy well. He's not a stranger. I just needed some time to process. My whole life just changed. Yeah, I completely agree with OP here. I think there's a lot more nuance to this than just saying, oh my goodness, some random man wants to have a lunch alone with my wife and has professed his undying love for her. Not really, there's a lot more going on, surely. I mean, you have to think about multiple people involved here, not just the fact that this one thing has happened. So yeah, I feel like what OP did was kind of fair. But again, I do think perhaps he should have gone immediately and just said, realistically, we've got to tell her. Now, someone else quoted OP when he said he does text her frequently, but there was nothing overly sexual, saying, so since the constant texts to your wife from your sister's husband were only a bit sexual, you let it slide? Anyways, I can't believe you didn't go straight to your sister and tell her and beat his butt. OP replied, the text never crossed a line. I've seen all of them and he knows that. We are family. It never occurred to me or my wife that things could take this turn. Like I said, my wife is a ballbuster and she treated him like a brother, like family. Yeah, I will agree a little bit with the original commenter here saying that he does text her frequently, but there was nothing overly sexual. Is a bit of a weird thing to say. I mean, you'd hope that there'd be nothing sexual at all. I mean, not even a little bit in conversations with your wife and your brother-in-law, but I mean, who knows? Anyway, let's get on to the next updates. I've shared many of your comments with my wife. It makes her feel better that virtually everyone here holds her blameless. So thank you. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely not to blame. Being a little bit flirty, I mean, not that she's being flirty, but even entertaining a little bit of a joke or something with a family member, right, is not even close to sort of opening yourself up to being hit on or something like that. Or, you know, encouraging someone to say, I'm in love with you. This guy is just in love with you, and that's not her own fault. Well, I mean, he's not really in love, is he? He's just completely infatuated. But yeah, she's not to blame for that. OP continues. Unfortunately, the mess continues. My sister agreed to talk to her husband last night and let him explain. She puts my wife on FaceTime during this conversation, so there will be no lying. I'm listening in as well off camera. My sister is also recording the whole thing. He admits that he's been obsessed with my wife for years. It started the day he met her. My wife and I were dating at the time, but he met my wife before he met me. Like I said, my wife and sister are long-time friends, and my sister wanted to introduce her boyfriend to her friends. He thought it was only physical for a while, but over time, he knew it was more. My sister nearly kicks him out right there, but listens a little more, and she eventually asks what made him think that my wife would leave me for him. He answers that there is obviously mutual attraction, and he figured it would begin as an affair, and then things would progress from there. Oh my goodness me. My friend, you are not helping yourself saying that. My wife and sister explode at that point. A lot of cussing, a lot of screaming. The phone call's over. My wife hangs up because at this point, she is concerned for me. She's shaken and distraught. She assures me the attraction was one-sided. I never thought it wasn't. Even if she did find him physically attractive, I know she'd never act on it. She's just not the type. Early on in our relationship, she caught me admiring her as she was dressing. Asked if I liked what I saw before her face turned cold and told me never to screw up or I'd never see it again. She meant it. She is serious about trust. Anyway, I knew my brother-in-law was a little cocky, but my God, I never knew he thought that highly of himself to be able to pull off something like this. I talked to my sister later on, and she is contacting the lawyer Monday to see what steps she can take to limit his exposure to her kids. As far as she is concerned, he is detached from reality. That's all I have for now. I'll update once the dust settles a bit. And don't worry, there is one final update to come. First of all, let's get into this singular comment. Somebody said, my wife and I were talking about this, and that is what we thought. He wanted to start an affair and then go from there. There's no way to recover from asking your sister-in-law to have an affair if the feeling isn't mutual. You've torched everything. Incredibly high-risk gambit with a low success potential. But he would have done this sooner or later, with or without the kitchen incident. Absolutely right, in my opinion. OP replies, saying that he had made comments to me many times through the years that my wife was out of my league. I would just laugh and agree. She is. I guess he thought his gamble was not so high risk. Alright then, let's get into the final update. This was posted on April 17th, 2024, just 1 week ago at the time of recording. This is likely to be my final update, as I don't see much more happening after this besides divorce proceedings. Thanks for all the comments, they've helped my wife with some of the guilt. Anyway, my brother-in-law returned home yesterday, not because my sister wants him back, but because she can't legally stop him. They are done, I think he realizes that now. The lawyer tells my sister that since my brother-in-law's behavior over the past few days has been documented, there's a good chance she'll be granted full custody. I mean, that is I keep forgetting that they've got 2 kids. What an idiot this man is. Anyway, he doesn't seem to even want to fight her on that. My sister will be fine. Any love she had for him is gone, and she doesn't seem too broken up about it. The kids don't know what happened yet, but my brother-in-law was never around much anyway when the kids were home. He slept at the fire station many nights and put in a lot of overtime, but it's certain to be hard on them once they know what's going to happen. Many commenters have said that there must be more women, but as far as we can tell, there hasn't been. It's really just the obsession with my wife. She has blocked his phone, but on the same night he returned home, he sends my wife an email from an account he just made. It started with an apology, but then took a turn. He said he never got to finish at the restaurant that day. Then he went on for paragraphs and paragraphs about all the things he loves about my wife and the desperation he felt that led him to do what he did. He mentioned their mutual attraction again and the sexual tension that he always felt was between them, and ended with a rather large section about me. Let's just say I didn't know he had such a low opinion of me. He was quite certain that I was not satisfying my wife properly. This guy is just a creep. Finally, my wife isn't great, but she's doing better every day. She does blame herself for being too comfortable around my brother-in-law. She's always careful to set boundaries with other men. In case you haven't figured it out already, my wife is pretty stunning and gets a lot of male attention. But with my brother-in-law, she felt safe to be herself since he was family. Surely no lines would be crossed. She and my sister are cool and there doesn't appear to be any resentment, so that makes me happy. We will all be okay, it will just take time. Thanks to all who commented and voiced their supports. Right then, let's round things off with a couple of comments. Somebody said, "What a bomb that he threw in to blow everything up. Please take steps to secure your home and car. Recommend a restraining order so he can't come around trying to explain or convince or apologize to your wife. Hoping your sister can do what needs to be done and can move on to a better life." OP replied, "I don't think my brother-in-law is dangerous, just conceited. The guy was quite the ladies' man before getting married and still got plenty of attention even after. His ego is bruised, but I do have cameras and an alarm." Somebody else said, "Thank you for sharing this sad story. It's been helpful for me. My wife has been casually pursued by a married member of my club, and she is usually too surprised and modest to assume what he's after. When he first started, my wife thought it was just harmless banter, but I didn't, and I told her I didn't think so. As it continued, she finally realized I was right. So when I had to tell him to knock it off, she was relieved. It took 3 incidents for him to finally get the message." OP replied, "My wife is mad at herself because she is usually so careful. She's had so many incidents when she was younger with guys she was friendly to that ended up making unwanted advances." And that's good and all, but I do agree with OP that surely you wouldn't have to think about that sort of thing around your own family. Like, surely there's a barrier there where you think, okay, I can fully be myself now. I'm around people who aren't attracted to me, or at least, I mean, that's a weird thing to say, thinking that, you know, aren't attracted to me, but at least aren't going to pursue me. You'd hope they're not attracted to you anyway. But yeah, you think at least they're not going to try and, like, you know, get with me or something, or profess their undying love to me. I can be a little bit, you know, jokey and not flirty, but yeah, just be yourself and be a funny, fun person and not really care about what you're doing. But I mean, apparently not. Apparently there are guys out there that are creepy like this, that despite being married to somebody who is, you know, in that same household, I presume, a lot of the time, doesn't really care. And yeah, just says, "No, I'm going for you anyway." Overall, I guess a pretty actually scary situation for your wife, OP. First of all, because she probably had no idea that this guy was obsessed with her. I mean, when you think about it and you realize that this guy, who I presume you fully trusted, had dozens and dozens of pictures of you in a bathing suit without you knowing, and that is mental. Then acted on it and was willing to just fully kind of destroy his entire life for you, and, you know, is also a man and you're a woman. I mean, that is just pretty scary how obsessive he became. Then on top of that, you have the feeling of guilt and feeling like you're potentially to blame by your own actions encouraging him, even though obviously that isn't the case. It's, yeah, a terrible situation, and I hope that she gets through it all right. Also a terrible situation for OP's sister, because she's the one that's had all this happen to her in the first place, and her family. I mean, imagine, yeah, being the kids and then realizing that your dad is trying to get, or has professed his undying love for your mum's brother's wife. Very, very strange situation. So yeah, I feel for everyone involved in this, apart from, of course, this idiot. Anyway, guys, let me know your thoughts down below. Do you think that OP acted in the correct way? What do you think about this horribly creepy man? And yeah, some advice perhaps for the women involved. I would love to hear your thoughts. Crazy story, but hope you enjoyed it nonetheless. If you want more like this, I've put a similar sort of episode up on screen. If you're new to the channel, click the subscribe button, and I'll catch you all tomorrow for some more weird Reddit content.